Welcome to Southern New Hampshire University's Memorial Day National Roll Call. This event offers the nation an opportunity to remember and honor those who gave their lives serving our country. Southern New Hampshire University is one of many schools throughout the country proud to share in this honor, and we are grateful to have many volunteer readers presenting here today to read the names of our fallen. My name is Claire Curley, and I would like to give a big thank you to the team that made this event happen: Katie Gemmel, Phil Wheel, Timothy Companion, and Michael Lane. And to all of our volunteer readers who have graciously devoted their time to read today, your efforts are much appreciated. President John F. Kennedy said, "If freedom is to survive and prosper, it will require the sacrifice, the effort, and the thoughtful attention of every citizen." With that in mind, we now recognize the sacrifices of those that serve and have served made for our freedoms. Thank you.
Master Sergeant Evander E. Andrews. Private First Class Christopher T. Stonesifer. Specialist John Joseph Edmonds. Machinist Mate Fireman Apprentice Bryant L. Davis. Engineman First Class Vincent Parker. Electronics Technician Third Class Benjamin Johnson. CIA Operations Officer Johnny Michael Spann. Private Giovanni Maria. Electrician's Mate Fireman Apprentice Michael J. Jakes, Jr. Staff Sergeant Brian C. Prosser. Sergeant First Class Daniel H. Petithori. Master Sergeant Jefferson D. Davis. Sergeant First Class Nathan R. Chapman. Gunnery Sergeant Stephen L. Bryson. Captain Matthew W. Bancroft. Sergeant Jeanette Lee Winters. Staff Sergeant Scott N. Jermison. Lance Corporal Brian P. Bertrand. Captain Daniel G. McCollum. Sergeant Nathan P. Hayes. Staff Sergeant Dwight J. Morgan. Staff Sergeant Walter F. Cohey III. Specialist Jason A. Disney. Staff Sergeant Bruce A. Rushford, Jr. Major Curtis D. Feisner. Staff Sergeant Carrie W. Frith. Staff Sergeant James P. Doherty. Captain Bart D. Owens. Chief Warrant Officer Jody L. Egnor. Master Sergeant William L. McDaniel II. Staff Sergeant Juan M. Rideout. Specialist Thomas F. Allison. Sergeant Jeremy D. Foshi. Specialist Curtis A. Carter. Chief Warrant Officer 2 Stanley L. Harriman. Senior Airman Jason D. Cunningham. Aviation Boatswain's Mate Handling Neil C. Roberts. Specialist Mark A. Anderson. Sergeant Peter P. Cross. Sergeant Philip J. Svitak. Private First Class Matthew A. Cobbins. Technical Sergeant John A. Chapman. Chief Petty Officer Matthew J. Borgos. Sergeant First Class Daniel A. Romero. Sergeant Jamie O. Moggins. Staff Sergeant Justin J. Galuski. Staff Sergeant Brian T. Craig. Seaman Katrina Renee Grady. Sergeant Gene A. Vance, Jr. Tech Sergeant Sean M. Corlew. Sergeant First Class Peter P. Tice II. Staff Sergeant Anissa Ann Sharrow. Sergeant First Class Christopher J. Spear. Sergeant Ryan D. Foraker. Sergeant First Class Mark Wayne Jackson. Lance Corporal Antonio J. Sled. Private James H. Evers. Ensign Jerry O. Pope II. Lieutenant Commander Thomas L. Robinson. Specialist Pedro Pena. Sergeant Stephen Chaco. Chief Warrant Officer 3 Mark Osteen. Sergeant Gregory Michael Frampton. Chief Warrant Officer 2 Thomas J. Gibbons. Staff Sergeant Daniel Leon Kisling Jr. Staff Sergeant Michael C. Berry. CIA Operations Officer Helge Bose. Specialist Brian Michael Clemens. Chief Warrant Officer Timothy Wayne Moling. Sergeant William John Tracy Jr. Specialist Rodrigo Gonzalez Garza. Chief Warrant Officer John D. Smith. Petty Officer Second Class Darrell Jones. Private First Class Spence A. McNeil. Private First Class James R. Dillon Jr. Navy Petty Officer Third Class Jason Profit. Lance Corporal Jose Antonio Gutierrez. Captain Ryan Anthony Beaupre. Major J. Thomas Aubin. Staff Sergeant Kendall Damon Watersbay. Second Lieutenant Terrell Shane Childers. Corporal Brian Matthew Kennedy. Lieutenant Thomas Mullen Adams. Lance Corporal Eric James Orlowski. Specialist Brandon Scott Tobler. Private First Class Howard Johnson II. Private First Class Lori Ann Piestua. Lance Corporal Michael Jason Williams. Corporal Jorge Alonso Gonzalez. Corporal Jose Angel Garibay. Sergeant Michael Edward Bitts. Corporal Randall Kent Rossiker. Lance Corporal Thomas Jonathan Slocum. Corporal Kemifun An Chanawangsi. Lance Corporal Brian Rory Boosing. Lance Corporal David Keith Fribley. Master Sergeant Michael Maltz. Specialist Jamal Rashard Addison. Lieutenant Colonel John Steen. Private Jonathan Lee Gifford. Senior Airman Jason Thomas Plight. Sergeant Donald Ralph Walters. Sergeant Nicholas Michael Hodson. Lance Corporal Donald John Klein Jr. Second Lieutenant Frederick Eben Pokerney Jr. First Lieutenant Tamara Long Archuleta. Private First Class Tamario Demetrice Burkett. Private Brandon Ulysses Sloan. Master Sergeant Robert John Dowdy. Captain Christopher Scott Seifert. Sergeant George Edward Buggs. Staff Sergeant Jason Carlisle Hicks. Private Nolan Ryan Hutchings. Lance Corporal Patrick Ray Nixon. Specialist Edwards John Anguiano. Specialist James Michael Keel. Staff Sergeant John Mike Teal. Chief Warrant Officer Johnny Villarreal Mata. Staff Sergeant Philip Andrew Jordan. Private Ruben Estrella Soto. Sergeant Brendan Curtis Reese. Corporal Evan Tyler James. Specialist Gregory Paul Sanders. Sergeant Bradley Stephen Korthos. Lance Corporal Thomas Allen Blair. Hospital Corpsman 3rd Class Michael Van Johnson Jr. Major Gregory Lewis Stone. Major Kevin Gerard Nave. Private 1st Class Francisco Abraham Martinez Flores. Lance Corporal Jesus Suarez del Solar. Gunnery Sergeant Joseph Menusa. Lance Corporal Patrick Terrence O'Day. Corporal Robert Marcus Rodriguez. Staff Sergeant Donald Charles May Jr. Sergeant Fernando Padilla Ramirez. Sergeant Roderick Antoine Solomon. Private 1st Class Michael Russell Creighton Weldon. Private 1st Class Diego Fernando Rinson. Staff Sergeant Jacob L. Frazier. Corporal Michael Edward Curtin. Sergeant Eugene Williams. Lance Corporal William Wayne White. Sergeant Orlando Morales. Staff Sergeant James Wilford Colley. Sergeant Brian Daniel McGinnis. Captain Aaron Joseph Contreras. Sergeant Michael Vernon LaLouche. Specialist Brandon Jacob Rowe. Specialist William Andrew Jeffries. Sergeant Jacob Lee Butler. Lance Corporal Joseph Basil Maglione III. Lieutenant Nathan Dennis White. Specialist Matthew George Boole. Sergeant Michael Francis Peterson. Chief Warrant Officer CW3 Eric Allen Smith. Lance Corporal Brian Edward Anderson. Private 1st Class Christian Daniel Gertner. Master Sergeant George Andrew Fernandez. Chief Warrant Officer CW2 Scott Jamar. Chief Warrant Officer CW4 Eric Anders Halvorsen.
Captain James Francis Adamowski. Corporal Eric Hernandez Silva. Sergeant 1st Class Randall Scott Wren. Captain Russell Brian Ripto. Specialist Ryan Patrick Long. Staff Sergeant Wilbert Davis. Captain Edward Jason Korn. Sergeant Todd James Robbins. Sergeant Donald Samuel Oakes Jr. Private 1st Class Chad Eric Bales. Staff Sergeant Nino Dugue Lavaldes. Corporal Mark Asher Evenin. Private Devon DeMilo Jones. Sergeant 1st Class Paul Ray Smith. Sergeant Dwayne Roy Rios. Private 1st Class Wilfred Davy Russell Bellard. Specialist Daniel Francis Cunningham Jr. Captain Benjamin Wilson Samus. First Lieutenant Brian Michael McPhillips. Captain Travis Allen Ford. Corporal Bernard George Gooden. Captain Tristan Neil Aitken. First Sergeant Edward Smith. Specialist Larry Kenyatta Brown. Staff Sergeant Stephen Alexander Booker. Private Kelly Stephen Pruitt. Private First Class Gregory Paul Huxley Jr. Lance Corporal Andrew Julian Aviles. Staff Sergeant Lincoln Daniel Hollinshead. Specialist George Arthur Mitchell Jr. Private First Class Anthony Scott Miller. Captain Eric Bruce Das. Corporal Jesus Martin Antonio Medellin. Second Lieutenant Jeffrey Joseph Kaler. Major William Randolph Walkins III. Sergeant First Class John Winston Marshall. Private First Class Jason Michael Meyer. Private First Class Juan Guadalupe Garza Jr. Staff Sergeant Scott Douglas Sather. Corporal Henry Levon Brown. Staff Sergeant Robert Anthony Stever. Gunnery Sergeant Jeffrey Edward Bower Jr. Staff Sergeant Terry Wayne Hemingway. Staff Sergeant Riayan Augusto Tejeda. Corporal Jesus Angel Gonzalez. Lance Corporal David Edward Owens Jr. Specialist Gil Mercado. Commander Joseph Acevedo. Private First Class John Eli Brown. Corporal Armando Ariel Gonzalez. Corporal Jason David Maleo. Specialist Richard Allen Goward. Specialist Thomas Arthur Foley III. Private First Class Joseph Patrick Mayick. Corporal John Travis Rivero. Chief Warrant Officer 2 Robert William Channel Jr. Lance Corporal Alan Din Lamb. Specialist Roy Russell Buckley. Chief Warrant Officer 2 Andrew Todd Arnold. Sergeant Troy David Jenkins. First Lieutenant Osvaldo Orozco. Specialist Narson Bertel Sullivan. Private Gerard R. Dennis. Airman First Class Raymond Lozano. First Sergeant Joe Jesus Garza. Private First Class Jesse Allen Gibbons. Sergeant Sean C. Reynolds. Private Jason L. Diebler. Private First Class Marlon T. Rockhold. Corporal Richard P. Carl. Chief Warrant Officer Brian K. Van Dusen. Chief Warrant Officer Hans N. Guskison. Lance Corporal Cedric E. Bruns. Lance Corporal Matthew R. Smith. Private First Class Jose F. Gonzalez Rodriguez. Lance Corporal Jacob Henrique Kowalik. Lance Corporal Nicholas Brian Kleboker. Staff Sergeant Patrick Lee Griffin Jr. Sergeant David T. Nutt. Master Sergeant William L. Payne. Sergeant First Class John E. Taylor. Corporal Douglas Jose Marin Correyes. Specialist Rashid Sahib. Captain Andrew David Lamont. Lance Corporal Jason William Moore. First Lieutenant Timothy Lewis Ryan. Lieutenant Colonel Dominic Rocco Barragona. Staff Sergeant Aaron Dean White. Sergeant Kirk Allen Straseski. Specialist Nathaniel A. Caldwell. Private David Evans Jr., Sergeant Keeman L. Mitchell, Private Kenneth A. Nolly, Staff Sergeant Brett J. Patrican, Private First Class Jeremiah D. Smith, Major Matthew E. Schramm, Sergeant Thomas F. Broomhead, Staff Sergeant Michael B. Quinn, Staff Sergeant Kenneth R. Bradley, Specialist Jose A. Perez III, Specialist Kyle A. Griffin, Specialist Michael T. Gleason, Specialist Zachariah W. Long, Sergeant Jonathan W. Lambert, Sergeant Marion Atanasio Haro Jr., Private First Class Brandon F. Obligator, Petty Officer Third Class David Seesum, Sergeant Travis L. Burkhart, Petty Officer Third Class Doyle W. Bollinger, Private Jesse M. Halling, Sergeant Michael E. Dooley, Private First Class Gavin L. Neighbor, Specialist John K. Kindsmith Jr., Staff Sergeant Andrew R. Pokorny, Private First Class Ryan R. Cox, Private Sean D. Punk, Sergeant Joseph D. Sewell, Sergeant Michael L. Tosto, Private Robert L. France, Staff Sergeant William T. Latham, Private First Class Michael R. Duell, Specialist Paul T. Nakamura, Captain Seth R. McCod, Sergeant Orinthiel Javon Smith, Specialist Cedric Lamont Lemon, Corporal Andrew F. Chris, First Class Petty Officer Thomas E. Retzer, Lance Corporal Gregory E. McDonald, Sergeant First Class Vladimir Philippe, Private First Class Kevin C. Ott, Hospitalman Joshua McIntosh, Specialist Corey A. Hubble, Specialist Richard P. Orengo, Corporal Tomas Sotelo Jr., Sergeant Timothy M. Conway, Specialist Kelvin Feliciano Gutierrez, First Sergeant Christopher D. Coffin, Corporal Travis J. Bradenshaw, Private First Class Edward J. Hergott, Private First Class Corey L. Small, Master Sergeant James Curtis Coons, Specialist Jeffrey M. Wershow, Sergeant David B. Parson, Staff Sergeant Barry Sanford, Sergeant Chad L. Keith, Sergeant First Class Craig A. Bowling, Private Robert L. McKinley, Lance Corporal Jason Trout, Sergeant Christopher P. Geiger, Sergeant Roger Dale Rowe, Sergeant Melissa Valles, Sergeant First Class Dan H. Gabrielson, Specialist Christian C. Schultz, Specialist Joshua M. Noosh, Captain Paul J. Cassidy, Sergeant Jaror C. Puelo Coronado, Sergeant Michael T. Crockett, Lance Corporal Corey Ryan Gurin, Specialist Ramon Reyes Torres, Sergeant Mason Douglas Whetstone,
Petty Officer Third Class David J. Moreno, Specialist Joel L. Bertoldi, Second Lieutenant Jonathan D. Rosier, Sergeant First Class Christopher R. Willoughby, Sergeant Jason D. Jordan, Sergeant Justin W. Garvey, Master Sergeant David A. Scott, Corporal Mark Anthony Bibby, Lance Corporal Jeffrey L. Clark, Specialist John P. Fatigue, Sergeant Brett T. Christian, Captain Joshua T. Byers, Corporal Evan Asa Ashcraft, Private First Class Raheen Tyson Hyder, Sergeant Juan M. Serrano, Staff Sergeant Hector R. Perez, Private First Class Jonathan M. Cheatham, Specialist Wilfredo Perez Jr., Specialist Jonathan P. Barnes, Sergeant Daniel K. Methvin, Sergeant Heath A. McMillan, Sergeant Nathaniel Hart Jr., Specialist William J. Maher III, Captain Leif E. Knott, Private Michael J. Deutsch, Specialist James I. Lambert III, Specialist Justin W. Hebert, Specialist Farrell K. Latafuga, Staff Sergeant David L. Lloyd, Staff Sergeant Brian R. Hellraman, Sergeant Leonard D. Simons, Specialist Zefrino E. Kalunga, Private Kyle C. Gilbert, Private First Class Dwayne E. Longstreth, Private First Class Brandon Ramsey, Private Matthew D. Bush, Sergeant Floyd G. Kinchin, Sergeant Floyd G. Knighton Jr., Specialist Levi B. Kinchin, Staff Sergeant David S. Perry, Private First Class Daniel R. Parker, Staff Sergeant Richard S. Eden Jr., Sergeant Taft V. Williams, Private First Class Timmy R. Brown Jr., Sergeant Stephen W. White, Private First Class David M. Kirchhoff, Specialist Craig S. Ivory, Sergeant Eric R. Hull, Staff Sergeant Bobby C. Franklin, Petty Officer First Class David M. Taper, Sergeant Kenneth W. Harris Jr., Lieutenant Kylan A. Joes Huffman, Lieutenant Kylan A. Jones Huffman, Private First Class Michael S. Adams, Specialist Stephen M. Scott, Private First Class Vaughn J. Mack, Private First Class Pablo Manzano, Specialist Ronald D. Allen Jr., Specialist Daryl T. Dent, Lieutenant Colonel Anthony L. Sherman, Specialist Rafael L. Nevea, Sergeant Gregory A. Blanchard, Sergeant Gregory A. Belanger, Sergeant First Class Mitchell A. Lane, Staff Sergeant Mark A. Lanton, Sergeant Sean K. Catadella, Private First Class Adam L. Thomas, Specialist Chad C. Fuller, Staff Sergeant Cameron B. Serrano, Staff Sergeant Joseph Kamara, Sergeant Charles Todd Caldwell, Private First Class Christopher A. Sisson, Technical Sergeant Bruce E. Brown, Sergeant Jared B. Thompson, Specialist Ryan G. Carlock, Staff Sergeant Joseph E. Rox, Staff Sergeant Joseph E. Ropsky Jr., Sergeant Henry Ybarra III, Master Sergeant Kevin N. Moorhead, Sergeant First Class William M. Bennett, Sergeant Trevor A. Bloomberg, Specialist Alyssa R. Peterson, Staff Sergeant Kevin C. Kimmerly, Sergeant Foster Pinkston, Captain Brian R. Fonts, Sergeant Anthony O. Thompson, Specialist James C. Wright, Specialist Richard Arriaga, Staff Sergeant Frederick L. Miller Jr., Sergeant David Travis Frederick, Specialist Lunsford B. Brown II, Specialist Paul J. Storino, Specialist Michael Andrade, Specialist Kyle G. Thomas, Sergeant First Class Robert E. Rooney, Captain Robert L. Lucero. Sergeant Darian K. Potter. Private First Class Christian E. Parker. Private First Class Evan W. O'Neill. Sergeant Andrew Joseph Baddock. Staff Sergeant Christopher E. Kutchell. Specialist Dustin K. McGaw. Specialist Simon Hunt. Specialist Tamara J. Ramos. Private First Class Ana Laura Esparza Gutierrez. Command Sergeant James D. Blankenblecker. Lieutenant Colonel Paul W. Kimbrough. Lieutenant Colonel Paul W. Kimbrough. Private First Class Charles M. Sims. Specialist James H. Purtle. Specialist Spencer Timothy Carroll. Second Lieutenant Richard Torres. Private First Class Carrie D. Scott. Private Sean A. Silva. Staff Sergeant Christopher W. Swisher. Specialist Joseph C. Norquist. Specialist James E. Powell. Specialist James E. Powell. Private First Class Jose Casanova. Private Benjamin L. Freeman. Specialist Donald L. Wheeler. Specialist Douglas J. Westmantle. Private First Class Stephen E. Wyatt. Corporal Sean R. Griley. Staff Sergeant Joseph P. Bolivia. Lieutenant Colonel Kem S. Orlando. Specialist Michael L. Williams. Private First Class John D. Hart. First Lieutenant David R. Bernstein. Staff Sergeant Paul J. Johnson. Private First Class Paul J. Boucher. Private Jason M. Ward. Specialist John P. Johnson. Captain John R. Teal. Specialist Jose L. Mora. Sergeant Michael S. Hancock. Specialist Artemis D. Brasfield. Civilian Contractor Christopher Glenn Mueller. Seaman Jakia Sheree Cannon. Civilian Contractor William Carlson. Private First Class Stephen Acosta. Staff Sergeant Jamie L. Huggins. Lieutenant Colonel Lieutenant Colonel Charles H. Burek. Private Joseph R. Guerrera. Private First Class Rachel K. Belsveld. Sergeant Aubrey D. Bell. Private Jonathan I. Falankino. Private Jonathan I. Falanico. Specialist Isaac Compoy. Private Algernon Adams. Private Algernon Adams. Sergeant Michael Paul Barrera. Staff Sergeant Paul A. Sweeney. Second Lieutenant Todd J. Bryant. Specialist Maurice J. Johnson. First Lieutenant Joshua C. Hurley. Private First Class Karina S. Wow. Staff Sergeant Paul A. Velasquez. Staff Sergeant Daniel A. Bader. Private First Class Anthony D. D'Agostino. First Lieutenant Brian D. Slavanas. Specialist Brian H. Penstein. Chief Warrant Officer Bruce A. Smith. Staff Sergeant Joe Nathan Wilson. Specialist Stephen Daniel Conover. Sergeant Ross A. Penman. Sergeant Ernest G. Buckwell. Specialist France M. Vega.
Sergeant First Class Curtis Mancini. Specialist Justin A. Scott. Staff Sergeant James D. Maurus. Private First Class Luis A. Moreno. Staff Sergeant Sean M. Clemens. Staff Sergeant Sean G. Laundress. Sergeant Danton K. Sightsinger. Specialist Robert J. Cook. Sergeant Eliu A. Mier Sandoval. Corporal Juan C. Cabral Buenelos. Private First Class Holly J. Megeo. Private First Class Armando Soriano. Staff Sergeant Roger C. Turner. Second Lieutenant Seth J. Durovin. Specialist Joshua L. Knowles. Staff Sergeant Richard P. Ramey. Sergeant Elijah Tewa Wong. Sergeant Thomas D. Robbins. Master Sergeant Jude C. Mariano. Sergeant Patrick S. Tanj. Private First Class William C. Ramirez. Specialist Eric U. Ramirez. Sergeant Nicholas Darwin Golding. Private Brian N. Spry. Specialist Christopher M. Taylor. Sergeant Michael M. Marilla. Private First Class Nicole M. Fry. Second Lieutenant Jeffrey C. Graham. Specialist Roger G. Ling. Sergeant First Class Henry A. Bacon. Chief Warrant Officer Matthew C. Laskowski. Specialist David E. Hall. Chief Warrant Officer Stephen M. Wells. Sergeant Michael R. Woodliff. Petty Officer Second Class Michael J. Gray. Captain Gussie M. Jones. Private First Class Matthew G. Miljark. Sergeant First Class Richard S. Gottfried. Fern L. Holland. Specialist Edward W. Brabazon. Robert J. Zongas. Private First Class Bert Edward Hoyer. Specialist Christopher K. Hill. Staff Sergeant Joe L. Dunnigan Jr. Private First Class Joel K. Bertain. Specialist Jason C. Ford. Sergeant Daniel J. Londano. Sergeant First Class Clint D. Farron. Captain John F. Hans Kurth. Specialist Jocelyn Carrasquil. Sergeant William J. Normandy. Master Sergeant Thomas R. Thigpen Sr. First Lieutenant Michael R. Adams. Specialist Tracy L. Larimore. Sergeant Ivory L. Phipps. Staff Sergeant Anthony S. Logman. Sergeant Michael J. Esposito Jr. Private First Class Brandon C. Smith. Specialist Doran Chan. Corporal Andrew D. Brownfield. Private First Class Ricky A. Morse Jr. Private First Class Ernest Harold Sutphin. Corporal David M. Vicente. Specialist Clint Matthews. Private First Class Jason C. Ludlam. Major Mark D. Taylor. First Lieutenant Michael W. Vega. Sergeant Matthew J. Sondry. Private First Class Christopher E. Hudson. Private Dustin L. Crater. Lance Corporal Andrew S. Dang. Private First Class Bruce Miller Jr. Staff Sergeant Wentz Jerome Schauneberg III. Lance Corporal Jeffrey C. Burgess. Specialist Adam D. Froelich. Lance Corporal James A. Casper. Private First Class Leroy Sandoval Jr. Master Sergeant Timothy Toney. Command Sergeant Major Dennis Jala Jr. Sergeant Jeremiah J. Holmes. Private First Class Sean M. Schneider. Lance Corporal William J. Wiskowicz. Master Sergeant Richard L. Ferguson. Private First Class Cleston C. Rainey. Private Brandon L. Davis. Sergeant Sean R. Mitchell. First Lieutenant Doyle M. Hofstedler. Specialist Michael G. Carr Jr. Private First Class Dustin M. Sekula. Private First Class William R. Strange. Private First Class Jeffrey S. Morris. Specialist Stephen Dusty Hiller. Specialist Ahmed Akil Mel Kaysen. Specialist Casey Sheehan. Sergeant Michael W. Mitchell. Corporal Forrest Joseph Justice. Private First Class John D. Amos II. Corporal Tyler R. Fay. Sergeant Yui L. Chen. Specialist Philip G. Rogers. Lance Corporal Eric J. Barr. Specialist Israel Garza. Specialist Robert R. Ariciega. Private First Class Derek L. Halal. Private First Class Moses A. Longhorst. Private First Class Christopher Ramos. Sergeant David M. McKeever. Lance Corporal Matthew K. Sirio. Specialist Scott Quinton Larson Jr. Lance Corporal Shane Lee Goldman. Corporal Jesse L. Thyre. Staff Sergeant Alan K. Walker. Lance Corporal Kyle D. Crowley. Lance Corporal Marcus M. Cherry. Lance Corporal Travis J. Layfield, Lance Corporal Anthony P. Roberts. Private First Class Christopher R. Cobb, Private First Class Benjamin R. Carmen, Private First Class Christopher D. Mabry, Sergeant Lee Dwayne Totachin, Petty Officer Third Class Fernando A. Mendez Aceves, Sergeant Durando Moreno, Private First Class Ryan M. Jerebek, Sergeant First Class William W. Labadie Jr., Specialist Tiana S. Felder, Staff Sergeant George S. Rentschler, Second Lieutenant John Thomas J. Roblowski, Sergeant First Class Marvin Lee Miller, Captain Brent L. Morrill, First Lieutenant Joshua M. Palmer, Staff Sergeant William W. Harrell, Lance Corporal Philip E. Frank, Lance Corporal Christopher B. Wasser, Corporal Nicholas J. Duriff, Lance Corporal Levi T. Angel, Specialist Isaac Michael Nieves, Lance Corporal Michael B. Wofford, Private First Class Eric A. Aon, Private First Class Chance R. Phelps, Sergeant Felix M. Del Greco, Staff Sergeant Raymond Edison Jones Jr., Private First Class Gregory R. Goodrich, Corporal Michael Raymond Spear, Staff Sergeant Toby W. Mallet, Sergeant Peter G. Enos, Sergeant Elmer C. Kraus, Specialist Alan Jeffrey A.J. Von Dyberg, Specialist Jonathan Roy Caffart, Staff Sergeant Don Stephen McMahon, Lance Corporal Elias Torres III, Corporal Matthew E. Matula, Specialist Michelle M. Whitmer, Lance Corporal John T. Sims Jr., Airman First Class Antoine J. Holt, Specialist Justin W. Johnson, Specialist Adolph C. Carballo, Sergeant William C. Eckhart, Private First Class George D. Torres, First Lieutenant Oscar Jimenez, Lance Corporal Tori L. Gray.
Private First Class Nathan P. Brown, Chief Warrant Officer Lawrence S. Colton, Sergeant Major Michael Boyd Stack, Corporal Daniel R. Amaya, Chief Warrant Officer Wesley C. Fortenberry, Lance Corporal Robert Paul Zerhide Jr., Lance Corporal Brad S. Shooter, Commander Adrian Basil Sweck, Staff Sergeant Victor A. Rosales Lomeli, Private Noah L. Boy, Corporal Kevin T. Colm, Specialist Richard K. Trevithick, Sergeant Christopher Ramirez, Specialist Frank K. Rivers Jr., Staff Sergeant Jimmy J. Aroyev, Sergeant Brian M. Wood, Corporal Christopher A. Gibson, Captain Richard J. Gannon II, Sergeant Jonathan N. Hartman, Specialist Marvin A. Camposelis, First Lieutenant Robert L. Henderson II, Sergeant Dennis B. Morgan, Lance Corporal Michael J. Smith Jr., Lance Corporal Gary Van Leuven, Staff Sergeant Edward W. Carmen, Private First Class Clayton Welch Henson, Lance Corporal Ruben Valdez Jr., Specialist Michael A. McLaughlin, Master Sergeant Herbert R. Claunch, Private First Class Leroy Harris Kelly, Sergeant Christopher D. Gelano, First Sergeant Bradley C. Fox, Specialist Patrick D. Tillman, Corporal Jason L. Dunham, Private First Class Sean C. Edwards, Captain Arthur L. Felder, Staff Sergeant Billy J. Orton. Chief Warrant Officer Patrick W. Kordsmeyer. Staff Sergeant Stacy C. Brandon. Petty Officer First Class Michael J. Pernicelli. Staff Sergeant Corey W. Brooks. Petty Officer Second Class Christopher E. Watts. Specialist Kenneth A. Melton. Petty Officer Third Class Nathan B. Bruckenthal. Sergeant Lawrence A. Rookie. Sergeant Sherwood R. Baker. Lance Corporal Aaron C. Austin. Staff Sergeant Abraham D. Penamedina. Private First Class Marcus A. Whitaker. Staff Sergeant Kendall Thomas. Sergeant Jacob R. Herring. Sergeant Adam W. Estep. Specialist James L. Beckstrand. Private First Class Ryan E. Reed. Private First Class Jeremy Ricardo Ewing. Specialist Justin B. Schmidt. Sergeant Landis W. Garrison. Private First Class Norman Darling. Staff Sergeant Jeffrey F. Dayton. Sergeant Ryan M. Campbell. Specialist Martin W. Conder. Staff Sergeant Esau G. Patterson, Jr. Petty Officer Second Class Jason B. Dwelly. Petty Officer Third Class Christopher M. Dickerson. Corporal Scott M. Vincent. Corporal Joshua S. Wilfong. Specialist Raymond C. Ojeda. Specialist Trevor A. Wine. Staff Sergeant Oscar D. Vargas Medina. Sergeant Joshua S. Ladd. Specialist Philip L. Witkowski. Captain John E. Tipton. Petty Officer Second Class Michael C. Anderson. Petty Officer Second Class Robert B. Jenkins. Petty Officer Third Class Ronald A. Ginther. Petty Officer Second Class Scott R. McHugh. Petty Officer Second Class Trace W. Dossett. Private Jeremy L. Drexler. Specialist Irvin Carradine, Jr. Staff Sergeant Todd E. Nunez. Private First Class Lyndon A. Marcus, Jr. Sergeant Marvin R. Sprayberry III. First Lieutenant Christopher J. Kenny. Sergeant Gregory L. Wall. Staff Sergeant Erickson H. Petty. Gunnery Sergeant Ronald E. Baum. Private First Class Brandon James Wadman. Private First Class Jesse R. Burridge. Specialist James E. Marshall. Private First Class Bradley G. Kritzer. Corporal Jeffrey G. Green. Staff Sergeant Hesley Box, Jr. Corporal Dustin H. Schrage. Corporal Ronald R. Payne, Jr. Specialist James L. Holmes. Specialist Philip D. Brown. Specialist Chase R. Whitman. Sergeant Zella Rubaklava. Sergeant Rodney A. Murray. Private First Class Andrew L. Twazin. Specialist Kyle A. Brindley. Lance Corporal Jeremy E. Savage. Sergeant Jeffrey R. Shaver. Private First Class Brian K. Cutter. Private First Class Brandon C. Sturdy. Sergeant Brood J. Concrete. Private First Class Michael A. Mora. Sergeant James William Harlan. Command Sergeant Major Edward C. Barnhill. Specialist Philip I. Spakowski. Chief Warrant Officer Bruce E. Price. Senior Airman Pedro I. Espelay, Jr. Staff Sergeant Renee Ledesma. Second Lieutenant Leonard M. Cowherd, Jr. Lance Corporal Bob W. Roberts. Sergeant Carl F. Curran. Specialist Mark Joseph Kasecki. Specialist Marcos O. Nolasco. Staff Sergeant Joseph P. Gariantis. Staff Sergeant William D. Cheney. Private First Class Michael M. Carey. Specialist Michael C. Campbell. Sergeant First Class Troy Leon Miranda. Corporal Rudy Salas. Private First Class Leslie D. Jackson. Lance Corporal Andrew J. Zabirik. Staff Sergeant Jeremy R. Horton. Staff Sergeant George A. Molina Bautista. Specialist Jeremy L. Ridlin. Specialist Bo R. Bolio. Private First Class Owen D. Witt. Private First Class Daniel Paul Unger. Private First Class James P. Lambert. Private First Class Richard H. Rosas. Sergeant Allen N. Bean, Jr. Sergeant Kevin F. Sheehan. Corporal Dominique J. Nicholas. Lance Corporal Kyle W. Codner. Corporal Matthew C. Henderson. Specialist Michael J. Wieseman. Lance Corporal Benjamin R. Gonzalez. Lance Corporal Rafael Reyno Suarez. Captain Daniel E. Eggers. Staff Sergeant Robert J. Mogensen. Petty Officer First Class Brian J. Willett. Private First Class Joseph A. Jeffries. Private First Class Cody S. Calavan. First Lieutenant Kenneth Michael Ballard. Sergeant Aaron C. Alant. Specialist Charles E. Odoms III. Private First Class Nicholas E. Zimmer. Private Bradley N. Coleman. Captain Robert C. Sheets, Jr. Lance Corporal Dustin L. Sides. Private First Class Marcus J. Johnson. Corporal Bumrock Lee. Lance Corporal Todd G. Bolding. Specialist Christopher M. Duffy. Sergeant Frank T. Carville. First Lieutenant Eric S. McCrae.
Sergeant Justin L. Everly. Specialist Justin W. Linden. Sergeant Humberto F. Timoteo. Sergeant Ryan E. Doltz. Sergeant Melvin Y. Mora Lopez. Private First Class Melissa J. Hobart. Corporal David M. Fraze. Lance Corporal Jeremy L. Bowman. Sergeant Jamie A. Gray. Captain Humayun S. M. Khan. Private First Class Thomas D. Kaufman. Specialist Eric S. McKinley. Private First Class Sean M. Atkins. Sergeant Arthur S. Stacy Mastrapa. Major Paul R. Syverson III. Specialist Jeremy M. Dimaranen. Specialist Ty View. Private First Class Jason N. Lynch. Private First Class Sean Horn. Lance Corporal Russell P. White. Staff Sergeant Marvin Best. Corporal Tommy L. Parker, Jr. Lance Corporal Juan Lopez. Lance Corporal Deshaun E. Otay. Lance Corporal Pedro Contreras. Staff Sergeant Gregory V. Pennington. First Lieutenant Andre D. Tyson. Sergeant Patrick R. McCaffrey, Sr. Captain Christopher S. Cash. Specialist Daniel A. Dissons. Private First Class Daniel B. McClenny. Lance Corporal Justin Tyler Thacker. Staff Sergeant Charles A. Kaiser. Lance Corporal Manuel A. Ceniceros. Specialist Jeremy M. Hines. First Sergeant Ernest E. Utt. Lance Corporal Patrick R. Adel. Sergeant Alan David Sherman. Corporal John H. Todd III. Specialist Robert L. Dusang. Staff Sergeant Robert K. McGee. Sergeant Kenneth Condi Jr. Sergeant Christopher A. Wagner. Lance Corporal Timothy R. Krieger. Lance Corporal James B. Houston Jr. Second Lieutenant Brian D. Smith. Staff Sergeant Stephen G. Martin. Specialist Julie R. Hickey. Lance Corporal John J. Vangezen IV. Corporal Dallas L. Kearns. Lance Corporal Michael S. Torres. Corporal Jeffrey D. Lawrence. Lance Corporal Justin T. Hunt. Lance Corporal Scott Eugene Doherty. Private First Class Rodrika Antoine Humans. Sergeant Michael C. Barkey. Private First Class Samuel R. Bowen. Specialist William River Emmanuel IV. Private First Class Collier Edwin Barkus. Sergeant Robert E. Colville Jr. Specialist Joseph M. Garmbach Jr. Specialist Sonny Jean Sampler. Specialist Sean M. Davies. Specialist Jeremiah W. Schmunk. Corporal Ordonez Terry Holmes. Private First Class Christopher J. Reed. Staff Sergeant Trevor Spink. Sergeant Krishna Netkampasek. Specialist Dana N. Wilson. Staff Sergeant Dustin W. Peters. Sergeant Jeremy J. Fisher. Sergeant First Class Linda Ann Tarango Grice. Sergeant James G. West. Specialist Juan Manuel Torres. Private First Class Tori D. Harris. Private First Class Jesse J. Martinez. Corporal Demetrius Lamont Rice. Staff Sergeant Paul C. Martis Jr. Lance Corporal Brian P. Kelly. Sergeant Craig S. Frank. Sergeant First Class David A. Hartman. Private First Class Charles C.C. Persing. Sergeant Dale Thomas Lloyd. Staff Sergeant Michael J. Clark. Corporal Todd J. Goodwin. Specialist Danny B. Daniels II. Lance Corporal Mark E. Engel. Private First Class Nicholas H. Blodgett. Sergeant Tatiana Reed. Private First Class Tori J. Dantzler. Lance Corporal Vincent M. Sullivan. Specialist Nicholas J. Zangara. Sergeant DeForest L. D. Talbert. Gunnery Sergeant Sean A. Lane. Lieutenant Colonel David S. Green. Private First Class Ken W. Leiston. Corporal Joseph F. Herndon II. Sergeant Armando Hernandez. Specialist Anthony J. Dixon. Sergeant Justin B. Onwardy. Corporal Dean P. Pratt. Sergeant Juan Jr. Calderon. Private First Class Harry N. Shondi Jr. Sergeant Tommy L. Gray. Captain Gregory A. Ratzelf. Gunnery Sergeant Elia P. Fontechico. Lance Corporal Joseph L. Nice. Private First Class Raymond J. Falstich Jr. Specialist Donald R. McCune. Sergeant Moses Daniel Roca. Sergeant Yadir G. Reynoso. Corporal Roberto Abad. Lance Corporal Larry L. Wells. Specialist Joshua I. Bunch. Private First Class David L. Potter. Staff Sergeant Craig W. Cherry. Sergeant Bobby E. Beasley. Lance Corporal Jonathan W. Collins. Civilian Rick A. Albright. Captain Andrew R. Houghton. Staff Sergeant John R. Howard. Lance Corporal Tavon L. Hubbard. Captain Michael Yuri Tarlavsky. Sergeant Daniel Lee Galvin. First Lieutenant Neil Anthony Santoriello. Lance Corporal Nicholas B. Morrison. Lance Corporal Kane M. Funk. Private First Class Fernando B. Hannon. Private First Class Jeffrey Perez. Private First Class Brandon R. Sapp. Second Lieutenant James Michael Goins. Sergeant Daniel Michael Shepard. Specialist Mark Anthony Zapata. Sergeant David M. Heath. Specialist Brandon T. Titus. Lance Corporal Caleb J. Powers. Sergeant Harvey Emmett Parkerson III. Private First Class Henry C. Reisner. Specialist Jacob D. Martyr. Sergeant Richard M. Lord. Lance Corporal Dustin R. Fitzgerald. Corporal Brad Preston McCormick. First Lieutenant Charles L. Wilkins III. Private First Class Ryan A. Martin. Gunnery Sergeant Edward T. Reeder. Corporal Nicanor Alvarez. Private First Class Kevin A. Cumming. Private First Class Natchez Washalanta. Lance Corporal Seth Houston. Sergeant Jason Cook. Corporal Christopher Belchick. Second Lieutenant Matthew R. Stovall. Staff Sergeant Robert C. Thornton Jr. Staff Sergeant Donald N. Davis. Lance Corporal Jacob R. Lugo. Specialist Charles L. Neely. Lance Corporal Alexander S. Arredondo. Specialist Marco D. Ross. Private First Class Nicholas M. Skinner. Corporal Barton R. Humanhands.
Specialist Omid H. Razani. Private First Class Louis A. Perez. Lance Corporal Nicholas N. Aldrich. Sergeant Edgar E. Lopez. Airman First Class Carl L. Anderson, Jr. Staff Sergeant Aaron N. Hollyman. Corporal Joseph C. Tabodi the Third. Lance Corporal Nicholas Wilt. Captain Alan Rowe. First Lieutenant Ronald Winchester. Lance Corporal Nicholas Perez. Petty Officer Third Class Eric L. Knott. Specialist Charles R. Lamb. Sergeant Shana M. Morrison. Staff Sergeant Gary A. Valent. Private First Class Ryan Michael McCauley. Lance Corporal Joseph C. McCarthy. Lance Corporal Quinn A. Keith. Lance Corporal Derek L. Gardner. Corporal Mick R. Nagard-Bikowski. Private First Class David Paul Burridge. Private First Class Devin J. Grella. Staff Sergeant Elvis Borden. Captain John J. Boria. Lance Corporal Lamont N. Wilson. Sergeant Brandon Michael Reed. Specialist Thomas Garces. Lance Corporal Michael J. Alred. Specialist Joe M. Anieros. Specialist Chad H. Drake. First Lieutenant Timothy E. Price. Specialist Clarence Adams III. Sergeant James Daniel Faulkner. Private First Class Jason L. Sparks. Specialist Michael A. Martinez. Specialist Lauro G. De Leon Jr. Specialist Edgar P. Docklin Jr. Petty Officer Third Class David A. Cedargren. Private First Class Jason T. Poindexter. First Lieutenant Alexander E. Weatherby. Sergeant Carl Thomas. Lance Corporal Michael J. Halal. Staff Sergeant Guy Stanley Hagee Jr. Corporal J.G. Negrimidol Meluat. Sergeant Benjamin W. Eisenberg. Staff Sergeant David J. Wessenberg. Lance Corporal Dominic C. Brown. Lance Corporal Matthew D. Puckett. Lance Corporal Caesar F. Machado Olmos. Corporal Adrian V. Soltau. Major Kevin M. Shea. First Lieutenant Tyler Hall Brown. Sergeant Jacob H. Demand. Lance Corporal Drew M. Youthlease. Lance Corporal Gregory C. Howman. First Lieutenant Andrew K. Stern. Corporal Stephen A. Rentamaki. Corporal Christopher S. Ebert. Sergeant Thomas Chad Rosenbaum. Private First Class James W. Price. Sergeant Brandon E. Adams. Staff Sergeant Robert S. Goodwin. Staff Sergeant Robert, Specialist Wesley R. Wells. Specialist Joshua J. Henry. Staff Sergeant Tony B. Olace. Lance Corporal Stephen C. Cates T. Sergeant Foster L. Harrington. Private First Class Nathan E. Stahl. Sergeant Skipper Suram. Staff Sergeant Benjamin K. Smith. Staff Sergeant Lance J. Koenig. Private First Class Adam J. Harris. Lance Corporal Aaron Boyles. Second Lieutenant Ryan Leduc. Lance Corporal Ramon Mateo. Sergeant Timothy Fulmar. Specialist Robert Oliver Unruh. Sergeant David W. Johnson. Specialist Clifford L. Moxley. Captain Eric L. Alton. Sergeant First Class Joselito O. Villanueva. Private First Class Kenneth L. Sickles. Specialist Gregory A. Cox. Sergeant Tyler D. Pruitt. Private First Class Joshua K. Titcomb. Staff Sergeant Mike A. Denny. Staff Sergeant Alan L. Rogers. Staff Sergeant Darren J. Cunningman. Specialist Alan Nolan. Specialist Rodney A. Jones. Sergeant Jack Taft Hennessy. Sergeant Michael A. Uvani. Sergeant Russell L. Collier. Staff Sergeant James L. Padaway, Jr. Sergeant Christopher S. Potts. Staff Sergeant Gina R. Sparks. Staff Sergeant Richard L. Morgan, Jr. Private Junjin Naniki Kim. Sergeant Jessica L. Covey. Specialist Morgan N. Jacobs. Staff Sergeant Michael S. Voss. Sergeant Andrew W. Brown. Private First Class Andrew Halverson. Private Carson J. Ramsey. Private First Class James E. Prevet. Sergeant Pamela G. Osborne. Private First Class Anthony W. Monroe. Private First Class Aaron J. Russin. Staff Sergeant Michael Lee Burbank. Corporal Ian T. Zook. Private First Class Oscar A. Martinez. Specialist Christopher A. Merville. Captain Dennis L. Pintor. Specialist Michael S. Uyghur. Lance Corporal Daniel R. Wyatt. Sergeant Ronald W. Baker. Major Charles R. Soltis. Lance Corporal Victor A. Gonzalez. Second Lieutenant Paul M. Felsberg. Lance Corporal Victor A. Gonzalez, Specialist Jaime Moreno, Specialist Jeremy F. Regnier, Lieutenant Colonel Mark P. Falan, Staff Sergeant Brian S. Hobbs, Specialist Kyle Ka Fernandez, EO, Private First Class Mark A. Barbarette, Specialist Bradley S. Beard, Staff Sergeant Omer T. Hawkins II, Specialist Josiah H. Balder Tulip, Sergeant Michael G. Owen, Corporal William I. Salazar, Specialist Alan J. Burgess, Lance Corporal Brian K. Schramm, Corporal Jonathan J. Santos, Chief Warrant Officer William I. Brennan, Captain Christopher B. Johnson, Specialist Andrew C. Ehrlich, Corporal William M. Amundsen, Airman First Class Jesse M. Samick, Lance Corporal Jonathan E. Gotson, Lance Corporal Richard Patrick Slocum, Sergeant Dennis J. Bowles, Corporal Brian Oliveira, Staff Sergeant Jerome Lemon, Private First Class Stephen P. Downing, Sergeant First Class Michael Battles, Sr. Forgive me, Private First Class Stephen P. Downing II. Specialist Sagon Frederick Akintade, Sergeant Maurice Keith Fortune, Corporal Christopher J. Lapka, Lance Corporal Jeremy D. Bow. Lance Corporal Jeremy D. Bow. Private First Class Andrew G. Riddell, Lance Corporal Michael P. Scarborough, Private First Class John Lukac, Lance Corporal Travis A. Fox, Lance Corporal John T. Beard, First Lieutenant Matthew D. Lynch, and Specialist James C. Kearney.
Sergeant Charles Joseph Webb, Lance Corporal Jerry P. Hubbard, Corporal Jeremiah A. Bottom, Specialist Cody L. Wentz, Sergeant Carlos M. Camacho Rivera, Private Justin R. Yeomans, Sergeant Bob Bean Trent, Lance Corporal Sean M. Langley, Specialist Brian K. Baker, Sergeant First Class Odie Joseph McVeigh, Lance Corporal Brandon P. Ramsey, Corporal Joshua D. Palmer, Staff Sergeant Clinton Lee Wisdom, Sergeant Don Allen Clary, Sergeant Brian L. Freeman, Lance Corporal Jeffrey Lamb, Corporal Nathaniel T. Hammond, Lance Corporal Thomas J. Zapp, Staff Sergeant David G. Reyes. Corporal Robert P. Warnes, II. Lance Corporal Shane K. O'Donnell. Lance Corporal Abraham Simpson. Corporal William C. James. Lance Corporal Juan E. Sogera. Sergeant David M. Caruso. Lance Corporal Nicholas D. Larson. Command Sergeant Major Stephen W. Falkenberg. Master Sergeant Stephen E. Ockman. Sergeant Lonnie D. Webb. Major Horst Gerard Moore. Gary Moore. Sergeant John Brian Byron Trotter. Staff Sergeant Russell L. Slay. Specialist Travis A. Babbitt. Lance Corporal Nathan R. Wood. Staff Sergeant Todd R. Cornell. Lance Corporal Eric J. Hodges. Staff Sergeant Michael C. Altonelli. Petty Officer 3rd Class Julian Woods. Corporal Melo J. Jimenez II. First Lieutenant Daniel T. Malcolm Jr. Lance Corporal Aaron C. Pickering. Private 1st Class Dennis J. Miller Jr. Staff Sergeant Gene Ramirez. Lance Corporal Wesley J. Canning. Second Lieutenant James P. J.P. Blacksmith. Staff Sergeant Theodore S. Older II. Corporal Theodore A. Bowling. Corporal Peter J. Ganapalalis. Specialist Thomas K. Durflinger. Lance Corporal Justin D. Repion. Staff Sergeant Sean P. Huey. Lance Corporal Kyle W. Burns. Sergeant Jonathan B. Shields. Specialist Raymond L. White. Corporal Gerard L. Muller. Lance Corporal David M. Branning. First Lieutenant Edward D. Emmon. Lance Corporal Nicholas H. Anderson. Sergeant James C. J.C. Matson. Corporal Nathan R. Anderson. Sergeant Morgan W. Stratter. Lance Corporal Brian A. Medina. Corporal Brian P. Penning. Lance Corporal Victor R. Corporal Kevin J. Dempsey. Lance Corporal Justin D. McLeese. Lance Corporal Justin M. Elmsworth. Sergeant Caitlin D. Demma. Lance Corporal Benjamin S. Bryan. Sergeant Brian W. Norwood. Corporal Jose A. Velez. Captain Sean P. Sims. Corporal Andreas H. Perez. Lance Corporal George J. Payton. Corporal Dale A. Berger, Jr. Corporal Nicholas L. Holowski. Lance Corporal Jeremy A. Alice. Sergeant Raphael Beretta. Lance Corporal Anton D. Smith. Captain Patrick Mark Rapacolt. Lance Corporal James E. Swain. Corporal Lance M. Thompson. Lance Corporal Travis R. DeSato. Lance Corporal Shane E. Killian. Corporal Mark T. Ryan. Lance Corporal William L. Miller. Lance Corporal Bradley L. Parker. Private First Class Isaiah R. Hunt. Private First Class Jose Ricardo Flores Mujia. First Lieutenant Luke C. Wallenlauber. Sergeant Christopher T. Heflin. Specialist Daniel James McConnell. Staff Sergeant Marshall H. Caddy. Lance Corporal Lewis W. Qualls. Lance Corporal Michael Wayne Hanks. Lance Corporal Louis A. Figueroa. Sergeant Joseph M. Nolan. Lance Corporal Michael A. Downey. Lance Corporal Philip G. West. Lance Corporal Demetrius Galbell. Corporal Bradley Thomas Arms. Lance Corporal DeMarcus D. Brown. Corporal Joseph J. Gureta. Sergeant David L. Rostam. Lance Corporal Joseph T. Welk. Sergeant Jack Bryant Jr. Sergeant Michael C. O'Neill. Corporal Michael R. Cohen. Specialist Blaine M. Elper. Sergeant Benjamin C. L. Ingier. Corporal Dale E. Cracker Jr. Specialist Barella Sergio Diaz. Corporal Jacob R. Flesher. Sergeant Nicholas S. Nolt. Corporal Gentinel Marcoux. Lance Corporal Jeffrey Scott Holmes. Private First Class Ryan J. Canelvillo. Lance Corporal Bradley M. Fairclough. Lance Corporal David B. Hawk. Private First Class Harrison J. Meyer. Lance Corporal Jordan D. Winkler. Private Brian K. Grant. Lance Corporal Joshua E. Lucero. Sergeant Michael A. Smith. Corporal Kirk J. Balsonman. Lieutenant Colonel Michael J. McMahon. Specialist Jeremy E. Christensen. Chief Warrant Officer Travis W. Brogan. Specialist Harley D.R. Miller. Sergeant Trinidad R. Martinez Lewis. Staff Sergeant Michael B. Shackelford. Lance Corporal Charles A. Hanson Jr. Lance Corporal Adam R. Brooks. Private First Class Stephen C. Benish. Sergeant Carl W. Lee. Specialist Daryl A. Davis. Lance Corporal Blake A. McGauley. Specialist Eric W. Hayes. Sergeant Christian P. Ingeldrum. Private First Class Wilfredo F. Brina. Sergeant Pablo A. Coulter. Sergeant Jose Gusetta Jr. Corporal Brian S. Wilson. Sergeant David M. Fisher. Corporal Zachary A. Colda. Gunnery Sergeant Javier Oblias Prado Pena. Private First Class George Daniel Harris. Specialist Isaac E. Diaz. Corporal Matthew A. Wyatt. Staff Sergeant Henry E. Azari. Corporal Bena E. Staff Sergeant Solomon J. Takdalua. Sergeant Carrie Ann Gausowitz. Corporal Joseph O. Beneke. Sergeant David A. Mintz. Sergeant Michael L. Boatwright, Specialist Edwin William Roadhouse, Staff Sergeant Marvin Lee Trout III.
Staff Sergeant Kyle A. Eggers, Private First Class Andrew M. Word, Corporal N.C. Kim, Sergeant First Class Todd Clayton Gibbs, Captain Mark N. Stobenhofer, Sergeant Arthur C. Williams III, Private First Class Christopher S. Applesberger, Corporal Kyle J. Branahan, First Lieutenant Andrew C. Shields, Chief Warrant Officer Patrick D. Leach, Lance Corporal Gregory P. Rund, Specialist Robert W. Hoyt, Corporal Jason S. Clairday, Corporal Ian W. Stewart, Lance Corporal Joseph W. Dixon, Lance Corporal Jeffrey S. Blayton, Sergeant Jeffrey L. Kirk, Private First Class Joseph A. Ramsey, Staff Sergeant Melvin L. Blazer, Lance Corporal Hilario F. Lopez, Sergeant Tina Safaria Time, Private First Class Brent T. Berman, Lance Corporal Richard D. Warner, Corporal Michael D. Anderson, Specialist Victor A. Martinez, Lance Corporal Franklin A. Speaker, Staff Sergeant Donald B. Farmer, Sergeant Barry K. Misa, Corporal Jonathan Castro, Staff Sergeant Robert S. Johnson, Lance Corporal Neil D. Petich, First Class Lionel Ayaro, Sergeant Lynn Robert Poland Sr., Sergeant Thomas J. Dosty, Staff Sergeant Julian S. Milo, Captain William W. Jacobson Jr., Sergeant First Class Paul D. Karpowicz, Corporal Corey Michael Hewitt, Sergeant David A. Ruren, Chief Petty Officer Joel Egan Baldwin, Sergeant Nicholas C. Nick Mason, Sergeant Major Robert D. Odell, Staff Sergeant Darren D. Van Cohen, Lance Corporal James R. Phillips, Lance Corporal Eric Hellenberg, First Lieutenant Christopher W. Barrett, Corporal Rayleigh C. Smith, Specialist Jose A. Rivera Sereno, Staff Sergeant Todd D. Olson, Seaman Pablito Pena Burones Jr., Staff Sergeant Jason A. Leto, Staff Sergeant Nicholas J. Nyron, Private First Class Oscar Sanchez, Sergeant Craig L. Nelson, Sergeant Damian T. Vieck, Lance Corporal Jason E. Smith, Lance Corporal Brian P. Perillo, Specialist Jeff LeBrun, Sergeant First Class Pedro A. Munez, Sergeant Jeremy R. Wright, Sergeant Thomas E. Hauser, Specialist Jeremy W. McCulfer, Corporal Jeremy D. Buey, Sergeant Joseph F. McCarman, Sergeant Benny J. Washington, Private Corey J. Depew, Private First Class Curtis L. Witten III, Sergeant Armand L. Vickery, Sergeant Bradley J. Bergeron, Sergeant Christopher J. Babin, Sergeant Huey P.L. Passenbender, Sergeant First Class Kurt J. Camo, Sergeant Warren A. Murphy, Private First Class Kenneth J. Van Ron, Sergeant Zachariah Scott Davis, Lance Corporal Julian C. Serranos Alvarez, Private First Class Daniel F. Gustafaro, Specialist Dwayne James McFarland Jr., Corporal Joseph E. Fight, Sergeant Robert Wesley Sweeney III, Staff Sergeant William F. Manuel, Specialist Michael J. Smith, Sergeant First Class Brian A. Mack, Private First Class Gunner D. Becker, Lance Corporal Juan Rodejo Rodriguez Valesco, Lance Corporal Michael W. Holloway, Lance Corporal Paul C. Holter III, Sergeant Nathaniel T. Swindle, Sergeant Jaden T. Peterson, Specialist Alan L. Kemavolan, Private First Class George R. Gear, Staff Sergeant Thomas E. Vitagreliano, Private First Class Jesus Bonesco, Private First Class Francis C. Obahai, Captain Christopher J. Sullivan, Captain Joel Bento Lusk III, Sergeant Kyle William Childress, First Lieutenant Naona K. Hoy, Staff Sergeant Jose C. Rangel, Staff Sergeant Joseph W. Stevens, Sergeant Michael C. Carlson, Sergeant Leonard W. Adams, Sergeant Brent D. Swank, Sergeant Javier Martin, Private First Class Jesus A. Leon Perez, Specialist Victor B. Yolkin, Lance Corporal Brian C. Hopper, First Lieutenant Dustin M. Shumney, Petty Officer 3rd Class John Daniel House, Lance Corporal Joseph B. Spence, Lance Corporal Mored Regamov, Corporal Stephen P. Johnson, Lance Corporal Gael St. Bill, Lance Corporal Hector Ramos, Corporal Nathan K. Moore, Corporal Nathan A. Schubert, Lance Corporal Michael L. Starr, Jr., First Lieutenant Travis J. Fuller, Lance Corporal Alan Klein, Corporal Timothy M. Gibson, Corporal Sean P. Kelly, Sergeant William S. Kenzer, Jr., Lance Corporal Jonathan Edward Ederling, Sergeant Michael M. Fink, Jr., Corporal Richard A. Gilbert, Jr., Corporal Timothy A. Knight, Corporal James Lee Moore, Corporal Kyle J. Grims, Staff Sergeant Dexter S. Kimball, Lance Corporal Fred L. McKyle, Captain Lynn L. Gordon, Captain Paul C. Alianas, Lance Corporal Ronald Dane Raridan, Lance Corporal Saeed Jafarhani Torshaz Jr., Specialist Taylor J. Burke, Lance Corporal Tony L. Hernandez, Corporal Matthew R. Smith, Sergeant Jesse W. Strong, Corporal Christopher L. Weaver, Lance Corporal Daryl J. Schumann, Corporal Jonathan W. Bowling, Lance Corporal Carl L. R. Lynn, Staff Sergeant Brian D. Bland, Private First Class Kevin M. Luna, Corporal Jonathan S. Batey, Specialist Lynn W. Reiner. The second, Private First Class Stephen A. Castellano, Chief Warrant Officer Charles S. Jones, Sergeant Christopher J. Ramsey, Staff Sergeant Jonathan Ray Reed, Sergeant Michael S. Evans II, Sergeant Andrew K. Ferrer Jr., Sergeant First Class Mickey E. Zoin, Staff Sergeant Joseph E. Rodriguez, Captain Orlando A. Bonilla, Lieutenant Commander Keith Andrew Taylor, Civilian Barbara Heald, Lieutenant Commander Edward E. Jack, Sergeant Lindsay T. James, Private First Class James H. Miller. The fifth,
Lance Corporal Nazario Serrano, Corporal Christopher E. Zimney, Lance Corporal Harry R. Swain IV, Sergeant First Class Mark C. Warren, Lance Corporal Jason C. Riddifer, Specialist Robert T. Hendrickson, Captain Sean Lee Brock, Lance Corporal Sean P. Maher, Lance Corporal Richard C. Clifton, Sergeant First Class Sean Michael Cooley, Sergeant Stephen R. Sherman, Staff Sergeant Stephen G. Bayo, Sergeant Daniel Torres, Lance Corporal Travis M. Witchlax, Staff Sergeant Zachary Ryan Wobbler, Specialist Jeremy O. Ullman, Specialist Richard M. Crane, Specialist Jeffrey S. Henthorn, Sergeant Jessica M. Houseby, Staff Sergeant William T. Robbins, Lance Corporal Richard A. Perez Jr., Sergeant Robert A. McNall, Staff Sergeant Christopher L. Shepard, Sergeant Chad W. Lake, Private First Class David J. Bringman, Sergeant Dakota L. Gooding, Sergeant Renee Knox Jr., Staff Sergeant Ray Rangel, Sergeant First Class David J. Sully, Private First Class Michael A. Arcola, Staff Sergeant Jason R. Hendricks, Sergeant Joseph A. Raham, Sergeant Timothy R. Osby, Specialist Justin B. Carter, Sergeant Christopher M. Pisteri, Sergeant Adam J. Plumador, Specialist Katrina Laney Belt Johnson, Sergeant Frank B. Hernandez, Sergeant Carlos J. Gill, Corporal Kevin Michael Clark, Sergeant Seth R. Terhan, First Lieutenant Adam Molson, Specialist Clinton R. Gertson, Corporal John T. Olson, Staff Sergeant David F. Day, First Lieutenant Jason G. Timmerman, Sergeant Jesse M. Lahotaka, Lance Corporal Trevor D. Aston, Staff Sergeant Eric M. Stephanie, Sergeant Nicholas J. Oliver, Staff Sergeant Alexander B. Crackle, Specialist Michael S. Deem, Staff Sergeant Daniel G. Gresham, Corporal Jacob C. Palmatier, Private First Class Chasen S. Henry, Private First Class Colby M. Farnan, Specialist Adam Noel Brewer, Specialist Jason L. Mosky, Private First Class Minsu Choi, Lance Corporal Andrew W. Nowicki, Private Landon S. Gills, Second Lieutenant Richard Brian Ginu, Private First Class Danny L. Anderson, Sergeant Julio E. Negron, Sergeant Elizabeth Robles, Sergeant Robert Shane Pooh, Specialist Azari Ali, Specialist Wei Boy Lewin, Specialist Wade Michael Timon, Corporal Stephen M. McGowan, Specialist Adriana N. Salem, Sergeant Seth K. Gissero, Captain Sean Grimes, Staff Sergeant Juan M. Solorio, Sergeant First Class Donald W. Echo, Private First Class Michael W. Franklin, Sergeant Andrew L. Bossert, Petty Officer First Class Alec Mazar, Specialist Matthew A. Koch, Specialist Nicholas E. Wilson, Staff Sergeant Donald D. Griffith, Jr., Lance Corporal Joshua L. Torrance, Sergeant Paul M. Hetzel, Staff Sergeant Ricky A. Kiefer, Staff Sergeant Shane M. Coley, Sergeant Rocky D. Payne, Private First Class Lee A. Lewis, Jr., Sergeant Jonathan A. Hughes, Sergeant Paul W. Thomason III, Specialist Francisco G. Martinez, Lance Corporal Kevin S. Smith, Corporal Travis R. Bruce, Corporal Brian J. Richardson, Captain Michael T. Fiscus, Master Sergeant Michael T. Heister, Private First Class Norman K. Snyder, Sergeant Isaiah J. Sinclair, Sergeant Lee M. Goldboat, Specialist Brett M. Hershey, Private First Class Samuel S. Lee, Warrant Officer Charles G. Wells, Jr., Sergeant Kelly S. Morris, Sergeant Kenneth L. Ridgely, Specialist Eric L. Toth, Sergeant First Class Robbie D. McNair, Corporal Gary Wesley Tan Rhymes, Staff Sergeant Osa F. Taven, Jr., Lance Corporal Tenzin Dickham, Corporal William D. Richardson, Sergeant James Alexander Sherrill, Lance Corporal Jeremiah C. Kinchin, Staff Sergeant Christopher W. Dill, Sergeant First Class Stephen C. Kennedy, Corporal Glenn J. Watkins, Sergeant Javier J. Garcia, Sergeant James Sean Lee, Sergeant Mayor Babarlian Banks, Captain David S. Connolly, Staff Sergeant Charles R. Sanders, Jr., Chief Warrant Officer David Ayala, Specialist Sasha Struble, Specialist Michael K. Spivey, Staff Sergeant Romans L. Woodward, Specialist Daniel J. Freeman, Master Sergeant Edwin A. Matoscolan, Specialist Crystal Gay Stout, Major Edward J. Murphy, Sergeant Stephen C. High, Private First Class Pendleton L. Sykes II, Chief Warrant Officer Clint J. Prather, Lance Corporal Juan C. Venegas, Staff Sergeant Kevin Dwayne Davis, Private First Class Casey M. Laware, Corporal Manuel Lopez III, Corporal Tyler J. Dickens, Sergeant John W. Miller, Corporal Michael B. Lindenmuth, Captain James C. Edge, Specialist Elena Ramirez Gonzalez, Specialist Randy Lee Stevens, Sergeant Angelo L. Lozada Jr., Private Aaron M. Hudson, Sergeant Tremaine K. Toy Sr., Private Joseph L. Knott, Private First Class Stephen F. Sikoro, Private First Class Sam W. Huff, Major Stephen W. Thornton, Corporal Jacob M. Feister, Private First Class Kevin S. K. Weasel, Lance Corporal Marty G. Mortensen, Corporal Kelly M. Cannon, Private First Class Robert A. Bobby Guy, Private First Class Gavin J. Colburn, Sergeant Anthony J. Davis Jr., Private Robert C. White Jr., Corporal Kevin William Prince, Seaman Aaron A. Kent, Specialist Robert W. DeFazio, Corporal Gary W. Walters Jr., First Sergeant Timmy J. Millsap,
Sergeant First Class Alan C. Johnson, Specialist David L. Rice, Corporal Joseph S. Tremblay, Sergeant Timothy Craig Kaiser, Private First Class Robert W. Murray Jr., First Lieutenant William A. Edens, Sergeant Eric Wayne Morris, Specialist Ricky W. Rockhold Jr., Private First Class Darren A. DeBlanc, Captain Ralph J. Harding III, Captain Stephen W. Frank, Private Charles S. Cooper Jr., Second Lieutenant Clifford V. C.C. Gadsden, Sergeant Kenya A. Parker, Staff Sergeant Juan de Dios Garcia Arana, Sergeant Derek Joseph Lutters, Staff Sergeant Tommy S. Little, Sergeant John E. McGee, Captain Kelly C. Hines, Major John C. Spar, Staff Sergeant William J. Brooks, Sergeant Stephen P. Saxton, Petty Officer 3rd Class Jeffrey L. Weiner, Lance Corporal Michael V. Postal, Sergeant Michael A. Marzano, Sergeant Aaron N. Sapita Sr., Lance Corporal Lance Tanner Graham, Specialist Stephen Ray Givens, Lance Corporal Lawrence P. Philippon, Corporal Richard P. Schoner, Corporal Dustin A. Durga, Sergeant Gary A. Eckert Jr., Private First Class Nicole E. Mesmer, Staff Sergeant Thor E. Ingraham, Lance Corporal Nicholas C. Curvin, Lance Corporal Marcus Mahdi. Private First Class Stephen P. Baldwin. Staff Sergeant Anthony L. Goodwin. Lance Corporal Taylor B. Brzezinski. First Sergeant Michael J. Bordelin. Lance Corporal John T. Schmidt III. Lance Corporal Jonathan Walter Grant. Private First Class Christopher R. Dixon. Staff Sergeant Kendall H. Ivy II. Lance Corporal Nicholas B. Erdy. Lance Corporal Wesley G. Davids. Staff Sergeant Samuel Tyrone Castle. Lance Corporal Jordan L. Grez. Staff Sergeant John M. Smith. Sergeant Andrew R. Joden. Private First Class Kenneth E. Ziegler II. Private First Class Travis W. Anderson. Sergeant Charles C. Gillikin III. Sergeant Jacob M. Simpson. Private First Class Wesley R. Riggs. Sergeant Antoine L. Twan Walker. Private First Class Wyatt D. Eisenhower. Sergeant Bernard L. Sembley. Sergeant Robin V. Fell. Sergeant Brad A. Wentz. Sergeant Kurt D. Schomburg. Corporal Stephen Charles Tucker. Sergeant Kenneth J. Schall. Specialist Tyler L. Cremian. Sergeant John B. Orgburn III. Sergeant Benjamin C. Morton. Sergeant Charles T. Wilkerson. First Lieutenant Aaron N. Season. Sergeant Carl J. Morgan. Staff Sergeant Russell J. Verdugo. Sergeant Christopher S. Perez. Specialist Joshua T. Brazee. Sergeant Audrey Darren Lunsford. Specialist Brian Edward Barron. Sergeant Daniel Ryan Bernardo. Staff Sergeant Sabarant Sabe Parker. Private First Class Kyle M. Hemmauer. Specialist Dustin C. Fisher. Sergeant First Class Randy D. Collins. Private First Class Jeffrey R. Wallace. Sergeant First Class Peter J. Hahn. Sergeant Charles A. Chuck Dreyer. Sergeant David Neil Wimberg. Sergeant Alfred Barton Seiler. Major Ricardo A. Crocker. Chief Warrant Officer 4 Matthew Scott Laurie. Chief Warrant Officer 2 Joshua Michael Scott. Sergeant Mark A. Miata. Specialist Philip N. Sales. First Sergeant Michael S. Barnhill. Lieutenant Colonel Albert E. Smart. Staff Sergeant Victor M. Cortez III. Captain Jeremy Fresquez, Captain Derek Argyle, Major William Downs, Staff Sergeant Casey Crate, Corporal Jeffrey B. Starr, Sergeant Miguel A. Ramos, Sergeant First Class Stephen M. Langmack, Private First Class Louis E. Niedermeyer, Staff Sergeant Virgil R. Case, Corporal Philip C. Edmondson, Corporal Antonio Mendoza, Civilian Linda J. Villar, Captain Charles D. Robinson, Staff Sergeant Leroy E. Alexander, Staff Sergeant Justin L. Vasquez, Corporal Carrie L. French, Colonel Theodore S. Westhousing, Private First Class Brian Scott Scotty Albrecht, Specialist Eric J. Pullman, Lance Corporal Jonathan L. Smith, Sergeant Brian M. Romines, Lance Corporal Robert T. Menninger, Specialist Eric T. Burry, Lieutenant Colonel Terrence K. Crow, Sergeant Michael J. Kelly, First Lieutenant Michael J. Fasnacht, Lance Corporal Mark Lucas Tucker, Captain Philip T. Esposito, Private First Class Douglas E. Cashmer, First Lieutenant Louis E. Allen, Private First Class Emmanuel Hernandez, Sergeant Roberto Arizola Jr., Lance Corporal Dustin V. Birch, Sergeant David Joseph Murray, Corporal Brad D. Squires, Lance Corporal Devin Paul Seymour, Lance Corporal Thomas O. Keeling, Staff Sergeant Mark O. Edwards, Lance Corporal Daniel Chavez, Sergeant First Class Victor H. Cervante, Lance Corporal Andrew J. Kilpella, Lance Corporal Mario Alberto Castillo, Sergeant Casey Byers, Sergeant First Class Neil A. Prince, Sergeant Larry R. Arnold Sr., Sergeant Terrence D. Lee Sr., Corporal Stanley J. Lipinski, Specialist Anthony D. Kinslow, Sergeant Larry R. Coons Jr., Lance Corporal John J. Maddock Jr., Private First Class Michael Ray Hayes, Private First Class Joshua P. Klinger, Sergeant Anthony G. Jones, Private First Class Nathan B. Clemens, Petty Officer Second Class Cesar O. Baez, Lance Corporal Dion M. Whitley, Lance Corporal Chad B. Maynard, Lance Corporal Chad B. Maynard. Corporal Jesse Jaime. Lance Corporal Jonathan R. Flores. Corporal John Tyler S. Trevelyan. Staff Sergeant Christopher N. Piper. Captain John W. Maloney. Lance Corporal Eric R. Helt. Specialist Anthony S. Kamita. Master Sergeant Michael L. McNulty. Master Sergeant Robert M. Horrigan. First Lieutenant Noah A. Harris. Corporal William A. Long.
Lance Corporal Adam J. Crumpler. Private First Class Christopher R. Kilpatrick. Specialist Brian A. Vaughn. Specialist Christopher L. Hoskins. Specialist Nicholas R. Idalski. Sergeant James D. Stewart. Sergeant Arnold Duplantier II. Major Dwayne W. Dively. Lance Corporal Vyashna Moy. Sergeant First Class Christopher W. Phelps. Sergeant Joseph M. Tackett. Corporal Chad W. Powell. Corporal Ramona W. Valdez. Lance Corporal Holly A. Sherritt. Petty Officer First Class Regina R. Clark. Corporal Carlos Pineda. Lance Corporal Kevin B. Joyce. Specialist Charles A. Kaufman. Chief Warrant Officer Keith R. Mariotti. Chief Warrant Officer Stephen E. Shepard. Second Lieutenant Matthew S. Cotu. Lieutenant Commander Eric S. Christensen. Petty Officer Second Class Matthew G. Axelson. Petty Officer Second Class Danny P. Dietz. Major Stephen C. Reich. Chief Warrant Officer Chris J. Schirkenbach. Petty Officer Second Class James Sue. Sergeant Kip A. Jacoby. Sergeant First Class Marcus V. Morales. Chief Petty Officer Jacques J. Fontaine. Chief Warrant Officer Corey J. Goodnature. Petty Officer Second Class Eric Shane Patton. Senior Chief Petty Officer Daniel R. Healy. Sergeant Manny Hornado. Lieutenant Michael M. McGreevy, Jr. Lieutenant Michael P. Murphy. Staff Sergeant Seamus O. Gore. Petty Officer First Class Jeffrey A. Lucas. Specialist Robert E. Hall, Jr. Master Sergeant James W. Ponder III. Specialist Raphael A. Carrillo, Jr. Sergeant First Class Michael L. Russell. Petty Officer First Class Jeffrey S. Taylor. Sergeant Chad M. Mercer. Sergeant Ryan J. Montgomery. Staff Sergeant Jeremy A. Brown. Staff Sergeant Scotty L. Bright. Private Anthony M. Mozzarella. Corporal Lyle J. Cambridge. Specialist Christopher W. Dickinson. Sergeant Dyson K. Cariaga. Private First Class Eric Paul Woods. Specialist Hobie F. Bradfield, Jr. Staff Sergeant Joseph P. Goodrich. Lance Corporal Ryan J. Kovacic. Sergeant Timothy J. Sutton. Specialist Benjamin B. Yehuda. Corporal Christopher D. Winchester. Corporal Clifton Blake Mounts. Staff Sergeant Tricia L. Jameson. Private First Class Timothy J. Hines, Jr. Specialist Jared D. Hartley. Staff Sergeant Jorge Luis Pina Romero. Sergeant Travis S. Cooper. Sergeant First Class Ronald T. Wood. Staff Sergeant Frank F. Ty. Specialist Ronnie D. Williams. Lance Corporal Efrain Sanchez, Jr. Staff Sergeant Jeffrey J. Farrow. Sergeant Arthur R. McGill. Private Lavina L. Johnson. Petty Officer Third Class Travis L. Youngblood. Corporal Stephen P. Gill. Sergeant Brian James Opscar. Sergeant Jason T. Palmerton. Sergeant Christopher J. Taylor. Sergeant Milton M. Monzone, Jr. Private First Class Ramon A. Villatoro, Jr. Staff Sergeant Carl Ray Fuller. Specialist Jacques Earl Gus Bronson. Sergeant James Andra Kinlow. Sergeant John Frank Thomas. Staff Sergeant Jason W. Montefiering. Specialist Ernesto W. Dallas, Jr. Staff Sergeant Michael W. Schaefer. Specialist Adam J. Harding. Specialist Adrian J. Butler. Specialist Edward L. Myers. Captain Benjamin D. Jansky. Specialist John O. Tollefson. Corporal Andre L. Williams. Lance Corporal Christopher P. Lyons. Private Ernesto R. Guerrera. Staff Sergeant David R. Jones, Sr. Sergeant Jonathan C. Hagan. Sergeant Ronnie L. Shelley, Sr. Sergeant First Class Victor A. Anderson. Private First Class Robert A. Swaney. Private First Class Jason D. Showerman. Sergeant James D. Carroll. Sergeant David J. Coulard. Lance Corporal Brian P. Montgomery. Lance Corporal Daniel Nathan DeArmond, Jr. Corporal Jeffrey A. Boscovich. Sergeant Nathaniel S. Rock. Sergeant James R. Graham III. Lance Corporal Roger D. Castleberry, Jr. Petty Officer First Class Thomas C. Hull. Staff Sergeant James D. McNaughton. Lance Corporal Grant B. Frazier. Lance Corporal Adam J. Strain. Lance Corporal Kevin G. Warrigney. Sergeant First Class Charles Houghton Warren. Sergeant Jerry Lewis Gainey, Jr. Specialist Matthew V. Gibbs. Corporal David S. Stewart. Lance Corporal Nicholas William Bloem B. Lance Corporal Aaron H. Reed. Sergeant Bradley J. Harper. Lance Corporal Christopher Jenkins Dyer. Corporal David Kenneth Cruder, Jr. Lance Corporal Edward August Schroeder, II. Lance Corporal Eric J. Bernholtz. Sergeant Justin F. Hoffman. Lance Corporal Michael J. Cifuentes. Lance Corporal Timothy Michael Bell, Jr. Lance Corporal William Brett Whiteman. Private John M. Henderson, Jr. Private First Class Niles George Thompson. Private First Class Damian J. Garza. Gunnery Sergeant Theodore Clark, Jr. Staff Sergeant Chad J. Simon. Sergeant First Class Brett Eugene Walden. Gunnery Sergeant Terry W. Ball, Jr. Sergeant First Class Robert V. Dorinda. Lance Corporal Chase Johnson Comley. Sergeant Brahim J. Jeffcoat. Specialist Kurt E. Kraut. Private First Class Seferino J. Reyna. Staff Sergeant Christopher M. Falkel. Staff Sergeant Ramon E. Gonzalez Cordova. Sergeant Anthony N. Caladine. Private First Class Hernando Rios. Specialist Miguel Carrasquillo. Specialist Christopher N. Katzenberger. Sergeant Francis J. Straub, Jr. Specialist Gennaro Pellegrini, Jr. Specialist John Kulik. Private First Class Nathaniel E. Nate DeTample. Staff Sergeant Ryan S. Ostrom. Lance Corporal Evanor C. Herrera. Sergeant First Class Michael A. Benson. Sergeant Edward R. Heselton. Captain Jeremy A. Chandler. Specialist Rusty W. Bell. First Lieutenant David L. Guillermo. Specialist Brian K. Dirks. Specialist Takara R. Green. Staff Sergeant Asbury F. Hahn II. Sergeant Gary L. Reese, Jr.
Sergeant Shannon D. Taylor. Specialist Joshua P. Dingler. Sergeant Paul A. Saylor. Sergeant Thomas J. Strickland. Specialist Jose L. Ruiz. Sergeant Michael J. Stokely. Sergeant Nathan K. Bouchard. Specialist Ray M. Furman II. Private First Class Timothy J. Siemens. Staff Sergeant Jeremy W. Doyle. Sergeant Robert G. Davis. First Lieutenant Laura Margaret Walker. Lance Corporal Philip C. George. Sergeant Willard Todd Partridge. Private Christopher L. Palmer. Sergeant Joseph C. Noor. Staff Sergeant Brian Lee Morris. Private First Class Eldon D. Arcand. Specialist Blake W. Hall. First Lieutenant Joshua M. Highland. Second Lieutenant James J. Cathy. Sergeant Michael R. Lee Miller. Private First Class Raymond Romero. Sergeant Joseph Daniel Hunt. Staff Sergeant Victor P. Lawrence. Specialist Hatim S. Catharia. First Lieutenant Carlos J. Diaz. Master Sergeant Chris S. Chapin. Corporal Timothy M. Shea. Master Sergeant Evika Jirak. Sergeant First Class Trevor J. Deasing. Staff Sergeant Damian G. Campbell. Corporal Joseph L. Martinez. Sergeant First Class Obadiah J. Colath. Second Lieutenant Charles R. Rubato. Chief Warrant Officer Dennis P. Hay. Major Gregory J. Fester. Specialist Jason E. Ames. Captain Lowell T. Miller II. Sergeant Monta S. Ruth. Sergeant George Ray Duran Jr. Staff Sergeant Robert Lee Holler Jr. First Lieutenant Derek S. Hines. Sergeant First Class Lonnie J. Parson. Lance Corporal Ryan J. Nass. Sergeant Matthew Charles Bowling. Corporal Jeffrey A. Williams. Corporal Luke C. Williams. Hospitalman Robert N. Martins. Sergeant Franklin R. Villorio. Staff Sergeant Jude R. Jonas. Staff Sergeant Christopher L. Everett. Sergeant Curtis Dean K. Arcala. Sergeant Jeremy M. Campbell. Seaman Apprentice Robert D. Macram. Sergeant Alfredo B. Silva. Lance Corporal Shane C. Swanberg. First Sergeant Alan Nye Gifford. Sergeant Matthew L. Deckard. Staff Sergeant Rogelio E. Nellam. Specialist David H. Ford IV. Sergeant Michael Egan. First Lieutenant Mark H. Dooley. Specialist William L. Evans. Sergeant William V. Hernandez. Sergeant First Class Lawrence E. Morrison. Staff Sergeant William Alvin Allers III. Sergeant Pierre A. Raymond. Sergeant Travis M. Arndt. Sergeant Mike T. Sonata Jr. Corporal Kevin M. Jones. Sergeant Scott P. McLaughlin. Sergeant Paul C. Neubauer. Sergeant Andrew Joseph Derrick. Sergeant Brian E. Dunlap. Staff Sergeant Daniel R. Scheel. Sergeant Kenneth G. Ross. Chief Warrant Officer John M. Flynn. Sergeant Patrick D. Stewart. Warrant Officer Adrian B. Stump. Sergeant Tane T. Baum. Sergeant Sean A. Graham. Sergeant Howard P. Allen. Lance Corporal Stephen A. Valdez. Private Elijah M. Ortega. Sergeant First Class Casey E. Howe. Master Sergeant Tulsa T. Tulea. Staff Sergeant Robert F. White. Sergeant Andrew P. Wallace. Specialist Michael J. Wendling. Staff Sergeant Jason A. Benford. Airman First Class Elizabeth Nicole Jacobson. Staff Sergeant Daniel L. Arnold. Sergeant Eric W. Slobodnik. Staff Sergeant George A. Pugliese. Specialist Lee A. Wiegand. Private First Class Oliver J. Brown. Sergeant Steve Morin, Jr. Sergeant First Class James J. Stoddard, Jr. Staff Sergeant John G. Doles. Corporal Joshua J. Kynock. Staff Sergeant Jens E. Shelbert. Sergeant Marshall A. Westbrook. Staff Sergeant Timothy J. Rark. Sergeant Larry Wayne Pankey, Jr. Private First Class Roberto C. Bays. Specialist Jacob T. Vanderbosch. Sergeant Brian W. Large. Corporal John R. Stalvey. Sergeant Sean B. Berry. Private First Class Andrew D. Bedard. Petty Officer Second Class Brian K. Joplin. Lance Corporal Carl L. Rains II. Corporal Jeremiah W. Robinson. Lance Corporal Shane M. Cabino. Corporal Nicholas O. Chavera. Sergeant First Class Moses E. Armstead. Lance Corporal Daniel M. McVicker. Private First Class Jason L. Fry. Lance Corporal Patrick Brian Kenny. Private First Class Benny S. Franklin. Private First Class Nicholas J. Greer. Sergeant Eric A. Pfeiffer. Lance Corporal Sergio H. Escobar. Staff Sergeant Gary R. Harper, Jr. Staff Sergeant Troy S. Azernak. Staff Sergeant Jerry L. Bonifacio, Jr. Sergeant Leon M. John. Lieutenant Colonel Leon G. James II. Sergeant Jeremy M. Hodge. Sergeant First Class Brandon K. Sneed. Staff Sergeant Matthew A. Kimmel. Master Sergeant Kenneth E. Hunt, Jr. Specialist James T. Grizalda. Sergeant Donald D. Furman. Sergeant Lorenzo Ponce Ruiz. Sergeant Robert W. Tucker. Petty Officer First Class Howard E. Babcock IV. Specialist Scott J. Mullen. Corporal Bernard L. Seo. Sergeant Brian R. Connor. Corporal Samuel M. Boswell. Petty Officer Third Class Fabricio Moreno. Specialist Thomas H. Bird. Specialist Timothy D. Watkins. Specialist Jeffrey W. Corbin. Staff Sergeant Vincent E. Summers. Sergeant Mark P. Adams. Specialist Richard Allen Hardy. Private First Class Joseph Cruz. Lance Corporal Christopher M. Poston. Lance Corporal Chad R. Hildebrandt. Chief Warrant Officer Paul J. Pillen. Lance Corporal Daniel Scott R. Boob. Corporal Lucas A. France. Sergeant Arthur A. Mora, Jr. Sergeant Kendall K. Frederick. Lance Corporal Norman W. Anderson III. Specialist Daniel D. Bartels. Specialist Russell H. Navi.
Staff Sergeant Tommy Ike Folks, Jr. Specialist Jose E. Rosario. Staff Sergeant Dennis P. Merck. Lance Corporal Andrew D. Rosoli. Staff Sergeant Richard T. Pummel. Lance Corporal Stephen W. Zwedick. Sergeant Jacob D. Dones. Corporal Seamus M. Davy. Corporal Benny Gray Cockrum III. Petty Officer Third Class Christopher W. Thompson. Lance Corporal Kenneth J. Butler. Captain Tyler B. Swisher. Staff Sergeant George T. Alexander Jr. Lance Corporal Jonathan R. Spears. Corporal Benjamin D. Hoffner. Specialist Christopher T. Monroe. Sergeant Michael T. Robertson. Sergeant James Witkowski. Sergeant Evan S. Parker. Staff Sergeant Louis J. Gentry. Master Sergeant Thomas A. Walsmith. Sergeant First Class Ramon A. Acevedo-Ponte. Colonel William W. Wood. Captain Michael J. McKinnon. Lance Corporal Jared J. Krem. Lance Corporal Robert F. Eckfield, Jr. Staff Sergeant Daniel R. Leitner, Jr. First Lieutenant Deborah A. Bonasak. Private First Class Dylan M. Jutras, Captain Raymond D. Hill II, Sergeant Shaker T. Guy, Private First Class Kenny D. Rojas, Travis W. Nixon, Staff Sergeant Joel P. Dameron, Sergeant Michael Paul Hodshire, Sergeant First Class Jonathan Tesser, First Lieutenant Robert C. Oneto Sikorsky, Specialist Darrence W. Jack, Staff Sergeant Wilgene T. Lieto, Private Adam R. A.J. Johnson, Private First Class David J. Martin, Specialist William J. Byler, Sergeant First Class Matthew R. Kading, Petty Officer Second Class Alan M. Espiritu, Sergeant Daniel A. Sway, Private First Class Tyler R. McKenzie, Major Gerald M. Bloomfield II, Specialist Joshua J. Munger, Specialist Dennis J. Federer Jr., Second Lieutenant Mark J. Procopio, Captain Michael D. Martino, Specialist Benjamin A. Smith, Staff Sergeant Kyle B. Warely, Specialist Darren D. Howe, Sergeant First Class Daniel J. Pratt, Major Jeffrey P. Solowski, Specialist Timothy D. Brown, Captain James M. Gerbis, Gunnery Sergeant Darrell W. Boatman, Private First Class Dustin A. Yancey, Staff Sergeant Jason A. Fegler, Lieutenant Colonel Thomas A. Wren, Sergeant First Class James F. Hayes, Lance Corporal Ryan J. Sorensen, Captain Joel E. Cahill, First Lieutenant Justin S. Smith, Staff Sergeant Brian L. Freeman, Private First Class Mario A. Reyes, Corporal Robert C. Pope II, Lance Corporal Jeremy P. Tomborello, Sergeant First Class Alwyn C. Al Cash, Staff Sergeant Michael C. Parrott, Sergeant Joshua A. Tarondo, Lance Corporal Daniel Freeman Swaim, Sergeant Tyrone L. Chisholm, Corporal Donald E. Fisher II, Private First Class Antonio Tony Mendez Sanchez, Lance Corporal Scott A. Zabowski, Staff Sergeant Stephen J. Sutherland, Lance Corporal David A. Mendez Ruiz, Major Ramon J. Mendoza Jr., Lance Corporal Christopher M. McCracken, Corporal John M. Longoria, Specialist Matthew J. Holly, Staff Sergeant James E. Estep, Sergeant First Class James S. Oshner, Lance Corporal Nicholas David Schiavone, Private First Class Travis J. Grigg, Lance Corporal John A. J.T. Lucente, Specialist Alexis Ramon Cruz, Lance Corporal Roger W. Deeds, Sergeant Jeremy E. Murray, Corporal Jeffrey A. Rogers, Corporal Joshua J. Ware, Private Dylan R. Patus, Second Lieutenant Donald R. McLaughlin, Corporal Vernon R. Widener, Staff Sergeant Ivan Vargas Alarcon, Sergeant Louis R. Reyes, Private First Class Anthony Alexander Gonke, Sergeant Michael J. Idenen, Private Christopher M. Alcazar, Corporal Jonathan F. Blair, Master Sergeant Anthony R. Yost, First Lieutenant Dennis W. Zielinski, Staff Sergeant Edward Karolas, Lance Corporal Tyler J. Troyer, Specialist Dominic Joseph Hinton, Lance Corporal Miguel Terrazas, Petty Officer 3rd Class Emery J. Turpin, Sergeant Dominic J. Sacco, Private First Class John Wilson Deering, Specialist Matthew P. Stayert, Sergeant Dennis J. Gallardo, Staff Sergeant Aram J. Bass, Specialist Alan J. Knopp, Sergeant William B. Muswin, Private First Class Mark A. Delgado, Sergeant First Class Eric P. Piero, Private First Class Ryan D. Christensen, Staff Sergeant Stephen C. Reynolds, Specialist Javier A. Villanueva, Sergeant Gregory L. Tull, Master Sergeant Brett E. Angus, Sergeant Jerry W. Mills, Sergeant Donald J. Hass, Corporal William G. Taylor, Sergeant Zurgrogs Yokonik, Corporal Joshua D. Snyder, Staff Sergeant William D. Richardson, Lance Corporal John M. Holmesen, Staff Sergeant Daniel J. Clay, Lance Corporal Adam Wade Kaiser, Lance Corporal Andrew G. Patton, Lance Corporal Craig N. Watson, Lance Corporal David A. Hunn, Corporal Anthony T. McIlveen, Lance Corporal Scott T. Modine, Sergeant First Class Brent A. Adams, Lance Corporal Robert Alexander Martinez, Sergeant Andy A. Stevens, Sergeant Marcus S. Futrell, Sergeant Philip Allen Dodson, Jr., Staff Sergeant Philip L. Travis, Corporal Jimmy Lee Shelton, Staff Sergeant Daniel M. Kuka, Sergeant First Class Richard L. Schild, Specialist Brian A. Wright, Private First Class Thomas C. Seichert, Sergeant Michael C. Taylor, Corporal Joseph P. Bier, First Lieutenant Kevin J. Smith, Sergeant Spencer C. Akers, Staff Sergeant Milton Rivera Vargas, Sergeant Adrian N. Orozco, Staff Sergeant Travis L. Nelson, Sergeant Julia V. Atkins, Sergeant Clarence L. Floyd, Sergeant Kenneth Kasika, Sergeant First Class James Sean Moody,
Staff Sergeant Keith A. Bennett, Staff Sergeant Curtis A. Mitchell, Specialist Lex S. Nelson, Corporal Jared William Kubasik, Specialist Peter J. Navarro, Staff Sergeant Michael S. Zyla. Specialist James C. Kessinger. Sergeant Brian C. Karam. Staff Sergeant Kenneth B. Pospisil. Corporal Michael B. Presley. Specialist Joseph Allen Lucas. Sergeant First Class John D. Morton. Sergeant Timothy R. Boyce. Corporal Adam R. Fallis. Lance Corporal Samuel Tapia. Staff Sergeant Johnny V. Mason. Specialist Richard Jr. Naputi de Garcia. First Lieutenant Michael J. Cleary. Specialist William Lopez Feliciano. First Lieutenant Benjamin T. Brett. Sergeant Cheyenne C. Wiley. Sergeant Regina C. Reale. Sergeant Mila L. Maravillosa. Master Sergeant Joseph J. Andreas Jr. Specialist Sergio Guadino. Corporal Anthony O. Cardinal. Sergeant Dominique R. Coles. Specialist Dane O. Carver. Chief Warrant Officer Isaiah E. Santos. Chief Warrant Officer Richard Matthew Salter. Private Joseph M. Morberg. Specialist Lance S. Sage. Private First Class Jason D. Hasenauer. Corporal Aaron M. Forbes. First Sergeant Tobias C. Meister. Specialist Prince K. Tawia. Private First Class George Anthony Lutz. Sergeant First Class Sean Christopher Dosty. Private Jonathan R. Fender. Staff Sergeant Ayman A. Taha. Sergeant Marcelino Ronald Cornell. Sergeant First Class Jason Lee Bishop. Staff Sergeant Christopher J. Vanderhorn. Sergeant First Class Stephen J. White. Private Robbie M. Mariano. Sergeant Adam Lee Kahn. Lance Corporal Ryan S. McCurdy. Major William F. Hecker III. Specialist Ryan D. Walker. Corporal Albert Pasquale Giddings. Lieutenant Colonel Michael E. McLaughlin. Sergeant Jason Lopez Reyes. Sergeant Johnny J. Preyes Jr. Captain Christopher P. Petty. First Lieutenant Joseph D. Demores. Chief Warrant Officer Chester W. Truxell. Specialist Jacob E. Melson. Specialist Michael I. Edwards. Major Douglas A. LaBeouf. Lance Corporal Raul Mercado. Civilian Darren D. Braswell. Sergeant Nathan R. Field. Major Stuart M. Anderson. Specialist Clinton R. Upchurch. Lance Corporal Girardi P. Jacobs. Specialist Robert T. Johnson. Sergeant Radham Kamalitos. Corporal Brett Lundstrom. Lance Corporal Kyle W. Brown. First Lieutenant Jamie L. Campbell. Staff Sergeant Michael Joseph McMullen. Chief Warrant Officer 2, Kyle E. Jackson. Petty Officer First Class, Michael Anthony Jordan. Lance Corporal Jonathan Kyle Price. Chief Warrant Officer 3, Mitchell K. Carver Jr. Corporal Justin J. Watts. Corporal Dustin L. Kendall. Private First Class Casper Allen Dudquietz. Chief Warrant Officer Rex C. Kenyon. Chief Warrant Officer 2, Raul M. Garcia. Private First Class Adam R. Shepard. Lance Corporal Brandon Christopher Dewey. Corporal Pandora Carlos Arellano. Sergeant Dennis J. Flanagan. Staff Sergeant Ricky Scott. Specialist Michael C. France. Sergeant Clifton J. Yazzie. Technical Sergeant Jason L. Norton. Sergeant Sean H. Miles. Staff Sergeant Jerry M. Durbin Jr. Sergeant Joshua Allen Johnson. Lance Corporal Hugo R. Lopez. Lance Corporal Billy D. Brixky Jr. Sergeant David L. Herrera. Corporal Felipe C. Barbosa. Private First Class Brian J. Schoff. Private First Class Cesar S. Vigliozon. First Lieutenant Garrison C. Avery. Specialist Marlon A. Bustamante. Private First Class Scott A. Messer. Corporal Walter B. Howard II. First Lieutenant Simon T. Cox Jr. Sergeant First Class Lance S. Cornetta. Corporal Jesse M. Zamora. Specialist Roberto L. Martinez Salazar. Specialist William S. Hayes III. Specialist Sergio III. Specialist Sergio A. Specialist Sergio A. Mercedes Seas. Sergeant Jeremiah J. Bomer. Staff Sergeant Christopher R. Morningstar. Corporal Brandon S. Shuck. Lance Corporal David S. Parr. Private First Class Jacob D. Spahn. Petty Officer Third Class John T. Frelish. Specialist Patrick W. Huron. Corporal Orville Garina. Sergeant Alan D. Kokesh Jr. Lance Corporal Stephen L. Phillips. Private First Class Javier Chavez Jr. Corporal Ross A. Smith. Private First Class Matthew L. Bertolino. Corporal Andrew J. Kemple. Petty Officer Third Class Nicholas Wilson. Specialist Felipe Garcia Villarreal. Sergeant First Class Chad A. Gonzalez. Staff Sergeant Edward H. Desica John. Sergeant Alberto D. Montrant. Staff Sergeant Clinton T. Newman. Lance Corporal Michael S. Probst. Lance Corporal Matthew Ron Barnes. Corporal Rusty L. Washam. Corporal Matthew Markelis. Sergeant First Class Amos C. Edwards, Jr. Lance Corporal Samuel W. Large, Jr. First Lieutenant Brandon R. Dronett. Sergeant Donnie Leo F. Levens. Lance Corporal Nicholas J. Sovey. Senior Airman Alicia S. Good. Captain Brian D. Willard. Sergeant James F. Fordyce. Sergeant Jonathan E. McCauley. Staff Sergeant Luis M. Melendez Sanchez. Captain Anthony R. Garcia. Corporal Matthew D. Conley. Sergeant Charles E. Metheny IV. Sergeant Jesse Davia. Civilian Daniel J. Colmier. Staff Sergeant J. T. Collado. Second Lieutenant Elmar L. Fitzgerald. Sergeant Ricky E. Jones. Private First Class Alan A. Moore.
Staff Sergeant Curtis T. Howard II. Private First Class Christopher L. Marion. Sergeant Gordon F. Meisner II. Specialist Thomas J. Wilworth. Staff Sergeant Gregson G. Gorley. Sergeant Dimitri Muscat. Private Joshua Francis Powers. Lance Corporal John Joshua Thornton. Private First Class Benjamin C. Schuster. Lance Corporal Adam J. Van Alstyne. Staff Sergeant Christopher J. Shornack. Specialist Clay P. Farr. Specialist Joshua U. Humble. Specialist Joshua M. Pierce. Staff Sergeant Dwayne Peter R. Lewis. Master Sergeant Emigdio E. Elizararis. Sergeant Joshua V. Humans. Private First Class Tina M. Priest. Specialist Christopher S. Merchant. Lance Corporal Matthew A. Snyder. Staff Sergeant Kevin P. Jessen. Corporal Adam O. Zanuto. Private First Class Ricky Salas Jr. Gunnery Sergeant Justin R. Martone. Gunnery Sergeant John D. Fry. Lance Corporal Bunny Long. Private First Class Amy A. Dwerksen. Lance Corporal Kristen K. Marino Figueroa. Specialist Joshua Lee Hill. Sergeant Anton J. Height. Staff Sergeant Joseph R. Ray. Petty Officer 3rd Class Marquis J. Nettles. Corporal Scott J. Procopio. Staff Sergeant Eric A. McIntosh. Corporal Brian R. St. Germain. Corporal David A. Bass. Corporal Andres Aguilar Jr. Private First Class Jeremy W. L. Staff Sergeant Abraham G. Twitchell. Lance Corporal Eric A. Palmisano. Corporal Ty J. Johnson. Sergeant Daniel L. Sesker. Private First Class Chase A. Edwards. Specialist Dustin J. Harris. Lance Corporal Brian N. Taylor. Corporal Richard P. Waller. Lance Corporal Juana Navarro Ariano. Private Jody W. Missildine. Lance Corporal Philip John Martini, Corporal Sean R. Creighton, Private First Class Joseph I. Lovefowler, Sergeant David S. Collins, Sergeant First Class Gregory S. Rogers, Specialist James W. Gardner Will, Sergeant First Class Randall L. Lamberson, Corporal Joseph A. Blanco, Private First Class James F. Costello III, Private First Class George R. Roll Jr., Sergeant Kenneth D. Hess, Lance Corporal Marcus S. Glimpse, Private First Class Roland E. Calderon Asencio, Corporal Scott M. Bandhold, Sergeant Kevin D. Akins, Staff Sergeant Marco A. Silva, Staff Sergeant Brian A. Lewis, Sergeant Corey A. Dan, Lance Corporal Nicholas R. Anderson, Private First Class Angelo A. Zawida, Corporal Niall Yates III, Sergeant Amanda N. Pinson, Corporal Carlos M. Gonzalez, Sergeant Dale G. Brem, Staff Sergeant Ricardo Barazza, Corporal Antoine J. McKenzie, Sergeant First Class Randy D. McCauley, Staff Sergeant Brock A. Beery, Staff Sergeant Christopher L. Robinson, Specialist Frederick A. Carlson, Sergeant Michael D. Rowe, Private First Class Sean D. Tharp, Staff Sergeant Robert Hernandez, Sergeant First Class John Thomas Stone, Private First Class Joseph J. Duenas, Technical Sergeant Walter M. Moss, Jr., Lance Corporal Jacob Walter Beisel, Chief Warrant Officer 3, Michael L. Hartwick, Captain Timothy J. Mosher, Staff Sergeant Darrell P. Clay, Sergeant Garcia Israel Devora, Hospitalman Aleman Giovanni Padilla, Lance Corporal Felipe D. Sandoval Flores, Lance Corporal Patrick J. Gallagher, Lance Corporal Kun Y. Kim, Corporal Salem Bakar, Specialist Andrew K. Waits, Lance Corporal Stephen Joseph Perez, Lance Corporal Darren T. Settle, Private First Class Ryan G. Winslow, Corporal Pablo V. Mayorga, Lance Corporal Justin D. Sims, Lance Corporal Derek J. Cothran, Specialist Mark W. Melker, Master Sergeant Clinton W. Huberts, Captain Ian P. Weichel, Private First Class Patrick A. Tennell, Private First Class Robert J. Settle, Staff Sergeant Jason C. Ramsier, Captain Clayton Lee Adam Cavicius, Sergeant Kyle A. Colnott, Private First Class Jacob H. Alcott, Corporal Eric R. Lucan, Private Michael E. Bouthot, Private Travis C. Zimmerman, Specialist Eric D. King, Sergeant Robert W. Aney, Corporal Sean Thomas Laswell, Jr., Corporal Jason B. Daniel, Lance Corporal Aaron William Simons, Staff Sergeant Metodio A. Bandanil, Private First Class Raymond L. Henry, Sergeant First Class Richard J. Harema, Lance Corporal Michael L. Ford, Staff Sergeant Mark A. Wall, Sergeant Matthew A. Weber, First Sergeant Bobby Mendez, Sergeant Leah R. Mills, Sergeant Edward D. Davis III, Sergeant Jose Gomez, Corporal Brandon M. Hardy, Staff Sergeant Brian A. Hurlum, Sergeant Steve M. Sakota, Lance Corporal Robert L. Mosio, Corporal Robbie Glenn Light, Private First Class Christopher M. Eckhart, Private First Class Benjamin T. Zysky, Sergeant Joseph E. Proctor, Captain Brian S. Latendra, Staff Sergeant Gavin B. Reinke, Corporal Stephen R. Bixler, Sergeant Alicia R. Parker, Specialist Brian L. Quinton, Sergeant Brian A. Brewster, Specialist Justin L. O'Donoghue, Lieutenant Colonel Joseph J. Fenty, Chief Warrant Officer Christopher B. Donaldson, Private Brian M. Mulquin, Jr., Private First Class Alva L. Gaylord, First Sergeant Carlos N. Sains, Sergeant John C. Griffith, Specialist Teodoro Torres, Staff Sergeant Christopher T. Howick, Specialist David N. Timmons, Jr., Chief Warrant Officer 3 Eric W. Taunton, Sergeant Jeffrey S. Wycamp, Sergeant Nathan J. Vacho, Corporal Corey L. Palmer, Staff Sergeant Dale James Kelly, Jr., Lance Corporal Leon Daraps, Sergeant Matthew J. Fenton, Staff Sergeant David Michael Vaverka, Captain Anthony Lynn Harriel, Lance Corporal Bruce L. Hollingshead, Colonel Francis R. Scobie, and the families who served beside and lost them.
Staff Sergeant Emmanuel L. Legaspi, Staff Sergeant Gregory A. Wagner, Specialist Aaron P. Latimer, Sergeant Alessandro Carbonaro, Lance Corporal Jason K. Burnett, Lance Corporal David J. Grames Sanchez, Specialist Armor N. Burkhart, Second Lieutenant Michael L. Licalzi, Corporal Steve Vahaviolos, Private First Class Stephen P. Snowberger III, Private First Class Eric D. Clark, Sergeant Brandon L. Teeters, Lance Corporal Adam C. Conboy, Lance Corporal Richard Z. James, Specialist Ron Gebier, Chief Warrant Officer 5 Jamie D. Weeks, Captain Shane Mahaffey, Lance Corporal Jose S. Marin Dominguez Jr., Chief Warrant Officer 4 John W. Engman, Master Sergeant Robert H. West, Lance Corporal Haytak Yuka Ku Yerby, Major Matthew W. Worrell, Staff Sergeant Marion Flint Jr., Private First Class Grant Allen Dampier. Staff Sergeant Santiago M. Halsell. Petty Officer Third Class Lee Hamilton Deal. First Lieutenant Robert Seidel III. Sergeant Lonnie Calvin Allen Jr. Private First Class Nicholas Cornoyer. Lieutenant Colonel Daniel E. Holland. Corporal William B. Folks. Staff Sergeant Christian Longsworth. Lance Corporal Benito A. Ramirez. Lance Corporal William J. Lusink. Sergeant David Christoph Jr. Lance Corporal Robert G. Posivio III. Specialist Michael L. Hermanson. Private First Class Stephen Freund. Specialist Robert E. Blair. Private First Class Caleb A. Lufkin. Captain Douglas A. DeCenzo. Lance Corporal Adam Lucas. Corporal Richard A. Bennett. Captain Nathaniel J. Doring. Corporal J. Aiden Garcia. Corporal Jeremy M. Lovelace. Captain James A. Funkhauser. Corporal Bobby R. West. Specialist Brock L. Buckland. Sergeant Benjamin E. Mejia. Corporal Alexander J. Colasa. Staff Sergeant Darren Harmon. Corporal Ryan J. Cummings. Major Michael D. Stover. Private First Class Brett L. Tribble. Specialist Isaac S. Lawson. Petty Officer First Class Gary Ravinsky. Corporal Derek A. Stanley. Petty Officer Second Class Jamie Jank. Sergeant Carlos E. Pernell. Staff Sergeant Richard A. Blakely. Sergeant Daniel Gionet. Specialist Curtis R. Mayer. Travis A. Van Zost. Sergeant Mark T. Smikowski. First Lieutenant Ryan T. Sanders. Corporal Andy D. Anderson. Second Lieutenant John Shaw Vaughn. Private First Class David N. Crombie. First Lieutenant Scott M. Love. Specialist Louis D. Santos. Sergeant First Class Clarence D. McSwain. Sergeant First Class Daniel Crabtree. Lance Corporal Salvador Guerrero. Seaman Zachary M. Alday. Private First Class Ben Slavin. Lance Corporal Brent Zuka. Sergeant Jose M. Velez. Corporal Bernard P. Corpu. Lieutenant Colonel Charles E. Munier. Sergeant Russell M. Durgan. Corporal Michael A. Estrella. Sergeant Roger P. Pena. Captain Patrick Damon. Corporal Jeremiah S. Santos. Specialist David J. Babineau. Specialist Brent W. Koch. Sergeant Ian T. Sanchez. Private First Class Thomas Lowell Tucker. Private Christian Menchaca. First Lieutenant Forrest P. Ewens. Specialist Robert L. Jones. Sergeant Reyes Ramirez. Corporal Christopher D. Leon. Lance Corporal Brandon J. Webb. Private First Class Christopher N. White. Staff Sergeant Benjamin D. Williams. Sergeant Jason J. Buzzard. Sergeant Sirlu C. Quaresma. Staff Sergeant Keith N. Craig. Sergeant First Class Jared C. Monty. Private First Class Brian J. Bradbury. Lance Corporal Nicholas J. White. Staff Sergeant Patrick L. Liebert. Corporal Riley E. Baker. Specialist Channing G. Singletary. Staff Sergeant Mario J. Bierve. Corporal Ryan J. Buckley. Paul A. Byer. Private First Class Devin J. Gibbons. Staff Sergeant Joseph F. Furst III. Sergeant Benjamin J. Lehman. Master Sergeant Thomas D. Mahalik. Staff Sergeant Veretta A. Sanchez. Sergeant Justin Dean Norton. Private First Class Justin R. Davis. Corporal Paul N. King. Sergeant Terry Lisk. Private First Class Michael J. Patulke. Staff Sergeant Raymond J. Plowhar. Corporal Jason W. Morrow. Sergeant First Class Terry O.P. Wallace. Corporal Jeremy Jones. Corporal Aaron M. Griner. Private First Class Rex A. Page. Corporal Christopher D. Rose. Corporal Ryan J. Clark. Sergeant Brian C. Lucky. Specialist Kyle Miller. Sergeant James P. Malden. Airman First Class Carl Jerome Ware Jr. Private First Class Colin T. Mason. Sergeant Justin Noyes. Chief Warrant Officer William T. Flanagan. Staff Sergeant Paul Pabla. Private First Class Kevin Edgen. Sergeant Major Jeff McLaughlin. Corporal Joseph P. Mix. Corporal Troy Carlin Linden. Staff Sergeant Omar Flores. Specialist Damian M. Montoya. Sergeant Dwayne J. Drisky. Petty Officer First Class Jerry A. Tharp. Sergeant Irving Hernandez Jr. Sergeant Kyla Floyd. Sergeant Thomas B. Turner Jr. Sergeant Andres J. Contreras. Specialist Manuel J. Holguin. Staff Sergeant Jason M. Evie. Sergeant Robert P. Casson. Corporal Nathaniel S. Bowman. Staff Sergeant Mikhail A. Dickinson II. Staff Sergeant Robert J. Chiomento. Sergeant First Class Scott R. Smith. Staff Sergeant Kenneth I. Pugh. Sergeant Mark Richard Vecchione. Lance Corporal Jeffrey R. Kayer. Staff Sergeant Eric Cabin. Private First Class Derek J. Plowman. Corporal Julianne A. Ramon.
Corporal Matthew P. Wallace. Captain Christopher T. Pate. First Sergeant Christopher C. Rafferty. Staff Sergeant Christopher Swanson. Captain Blake H. Russell. Corporal Adam J. Fargo. Specialist Dennis K. Sampson, Jr. Captain Jason M. West. Sergeant David M. Hersholzer. Corporal Stephen W. Kastner. Specialist Joseph A. Graves. Specialist Andrew Velez. Petty Officer Second Class Edward A. Koth. Lance Corporal James W. Higgins. Private First Class Enrique Henry Sanchez. Corporal Timothy D. Roos. Lance Corporal Adam R. Murray. Lance Corporal Anthony E. Butterfield. Sergeant Christopher B. Williams, Corporal Philip E. Bacchus, Private First Class Jason Hansen, Sergeant Joshua Ford, Specialist Hai Ming Hsia, Corporal Joseph A. Tomchi, Petty Officer Second Class Mark A. Lee, Sergeant Dustin D. Laird, Sergeant Ryan D. Jopek, Sergeant First Class Daniel A. Supley, Sergeant George M. Uloa, Jr., Lance Corporal Kurt Edward Jekin, Sergeant Bradley H. Bestie, Sergeant Leroy Segura, Jr., Staff Sergeant Clint J. Story, Private First Class Brian J. Kubik, Corporal Jose Zamora, Sergeant Carlton A. Clark, Staff Sergeant Tracy L. Melvin, Staff Sergeant Stephen A. Seal, Specialist Shane W. Woods, Sergeant Jeffrey S. Brown, Sergeant Stephen P. Menemeyer, First Sergeant Aaron Jagger, Specialist Ignacio Ramirez, Lance Corporal Jeremy Z. Long, Private First Class Andrew Small, Private First Class James P. White, Jr., Private First Class Rogelio R. Garza, Jr., Staff Sergeant Kenneth A. Jenkins, Staff Sergeant Kevin L. Ziegler, Staff Sergeant Michael C. Lloyd, Staff Sergeant Jeffrey S. Loa, Corporal Jeremiah S. Cole, Captain John James McKenna IV, Lance Corporal Michael Dennis Glover, Sergeant John P. Phillips, Private Joseph R. Blake, Private First Class James J. Ariano, Sergeant First Class Ruben J. Villa, Jr., Sergeant Marquise A. Quick, Specialist Chris Sitton, Specialist Wakuna Elmira Jackson, Private First Class Robert E. Droll, Jr., Senior Airman Adam P. Cervez, Hospitalman Chadwick Thomas Kenyon, Sergeant Gabriel G. DeRue, Lance Corporal Randy Lee Newman, Corporal Adam Anthony Galvez, Master Sergeant Brad A. Clemens, Chief Petty Officer Paul J. Darga, Specialist Thomas J. Barbieri, Lance Corporal James Daniel Hurston, Sergeant Jeremy E. King, Private First Class William E. Thorne, Staff Sergeant Dwayne E. Williams, Staff Sergeant Gordon George Solomon, Corporal Jordan C. Pearson, Specialist Edgardo Zayas, Corporal David G. Waymorts, Sergeant David J. Almazan, Lance Corporal Donald E. Champlin, Specialist Kusing Lee, Staff Sergeant Jeffrey J. Hansen, Sergeant Derry Benson, Corporal Joshua J. Jones, Specialist Tristan Smith, Sergeant Moises
Jasmine. Specialist Seth A. Hildreth. Private First Class Dan Dolan. Corporal Kenneth Cross. Specialist Sean A. Novak. Specialist Matthew E. Schneider. Corporal L. Squires Shannon. Corporal Christopher Tyler Warndorf. Sergeant Matthew J. Vosbein. Sergeant Joshua R. Hansen. Private First Class Colin Joseph Wolf. Staff Sergeant Michael L. Dason. Lance Corporal Cliff Goya. Staff Sergeant Angel D. Mercado Velasquez. Staff Sergeant Eugene Alex. Sergeant Joseph L. Merrill. Private First Class Nicholas A. Medeiros. Lance Corporal Philip A. Johnson. Sergeant Ralph N. Porras. Lance Corporal Shane P. Harris. Private Ryan Edwin Miller. Sergeant First Class Richard J. Hankus II. Private First Class Justin W. Dries. Private First Class Edwin Anthony Adino Jr. Private First Class Hannah L. Gunterman. Lance Corporal Eric P. Valdepenas. Petty Officer Second Class Christopher Walsh. Sergeant Jermaine L. Debro. Lieutenant Colonel Marshall A. Gutierrez. Corporal Jared M. Shoemaker. Private First Class Jeremy R. Shank. Sergeant John A. Carroll. Sergeant Luis A. Montes. Private First Class Vincent M. Frasado. Specialist David J. Ramsey. Sergeant David W. Gordon. Staff Sergeant Robert J. Paul. Sergeant First Class Meredith Howard. Sergeant First Class Mike Fuga. Private First Class Anthony P. Sake. Corporal Jonathan Benson. Sergeant Nathaniel Brad Lindsay. Corporal Alexander Jordan. Specialist Harley D. Andrews. Sergeant Jeremy E. DePatie. Second Lieutenant Emily J.T. Perez. Private First Class Jeffrey Sheffer. Captain Matthew C. Mattingly. Corporal Marcus A. Kane. Specialist Russell M. Mikowski. Sergeant Clint E. Williams. Sergeant Jennifer M. Hartman. Sergeant David Thomas Weir. Sergeant Aaron A. Smith. Lance Corporal Ryan A. Miller. Corporal Caesar A. Granados. Sergeant First Class Bernard Lee Degand. Petty Officer Second Class David Sean Roddy. Sergeant David J. Davis. Sergeant Adam L. Knox. Sergeant James R. Worcester. Lieutenant Commander Jane Elizabeth Lanham. Specialist Jared J. Raymond. First Lieutenant Ashley L. Henderson Huff. Corporal Robert Thomas Callahan. Sergeant First Class Charles Jason Jones. Private Eric Kavanaugh. Corporal Yul Estrada Rodriguez. Sergeant Christopher Michael Zimmerman. Master Sergeant Rob Gordon Needham. Sergeant Alan R. Bevington. Staff Sergeant Carlos Dominguez. Private First Class Kenneth E. Kincaid IV. Specialist Wendell J. Simmons. Sergeant Velton Locklear III.
Lance Corporal Renee Martinez. Lance Corporal Howard S. March Jr. Corporal Casey L. Mellon. Private First Class Henry Paul. Private First Class Christopher T. Revere. Staff Sergeant Edward C. Reynolds Jr. Staff Sergeant Jose A. Lanzarin. First Lieutenant James N. Lyons. Lance Corporal James Shamron. Petty Officer Second Class Michael A. Mansour. Private First Class Christopher T. Blaney. Corporal Louis E. Tahita. Sergeant Kampha B. Sorwong. Staff Sergeant Scott E. Measley. Corporal Robert Weber. Corporal Aaron L. Seal. Captain Justin D. Peterson. Lance Corporal Christopher B. Cosgrove III. Sergeant Denise A. Lanneman. Sergeant Mario Nelson. Corporal Chase A. Haig. Specialist Raymond S. Armijo. Specialist Fernando D. Robinson. Sergeant Joseph W. Perry. Corporal Angelo J. Vaccaro. Staff Sergeant James D. Ellis. Specialist Justin R. Jarrett. Specialist Christopher C. Walker. Private First Class Michael K. Oramus. Private First Class Satian V. Greenlee. Staff Sergeant Joe A. Navarez. Staff Sergeant Daniel Isick. Staff Sergeant Jonathan Rojas. Specialist Timothy Burke. Specialist George R. Oburn Jr. Staff Sergeant Christopher O. Maudry. Lance Corporal Edward M. Garvin. Private First Class Dean Bright. Corporal Benjamin S. Rosales. Corporal Bradford H. Payne. Lance Corporal John Edward Hale. Corporal Nicholas A. Arvantes. Specialist John Edward Wood. Sergeant Lawrence Parrish. Corporal Carl W. Johnson II. Petty Officer 3rd Class Roger Allen Naper Jr. Sergeant Brandon S. Asbury. Lance Corporal Stephen F. Johnson. Private First Class Shane R. Austin. Specialist Timothy Fulkerson. Lance Corporal Jeremy Scott Sandovic Monroe. Lance Corporal Derek W. Jones. Captain Robert M. Secker. Lance Corporal John Eric Bowman. Private First Class Philip B. Williams. Sergeant Julian M. Arachiga. Private First Class Shelby J. Fanello. Sergeant Nicholas R. Solwinski. Chief Warrant Officer Scott W. Dyer. Sergeant Justin T. Walsh. Captain Shane T. Adcock. Sergeant Gene A. Hawkins. Private First Class Kenny F. Stanton Jr. Specialist Jason A. Lucas. Second Lieutenant Johnny K. Craver. Private First Class Thomas J. Hewitt. First Sergeant Charles M. King. Private First Class Keith J. Moore. Staff Sergeant Joseph M. Kane. Specialist Timothy J. Lauer. Sergeant Jonathan J. Simpson. Airman First Class Leonard E. Chavez. Private First Class Stephen Bicknell. Sergeant Lester Domenico Baroncini Jr. Captain Mark C. Payne. Lance Corporal Joshua M. Hines. Sergeant Brock A. Babb. Sergeant Jonathan E. Lutens. First Lieutenant Joshua Dees. Staff Sergeant Ryan E. Hott. Sergeant Norman R. Taylor III. Petty Officer First Class Nathan J. Frigu. Corporal David M. Unger. Staff Sergeant Garth D. Sizemore. Corporal Joseph C. Dumas Jr. Second Lieutenant Joshua L. Booth. Second Lieutenant Christopher E. Loudon. Corporal Russell G. Culberstone III. Sergeant Daniel W. Weinegard. Staff Sergeant Ronald L. Paulson. Corporal Jose R. Perez. Staff Sergeant Patrick O. Barlow. Sergeant First Class Daniel A. Brozovich. Staff Sergeant Jesus M. Montalvo. Lance Corporal Eduardo Lopez Jr. Staff Sergeant Kevin M. Witt, Corporal Joshua C. Watkins, Lance Corporal Eric W. Hersberg, Lance Corporal Clifford R. Collinsworth, Lance Corporal Nicholas J. Monakian, Lance Corporal Nathan R. Elrod, Sergeant First Class Tony L. Nia, Specialist Matthew W. Creed, Specialist Nicholas K. Rogers, Sergeant Wilson M. Mock, Major David G. Taylor, Specialist Nathaniel A. Aguirre, Hospital Corpsman Charles O. Sayre, First Lieutenant Amos C. R. Bach, Lance Corporal Richard A. Bierstetta, Lance Corporal Tyler R. Overstreet, Specialist Carl A. Eason, Private First Class Daniel B. Shar, Sergeant Thomas M. Gilbert, Lance Corporal Jonathan B. Thornsberry, Petty Officer Second Class Charles B. Compa, Private First Class Donald S. Brown, First Sergeant Ricky L. McGinnis, Private Michael V. Bailey, Sergeant Luke J. Zimmerman, Staff Sergeant Q. H. Che, Lance Corporal Troy D. Neely, Sergeant Michael T. Seeley, Specialist Isaiah Calloway, Sergeant Craig D. Foytik, Sergeant Kenneth E. Bostick, Private First Class Alex Oseguera, Private First Class Jason Franco, Sergeant Charles J. McLean, Major Douglas E. Sloan, Sergeant Michael R. Wiedemann, Private First Class Kevin J. Ellenberg, Corporal Gary A. Kohler, Lance Corporal Minnie Kim, Corporal Michael H. Lasky, Staff Sergeant Jason D. Whitehouse, Staff Sergeant Joseph A. Gage, Private Michael P. Bridges, Lance Corporal James Brown, Lieutenant Colonel Paul J. Finken, Lieutenant Colonel Eric J. Kruger, Lance Corporal Luke B. Haller, Corporal Kyle W. Powell, Corporal James L. Bridges, Second Lieutenant Mark C. Jelena, Specialist Douglas C. DeZarzan, Corporal Jose A. Galvin, Chief Warrant Officer John R. Prisner, Chief Warrant Officer Miles P. Henderson, Sergeant First Class William R. Brown, Sergeant Lucas T. White, Staff Sergeant Richwell A. Doria, Lance Corporal Ryan T. McCoffin, Sergeant First Class Rudy A. Salcido, Lance Corporal Christopher C. Warren, Sergeant Brian Burgess, Staff Sergeant Gregory W. G. McCoy, Sergeant Cortland A. Kennard, Sergeant Angel de Jesus Ramirez, Staff Sergeant William Samuel Jackson II.
Staff Sergeant Misrael Martinez, Private First Class Harry A. Winkler III, First Lieutenant Michael A. Cerrone, Private First Class Young H. Kim, Lieutenant Colonel Peter E. Winston, Private First Class Daniel J. Allman II, Lance Corporal Mario D. Gonzalez, Lance Corporal Timothy W. Brown, Sergeant First Class Tung M. Nguyen, Lance Corporal Michael D. Scholl, Specialist Eric G. Palacios Rivera, Corporal Justin R. Garcia, Colonel Thomas H. Feltz Sr., Captain John R. Dennison, Sergeant First Class Schuyler B. Haynes, Sergeant Mitchell T. Mutz, Captain Rhett W. Schiller, Specialist Bradley N. Schilling, Lance Corporal Jeremy S. Schock, Command Sergeant Donovan E. Watts, Sergeant James P. Musak, Specialist Eric Vincino, Lance Corporal James R. Davenport, Private First Class Heath Warner, Lance Corporal Joshua C. Alonzo, Sergeant First Class James D. Priestap, Corporal Nathan J. Goodiron, Private Reese D. Moreno, Corporal Nicholas P. Rapavi, Lance Corporal Jeremy D. West, Staff Sergeant Daniel M. Morris, Corporal Michael C. Ledsom, Second Lieutenant Scott B. Lundell, Captain Jason R. Hamill, Private Joshua C. Burrows, First Lieutenant Benjamin D. Keating, Sergeant Jeanette T. Dunn, First Lieutenant David M. Frazier, Major Troy L. Gilbert, Lance Corporal Michael A. Schwartz, Corporal Chris Mason, Corporal John-Eric Loney, Specialist Jeffrey G. Robinson, Staff Sergeant Michael A. Shank, Private First Class Theodore M. West, Staff Sergeant John L. Hartman Jr., Staff Sergeant Jeremy W. Mulhair, Specialist Chris Kleinwachter, Staff Sergeant Robert L. Love Jr., Sergeant Keith E. Fiskus, Specialist Brian T. McDonough, Sergeant Corey J. Rystad, Lance Corporal Jesse D. Tillery, Corporal Billy D. Ferris, Major James Train McLeod, Captain Kermit O. Evans, Specialist Kenneth W. Haynes, Captain Sean L. English, Private Troy D. Cooper, Corporal Joshua C. Sticklin, Hospitalman Christopher A. Anderson, Private First Class Roger A. Suarez Gonzalez, Lance Corporal Thomas P. Eccles, Sergeant J. R. Guthrow, Sergeant Nicholas D. Turcotte, Private First Class Albert M. Nelson, Private Ross A. McGinnis, Sergeant Dustin M. Atkins, Sergeant Marco L. Miller, Specialist Jordan W. Hess, Lance Corporal Cody G. Watson, Sergeant Jesse J.J. Castro, Captain Travis L. Patrican, Sergeant Joshua B. Madden, Corporal Dustin J. Libby, Private First Class Travis C. Krieg, Sergeant Yevgeny Reindich, Corporal Jason Huffman, Specialist Nicholas R. Gibbs, Specialist Vincent J. Pomonte III, Specialist Yari Mokri, Major Megan M. McClung, Specialist Micah S. Gifford, Staff Sergeant Henry W. Link, Staff Sergeant Christopher R. Surasso, Lance Corporal Brent E. Beeler, First Lieutenant Nathan M. Krisoff, Specialist Nicholas P. Steinbacher, Staff Sergeant Thomas W. Clemens, Private First Class Sean M. Murphy, Sergeant Brennan C. Gibson, Specialist Philip C. Ford, Lance Corporal Bud M. Coate, Lance Corporal Clinton J. Miller, Master Sergeant Brian P. McNulty, Corporal Matthew V. Dillon, Major Gloria D. Davis, Sergeant Brent W. Dunkelberger, Lance Corporal Matthew W. Clark, Lance Corporal Luke C. Yepson, Staff Sergeant Theodore A. Spatol, Staff Sergeant Henry K. Kahalewi, Private First Class Paul Balint Jr., Staff Sergeant David R. Stotts, Lance Corporal Nick J. Palmer, Staff Sergeant Joseph E. Fanuf II, Specialist Matthew J. Stanley, Private First Class Joe L. Baines, Private First Class Seth M. Stanton, Staff Sergeant Brian L. Mitzloff, Captain Kevin M. Kirst, Corporal Joshua D. Picard, Specialist Andrew P. Dahl, Staff Sergeant Jacob G. McMillan, Lance Corporal Miles Cody Sebastian, Sergeant Scott D. Dykeman, Specialist Robert J. Volker, Lance Corporal Fernando S. Tamayo, Lance Corporal Ryan L. Mahan, Lance Corporal Ryan J. Burgess, Hospitalman Kyle A. Nolan, Specialist Joshua D. Shepard, Specialist Elias, Specialist Michael J. Crutchfield, Private Bobby Mejia II, Sergeant Chad J. Vollmer, Sergeant Curtis L. Norris, Private First Class Wilson A. Algram, Corporal John Barta, Lance Corporal Stephen L. Morris, Private Evan A. Bixler, Sergeant First Class Dexter E. Wheelis, Captain Hayes Clayton, Private First Class Andrew H. Nelson, Private Eric R. Wilkus, Sergeant Jason C. Denfrund, Sergeant J. S. Moon, Specialist Aaron L. Preston, Specialist Joseph A. Strong, Sergeant John T. Bubeck, Corporal Joshua M. Schmitz, Sergeant Christopher P. Messer, Private Clinton T. McCormick, Sergeant Edward W. Schaefer, Specialist Douglas L. Tinsley, Lance Corporal William C. Coprince, Jr., Private First Class Nathaniel A. Given, Sergeant Aaron C. Bloom, Specialist Louis G. Ayala, Corporal Christopher E. Eskelson, Lance Corporal Nicholas A. Miller, Lance Corporal William D. Spencer, Specialist Dustin R. Donica, Sergeant Lawrence J. Carter, Private First Class William R. Newgard, Private David E. Dietrich, Sergeant John M. Sullivan, Private First Class Alan R. Blom, Corporal Jonathan E. Schiller, Seaman Sandra S. Brandt.
Corporal Richard A. Smith, Sergeant Thomas E. Van Bling Jr., Staff Sergeant D. Allen Charles, Major Michael Lewis Mundell, Specialist Raymond N. Mitchell III, Corporal Jeremiah Johnson, Corporal Stephen J. Rattersdorf, Senior Airman Elizabeth A. Lonkai, Technical Sergeant Timothy R. Weiner, Senior Airman Daniel B. Miller Jr., Corporal Eric T. Caldwell, Private First Class Ming Sun, Sergeant James M. Wosaika Jr., Private First Class Ryan R. Burke, Sergeant Gregory A. Wright, Sergeant Paul T. Sanchez, Sergeant James D. Rykena, Second Lieutenant Mark J. Daly, Sergeant Ann C. Anderson, Sergeant John E. Cooper, Corporal Matthew T. Grimm, Specialist Jason J. Corbett, Specialist Colin R. Schmuckmel, Petty Officer First Class Jennifer A. Valdivia, Petty Officer Second Class Joseph D. Alomar, Corporal William J. Reichenmacher, Lance Corporal Luis J. Castillo, Corporal Jacob H. Neal, Sergeant First Class Russell P. Boria, Private First Class Jonathan Milliken, Sergeant First Class John G. Brown, Major Michael Taylor, First Sergeant William T. Warren, Captain Brian Scott Freeman, Specialist Jeffrey D. Bison, Sergeant Philip D. McNeil, Corporal Victor M. Langarcia, Sergeant Major Marilyn L. Gabbard, Specialist Jonathan Brian Chisholm, Command Sergeant Major Roger W. Haller, First Lieutenant Jacob N. Fritz, Specialist Toby R. Olson, Private Sean Patrick Falter, Sergeant Jonathan P. C. Kingman, Colonel Brian D. Allgood, Private First Class Ryan J. Hill, Sergeant Sean P. Fannerty, Private First Class Alan B. James, Captain Sean E. Lyerly, Lieutenant Colonel David C. Kangata, Staff Sergeant Floyd E. Lake, Staff Sergeant Daryl D. Booker, Colonel Paul M. Kelly, Corporal Daryl J. Morris, Specialist Brandon L. Strout, Lance Corporal Emilian D. Sanchez, Lance Corporal Andrew G. Mattis, Staff Sergeant Jamie D. Wilson, Specialist Nicholas P. Brown, Sergeant Michael M. Kashkush, Staff Sergeant Michael J. Wiggins, Sergeant Gary S. Johnson, Sergeant First Class Keith A. Callahan, Staff Sergeant Hector Leha, Private First Class Michael Balsley, Sergeant Alexander H. Fuller, Corporal Mark D. Kidd, Private First Class Daryl W. Ship, Private First Class Nathan P. Fairley, Major Alan R. Johnson, Lance Corporal Anthony C. Malia, Private First Class David T. Tumalatai, Corporal Timothy A. Swanson, Sergeant Mikkel D. Garrigus, Private First Class John St. John II, Specialist Carla Jane Stewart, Chief Warrant Officer Cornell C. Chow, Captain Mark T. Resch, Lance Corporal Adam Kiyu Emul, Sergeant Alejandro Carrillo, Sergeant Milton A. Gist Jr., Sergeant Corey J. Altz, Sergeant William M. Sigwa, Corporal Stephen D. Shannon, Corporal Richard O. Quill III, Sergeant Major Michael C. Matilli, Corporal David C. Armstrong, Hospitalman Matthew G. Conti, Private First Class Tyler Butler, Gunnery Sergeant Terry J. Elliott, Specialist Eric R. Seeger, Specialist Alan E. McPeak, Chief Warrant Officer Keith Yoakum, Captain Kevin C. Landeck, Private Matthew T. Zeimer, Chief Warrant Officer Jason Garth Defreen, Staff Sergeant Terrence D. Dunn, Staff Sergeant Ronnie L. Sanders, Sergeant Randy J. Matheny, Private Clarence T. Spencer, Lance Corporal Brandon J. Van Paris, Private First Class Brian A. Browning, Sergeant Joshua J. Frazier, First Lieutenant Jared M. Landecker, Corporal Jennifer M. Parcel, Petty Officer 3rd Class Manuel A. Ruiz, Captain Jennifer J. Harris, Private First Class Terrell B. Hill, Lance Corporal Matthew P. Pathanos, Corporal Thomas E. Saba, Sergeant Major Joseph J. Ellis, Petty Officer First Class Gilbert Minjares Jr., Sergeant James Rodney Tijerina, Sergeant Travis D. Visser, Sergeant James J. Holtum, Private Raymond M. Werner, Specialist Ross A. Clevenger, Staff Sergeant Ann W. Shaw, Staff Sergeant Eric Ross, Sergeant James J. Reagan, Specialist Leroy A. Camacho, Captain Donnie R. Belzer Jr., Sergeant Long N. Nugent, Specialist Dennis L. Sellen Jr., Sergeant Robert B. Thrasher, Sergeant Russell A. Kurtz, Petty Officer Second Class Lakita Pate James, Sergeant First Class Alan Mosterio, Private First Class Nicholas A. Tanton, Sergeant Carl Leonard Seigarts, Specialist Ronnie G. Mador Jr., Private First Class Brandon C. Cummings, Sergeant John D. Rode, Lance Corporal Daniel T. Morris, Corporal Timothy D. Lewis, Captain Todd M. Seibarts, Specialist Christopher K. Boone, Lance Corporal Brian A. Escalante, Private First Class Chad E. Marsh, Private First Class Justin T. Patton, Sergeant First Class William C. Spillers, Chief Warrant Officer Herschel D. McCants Jr., Private Kelly D. Youngblood, Lance Corporal Blake H. Howie, Private First Class Christopher D. S. Thomas, Sergeant Adam A. Wilkinson, Specialist Brandon D. Gordon, Private First Class Ryan C. Garbs, Specialist Travis R. Vaughn, Chief Warrant Officer John A. Quinlan, Sergeant Matthew S. Apuan, Technical Sergeant Scott E. Duffman, Private First Class Adair W. Cleveland, Staff Sergeant Pedro J. Cullen, Private First Class Brett Woodeven, Specialist Montrell S. McCarn, Sergeant Buddy J. Huey, Private First Class Matthew C. Bow, Sergeant Sean M. Duncan, and Specialist Luis G. Kim.
Sergeant Clinton W. Alquist, Sergeant Richard L. Ford, Private First Class Jason D. Johns, Lance Corporal Angel R. Ramirez, Private First Class Rowan D. Walter, Staff Sergeant Joshua R. Hager, Staff Sergeant David R. Berry, Private First Class Travis Wayne Buford, Specialist Ethan J. Biggers, Sergeant Jeremy D. Barnett, Sergeant William J. Beardsley, Lance Corporal Anthony Aguirre, Sergeant Richard A. Solkenka, Private First Class Daniel Zazumbo, Specialist Jonathan D. Cadavero, Corporal Lon E. Henry Jr., Staff Sergeant Carl O. Sotopinedo, Private First Class Buford Kenny Van Slyke, Sergeant Chad M. Allen, Specialist Christopher D. Young, Staff Sergeant Dustin M. Gold, Lieutenant Commander Morgan C. Tulang, Staff Sergeant Paul M. Laterney, Hospitalman Luke Emch, Specialist Luis O. Rodriguez Contrera, Private Wesley J. Williams, Lance Corporal Raul S. Bravo Jr., Sergeant Ashley L. Moyer, Sergeant Brandon Allen Parr, Staff Sergeant Michael C. Peak, Staff Sergeant Daryl D. Casson, Staff Sergeant Justin M. Estes, Sergeant Andrew C. Perkins, Sergeant Christopher James Cepeda Fernandez, Sergeant Gregory D. Farron, Private Barry Wayne Mayo, Specialist Justin A. Rollins, Specialist Ryan D. Russell, Specialist Blake Harris, Private First Class Corey C. Costers, Staff Sergeant Robert Stanley, Specialist Ryan M. Bell, Staff Sergeant Christopher R. Webb, Private Mark W. Graham, Specialist Sean Rakinen, Specialist Michael D. Rivera, Lance Corporal Dennis J. Viator, Sergeant Daniel E. Woodcock, Specialist Jonathan K. Smith, Sergeant Thomas L. Latham, Lance Corporal Daniel Dane Windsor, Sergeant First Class Douglas C. Stone, Private First Class Alberto Garcia Jr., Private First Class Angel Rosa, Sergeant Robert M. Carr, Specialist Adam J. Rosema, Specialist John M. Kowalczyk, Corporal Brian L. Chevalier, Lance Corporal Stephen M. Chavez, Specialist Forrest J. Waterbury, Specialist Joshua M. Boyd, Sergeant Blake M. Harris, Sergeant Emerson N. Brand, Lance Corporal Raymond J. Holzauer, Private First Class James L. Arnold, Staff Sergeant Terry W. Prater, Sergeant First Class John S. Stevens, Sergeant First Class Christopher R. Bravard, Sergeant John E. Allen, Sergeant Nemo W. Tawawa, Private First Class John F. Landry Jr., Private First Class William N. Davis, Private First Class Anthony A. Kaiser, Sergeant Ed Santini, Sergeant First Class Benjamin L. Saban, Specialist Mario Guerrero, Lance Corporal Harry H. Timberman, Sergeant Ryan P. Green, Specialist Curtis E. Gleason, Jr., Private First Class Stephen K. Richardson, Sergeant Wayne R. Cornell, Staff Sergeant Daryl R. Griffin, Jr., Corporal Dustin Jerome Lee, Sergeant Nicholas J. Leitner, Sergeant Adrian J. Lewis, Private First Class Joey T. Sams II, Sergeant Freeman L. Gardner, Jr., Corporal Henry W. Borgretti, Sergeant Greg N. Reaver, Specialist Lance C. Springer II, Corporal Trevor A. Roberts, Sergeant Jason Swigger, Specialist Sean K. McDonald, Private First Class Orlando E. Gonzalez, Corporal Jason Nunez, Private Anthony White, Sergeant Curtis J. Forshee, Master Sergeant Sean Michael Thomas. Staff Sergeant Marcus A. Golzinski. Specialist Augustin Gutierrez. Sergeant Edmund W. McDonald. Sergeant Joe Polo. Specialist Christopher M. Wilson. First Lieutenant Neil M. Shank. Specialist Wilfred Flores Jr. Specialist William G. Bowling. Private First Class Miguel A. Marcial III. Staff Sergeant Eric R. Vick. Staff Sergeant David A. Mijas. Sergeant Robert M. McDowell. Staff Sergeant Jason R. Arnett. Specialist Curtis R. Spivey. Staff Sergeant Bradley D. King. Lance Corporal Daniel R. Olson. Specialist Brian E. Ritzberg. Private First Class Gabrielle J. Figueroa. Staff Sergeant Shane R. Becker. Private First Class James J. Kuhn. Private First Class Walter Freeman Jr. Private First Class Derek A. Gibson. Corporal Joseph H. Cantrell IV. Staff Sergeant Jerry C. Burge. Specialist Jason A. Schaefer. Sergeant Boris D. Cathorn. Private Damian Lopez Rodriguez. Petty Officer First Class Joseph A. McSween. Private First Class J. S. Kajamat. Petty Officer Second Class Curtis R. Hall. Chief Petty Officer Gregory J. Billiter. Captain Anthony Palomero Jr. Petty Officer Second Class Joseph C. Schwildler. Private First Class Daniel A. Fuentes. Specialist Ryan S. Dahlman. Private First Class Rodney L. McCandles. Commander Philip A. Murphy Sweet. Private First Class Levi K. Hoover. Captain Jonathan D. Grassborough. Specialist Abe F. Imolo. Staff Sergeant Harrison Brown. Staff Sergeant Jesse L. Williams. Private First Class David N. Simmons. First Lieutenant Philip I. Neal. Sergeant Adam P. Kennedy. Sergeant Todd A. Singleton. Private First Class Connor G. Masterson. Specialist Ishmael Soloero. Specialist Clifford A. Spoon III. Private First Class Brian Lee Holden. Private First Class Brett Andre Walton. Private First Class Kyle G. Barson. Sergeant Raymond S. Sevitasi. Sergeant Edelman L. Hernandez. Specialist James T. Lindsay. Private First Class John G. Bourbonas. Corporal Cody A. Putnam. Corporal Jason J. Beatles. First Lieutenant Gillum J. Newman. Sergeant David A. Stevens. Staff Sergeant Casey D. Combs. Sergeant Larry R. Bowman.
Lance Corporal Daniel J. Santee. Sergeant Joshua A. Schmidt. Sergeant Brandon L. Wallace. Specialist Ryan A. Bishop. Staff Sergeant Robert J. Basham. Private First Class Stephen J. Wahlberg. Sergeant Mario K. De Leon. Lance Corporal Jesse D. De La Torre. Private First Class Lucas V. Starcevich. First Lieutenant Sean M. Blue. Lance Corporal Daniel R. Sherry. Private First Class Aaron M. Genevieve. Private First Class Richard P. Lincolnbrenner. Private First Class Jason M. Morales. Corporal Michael M. Rojas. Corporal Wade J. Oglesby. Chief Warrant Officer Dwayne L. Moore. Sergeant Alton Alex Van. Lance Corporal Jeffrey A. Bishop. Sergeant William W. Bushnell. Private First Class Christopher M. North. Staff Sergeant Marlon B. Harper. Staff Sergeant Stephen R. Tudor. Corporal Ray M. Bevel. Private Michael J. Slater. Sergeant Bryce A. Pearson. Private First Class Jeffrey A. Avery. Specialist Jerry R. King. Sergeant Randall T. Marshall. Private First Class Garrett C. Knoll. Staff Sergeant Kenneth E. Locklear Jr. First Lieutenant Kevin Gaspers. Specialist Michael J. Rodriguez. Staff Sergeant William C. Moore. Lance Corporal Dale G. Peterson. Sergeant Michael L. Bonem. Specialist Jeremy E. Maresh. Lance Corporal Adam Loggins. Corporal Christopher DeJavine. Corporal Willie P. Celestine Jr. Staff Sergeant Michael D. Thomas. Sergeant Peter Woodall. Private First Class David Austin Kirkpatrick. Sergeant William J. Callahan. Specialist Eddie D. Timmons. Private First Class Nicholas E. Reel. Private First Class J.D. H. Hornsby Atkins. Private Cole E. Spencer. Sergeant Michael R. Hollander. Corporal Jeremy R. Green. Sergeant Norman L. Tillett. Sergeant Glenn D. Hicks, Jr. Specialist Daniel F. Maringer. Private First Class Brian A. Vitello. Sergeant Alexander J. Funchen. Staff Sergeant J. Edwards Martin. First Lieutenant Travis L. Mannion. Lance Corporal Jonathan E. Kirk. Private First Class Zachary E. Gillette. Specialist Astor A. Sestin Pineda. Private First Class Katie M. Soskin. First Lieutenant Ryan P. E. Specialist Matthew T. Bowler. Sergeant Felix G. Gonzalez Ireta. Private First Class John D. Flores. Specialist Andrew R. Weiss. First Lieutenant Colby J. Umbrell. Private First Class Joseph G. Harris. Staff Sergeant Colby G. Schwab. Private First Class Jerome J. Potter. Specialist Kelly B. Groth. Staff Sergeant Christopher N. Hamlin. Corporal Charles O. Palmer II. Master Sergeant Kenneth N. Mack. Private First Class Larry I. Guyton. Sergeant Jason R. Harkins. Master Sergeant Wilberto Savalu, Jr. Specialist Robert J. Dixon. Colonel James W. Harrison, Jr., Corporal Matthew L. Alexander, Sergeant Samir A. Rateb M., Staff Sergeant Vincenzo Romeo, Sergeant Joel W. Lewis, Corporal Anthony M. Bradshaw, Corporal Michael A. Purcell, Staff Sergeant Virgil C. Martinez, Staff Sergeant Christopher S. Kiernan, Sergeant Timothy P. Padgett, Sergeant Blake C. Stevens, Specialist Kyle A. Little, Specialist Dan H. Wynn, Sergeant Major Bradley D. Connor, Lance Corporal Walter K. O'Hare, Private Anthony J. Sousto, Sergeant Jason W. Vaughn, Specialist Michael Frank, Major Douglas Zembiak, Private First Class Roy L. Jones III, Private First Class William A. Farrar Jr., Private First Class Daniel Cornea, Sergeant Anthony J. Schober, Sergeant First Class James David Connell Jr., Private First Class Christopher E. Murphy, Specialist Reese W. Klasno, First Lieutenant Andrew J. Basevich, Sergeant Christopher N. Gonzalez, Lance Corporal Jeffrey D. Walker, Private First Class Nicholas S. Harge, Sergeant Thomas G. Wright, Staff Sergeant John D. South, Major Larry J. Bagues Jr., Sergeant Alan J. Buckley, Staff Sergeant Joshua R. Whitaker, Specialist Cody J. Phelps, Sergeant Stephen M. Packer, Private First Class Victor M. Ventilla, Private First Class Jonathan V. Ham, Private First Class Aaron D. Gautier, Sergeant First Class Jesse B. Albrecht, Sergeant Ryan J. Baum, Sergeant First Class Scott J. Brown, Specialist Casey W. Nash, Sergeant Anselmo Martinez III, Specialist Joshua G. Romero, Specialist Marquise J. McCants, Sergeant Jean P. Medlin, Staff Sergeant Christopher Lee Moore, Specialist Joseph A. Gilmore, Specialist David W. Barrow, Sergeant Justin D. Winowski, Sergeant Jason A. Schumann, Private First Class Alexander R. Varela, Private First Class Travis F. Haslip, Corporal Ryan D. Collins, Sergeant Brian D. Ardron, Staff Sergeant Shannon V. Weaver, Specialist Michael V. Davis, Corporal Julian M. Woodall, Private First Class Robert A. Worthington, Lance Corporal Benjamin D. DeSoletz, Sergeant Robert J. Montgomery Jr., Staff Sergeant Stephen Butcher Jr., Staff Sergeant Sergeant David C. Cool. Staff Sergeant Christopher A. Higdon. Private Oscar Sauceda Jr. Private First Class Daniel P. Cagle. Private First Class Joseph J. Anzac Jr. Corporal Victor H. Toledo Pulido. Corporal Jonathan D. Winterbottom. Specialist Mark R. C. Caguila. Sergeant Isoa Euro. Sergeant First Class Robert E. Dunham. Private First Class Casey P. Zileman. Specialist Benjamin J. Ashley. Staff Sergeant Russell K. Schumacher. Private First Class Robert H. Dembowski. Specialist Alexander Rosa Jr. Lance Corporal David Paul Lindsay. Specialist Matthew P. LaForest. Specialist Eric S. Smallwood.
Sergeant Clayton G. Dunn II. Specialist Gregory N. Millard. Private First Charles B. Hester. Specialist Francis M. Trussell Jr. Sergeant Nicholas R. Walsh. Specialist Clinton C. Blodgett. Specialist William Lee Bailey III. Specialist Michael J. Jargue. Lance Emmanuel Villarreal. Sergeant Anthony D. Ewing. Corporal Zachary Baker. Specialist Alexandre A. Alexiev. Staff Sergeant Thomas M. McFowle. First Lieutenant Keith N. Heitman. Private First Junior Cedino Sanchez. Corporal James E. Summers III. Chief Warrant Officer Theodore U. Church. First Lieutenant Kyle G. West. Specialist Doniway White. Sergeant Richard V. Correra. Private First Robert A. Leggett. Staff Sergeant Joseph M. Weigling. Corporal Jonathan A. Markham. Sergeant Brandon E. Hadaway. Private First Joshua M. Moore. Chief Warrant Officer Christopher M. Allegier. Chief Warrant Officer Joshua R. Rogers. Specialist James E. London. Staff Sergeant Charlie L. Bagwell. Sergeant Basilio E. Culiar. Sergeant Jesse Blarmers. Private First Matthew A. Bean. Private First Matthew E. Bayless. Specialist Chadwick O. Domino. Lieutenant Michael A. Robinson. Sergeant Charles R. Browning. Staff Sergeant Travis W. Atkins. Staff Sergeant Juan F. Campos. Sergeant Bruce E. Hormer. Specialist Romo Catalan. Sergeant Sean E. Dressler. Private First Class Jacob Michael Lowell. Specialist Jeremiah D. Costello. Specialist William J. Crouch. Specialist Keith V. Nespa. Sergeant Dariak E. Den. Staff Sergeant Greg P. Gargolin. Sergeant Caleb P. Christopher. Private First Joshua D. Brown. Sergeant Robert A. Serber. Sergeant James C. Atkin. Sergeant Kimmel L. Watt. Sergeant Tyler J. Kritz. Sergeant Andrews J. Higgins. Private First Class Justin A. Verdea. Technical Sergeant Ryan A. Balmer. Private First Class Timothy R. Vimodo. Staff Sergeant Matthew J. Kuglix. Sergeant Charles E. Wyckoff, Jr. Private First Class Sean D. Gajos. Sergeant First Class Greg L. Sutton. Sergeant Matthew Sopper. Staff Sergeant Timothy B. Cole, Jr. Senior Airman William N. Newman. Sergeant Corey M. Endelich. Airman First Class Eric M. Barnes. Private Scott A. Miller. Specialist Adam G. Harrod. Corporal Marisbang Nicaraguet. Corporal Lyathanel Fender. Staff Sergeant Brian M. Long. Private First Cameron K. Payne. Lieutenant Glade L. Felix. Specialist Damon G. Legrand. Private First Class William C. Johnson. Lance Corporal Johnny R. Strong. Private First Class Casey S. Carricker. Sergeant Derek T. Roberts. Specialist Josiah W. Hello, Peter. Staff Sergeant Michael A. Beechert. Sergeant Robert Richard K. Parker. Specialist Val John Borm. Specialist Farid Elazui. Specialist Dustin R. Brisky. Private First Class Michael Patrick Pittman. Major Kevin H. Sonnenberg. Master Sergeant Arthur L. Lilly. Staff Sergeant Roy P. Usader, Jr. Specialist Zachary A. Grass. First Lieutenant Frank B. Walkup the fourth. Sergeant Danny R. Soto. Captain Joshua E. Steele. Sergeant First Class John Henning. Sergeant First Class Christopher Dale Henderson. Sergeant Frank M. Sandolvo. Private First Class Jacob T. Tracy. Private First Class David A. Wilkie, Jr. Sergeant Eric L. Sneal. Private First Class Larry Parks, Jr. Sergeant First Class William A. Zappief. Private First Class Joshua A. Modeling. Specialist Daryl W. Linder. Staff Sergeant Daryl P. Hubadall. Staff Sergeant Stephen J. Wilson. Major Sid W. Brookshire. Private First Class David J. Bentz III. Sergeant Sean P. Martin. Specialist Joe G. Charforo Jr. Private First Class Raymond N. Spencer Jr. Private First Class Daniel J. Agami. Specialist Karen N. Clifton. Private First Class Anthony D. Hebert. Sergeant Alfonso J. Montenegro II. Private First Class Jeremiah J. Betchich. Private First Class Thomas R. Lemhis. Sergeant Dustin J. Perrotte. Sergeant Michael J. Montepete. Specialist Carter A. Gamble Jr. Specialist Dominic N. Rodriguez. Sergeant William E. Brown. Private First Class Shane M. Stinson. Airman First Class Jason D. Nathan. Sergeant Joel A. House. First Lieutenant Daniel P. Riordan. Sergeant Joel A. Dahl. Specialist Derek A. Calhoun. Specialist Joseph P. Kenny. Sergeant Chris Davis. Sergeant Jimmy M. Malone. Staff Sergeant Michael D. Moody Jr. Captain Daryl C. Lewis. Specialist Eric C. Palmer. Private First Class Henry G. Bird III. Private First Class Andre Craig Jr. Sergeant Trista L. Moretti. Corporal Derek C. Dixon. Sergeant First Class Nathan L. Winder. Staff Sergeant Daniel A. Newsom. Private First Class Corey F. Hiltz. Sergeant Gian C. Mendoza Hoya. Sergeant Michael J. Martinez. Sergeant Shim W. Kim. Sergeant William W. Crow Jr. Specialist Dustin L. Workman II. Specialist James L. Adair. Staff Sergeant Rob L. Roffling. Staff Sergeant Michael L. Ruoff Jr. Specialist Victor A. Garcia. Private First Jonathan M. Rossi. Lance Corporal William C. Chambers. Lance Corporal Juan M. Garcia Schill. Sergeant First Class Raymond R. Buchan. Lance Corporal Jeremy L. Tinnell. Staff Sergeant Foa L. Apaniru. First Lieutenant Christopher N. Rutherford. Private First Class Andrew T. Engelstrom. Private First Class Stephen A. Davis. Chief Warrant Officer Scott A. M. Oswell. Specialist Jeremy L. Stacy.
Major James M. Ahern. Private First Class Joseph A. Miracle. Specialist Christopher S. Honecker. Specialist Anthony M.K. Vinage. Sergeant Keith A. Klein. Corporal Jeremy D. Albo. Lance Corporal Stephen A. Stacy. Specialist Michelle R. Ring. Private First Class Bruce C. Salazar Jr. Petty Officer First Class Stephen Philip Doherty. Sergeant Thomas P. McGee. Petty Officer First Class Jason Dale Lewis. Petty Officer First Class Robert Richard McGrill. Sergeant Gene L. Lamy. Sergeant Eric A. Lill. Private First Class Lee Ronnie Wilson. Corporal Corey D. Weens. Colonel John M. Lockey. Specialist Roberto J. Kosar Jr. Sergeant First Class Sean K. Mitchell. Sergeant Jerry L. Deloach. Private First Class Jason E. Dorr, Master Sergeant Randy J. Gillespie, Captain Maria I. Ortiz, Sergeant Courtney T. Johnson, First Sergeant Jeffrey R. McKinney, Sergeant John R. Massey, Sergeant Alan A. Greca, Private First Class Christopher D. Cube, Specialist Eric M. Holke, Private First Class Benjamin B. Bartlett Jr., Specialist Robert D. Varga, Lance Corporal Sean V. Starkovich, Private First Class James J. Harrelson, Private First Class Brandon K. Bobb, Chief Petty Officer Patrick L. Wade, Petty Officer First Class Jeffrey L. Cheney, Private First Class Ron J. Joshua Jr., Sergeant Nathan S. Barnes, Specialist Richard Gilmore III, Sergeant First Class Luis E. Gutierrez Rosales, Specialist Daniel E. Gomez, Specialist Zachary D. Closer, Sergeant Ronald L. Caulfield, Corporal Brandon M. Craig, Corporal Rhett A. Butler, Sergeant Jacob S. Schumacher, Corporal Christopher G. Shearer, Sergeant Sean G. Adams, Private First Class Juan S. Restrepo, Lance Corporal Bobby L. Twitty, Private First Class Jesse S. Rogers, Sergeant Travin T. Johnson, First Sergeant Michael S. Curry Jr., Private First Class Adam J. Davis, Private First Class Zachary R. Ensley, Hospitalman Daniel S. Noble, Staff Sergeant Joshua P. Matero, Sergeant Courtney D. Finch, Lance Corporal Robert A. Lynch, Specialist Kami Fullerexel, Corporal James H. McRae, Corporal Matthew R. Sindars, Specialist Daniel A. Leckel, Specialist Jamie Rodriguez Jr., Specialist Charles E. Bilbray Jr., Sergeant William R. Houdshell, Private Michael A. Beloga, Staff Sergeant William R. Fritsch, Major Thomas G. Bostick Jr., Private First Class Cody C. Grader, Staff Sergeant Wilberto Soliveras, Corporal Sean A. Stokes, Corporal Jason M. Kessler, Sergeant Bradley W. Marshall, Specialist Daniel F. Reyes, Private First Class Alfred H. Jarala, Specialist Zachariah J. Gonzalez, Private First Class Charles T. Heinlein Jr., Sergeant Stephen R. Maddies, First Lieutenant Benjamin J. Hall, Sergeant First Class Travis S. Bachman, Lance Corporal Christian Vasquez, Specialist Christian Rojas Gallego, Sergeant Taurine T. Harris, Master Sergeant Julian Ingalls Rios, Specialist Eric D. Salinas, Staff Sergeant Fernando Santos, Corporal Jason K. LaFleur, Private First Class Matthew M. Murchison, Private First Class Jaron D. Holiday, Specialist Braden J. Long, Sergeant Dustin S. Wakeman, Specialist Charles E. Leonard Jr., Private Jeremy S. Bohannon, Technical Sergeant Joey D. Link, Specialist Justin R. Blackwell, Specialist Christopher T. Nyberger, Sergeant Nicholas A. Gummersall, Staff Sergeant Jacob M. Thompson, Specialist Kareem R. Khan, Corporal Juan M. Alcantara, Sergeant John E. Bonnell Jr., Corporal Reynold Armand, Specialist Donald M. Young, Sergeant Michael E. Toyota, Staff Sergeant Alyssa A. Burchett, Staff Sergeant Joan J. Duran, Sergeant Andrew W. Lancaster, Specialist Justin O. Penrod, Private First Class Jordan E. Good, Staff Sergeant William D. Skates, Private First Class William L. Edwards, Sergeant Scott L. Kirkpatrick, Sergeant First Class Jeffrey D. Kettle, Private Alan J. Austin, Sergeant Charles B. Katowski III, Staff Sergeant Jesse G. Clowers Jr., Staff Sergeant Eric D. Cottrell, Specialist Alan R. Howells, Private First Class Palomarco U. Pacificador, Private First Class Juan M. Lopez, Staff Sergeant Sean P. Fisher, Private First Class Sean D. Hensel, Chief Warrant Officer Christopher Johnson, Specialist Stephen R. Jewell, Chief Warrant Officer Jackie L. McFarland Jr., Staff Sergeant Stanley B. Reynolds, Sergeant Princess C. Samuels, Staff Sergeant Robert R. Pirelli, Specialist Zandra T. Walker, Corporal Willard M. Powell Kerchief, Specialist Kamisha J. Block, Staff Sergeant Paul B. Norris, First Lieutenant Jonathan W. Eds, Captain Michael S. Fielder, Specialist George V. Libby, Private First Class Donovan D. Witham, Staff Sergeant Sandy R. Britt, Specialist Tyler R. Seidman, Staff Sergeant Jason L. Patton, Sergeant Matthew L. Tallman, Corporal Nathan C. Hubbard, Captain Corey Paul Tyler, Private First Class Edgar E. Cardenas, Private First Class Omar E. Torres, Corporal Philip J. Brodnick, Corporal Jeremy P. Beauford, Specialist Jesse G. Pollard, Specialist Ricky L. Bell, Chief Warrant Officer Paul J. Flynn, Corporal Joshua S. Harmon, Specialist Michael A. Hook, Sergeant Garrett I. McLeod, Captain Derek A. Dabagai, Sergeant First Class Adrian M. Elizalde, Sergeant First Class Michael J. Tully, Sergeant First Class David A. Harangues, Sergeant First Class Scott M. Carney, Sergeant First Class Daniel E. Miller.
S. Medlicott. Lance Corporal Rogelio A. Ramirez. Sergeant Joshua L. Morley. Staff Sergeant Nicholas R. Carnes. Specialist Tracy C. Willis. Sergeant Corey L. Clark. Ciara M. Durkin. Sergeant First Class Rocky H. Herrera. Private First Class Thomas R. Wilson. Sergeant Bryce D. Howard. Sergeant James S. Collins, Jr. Corporal John C. Tanner. Major Henry S. Officiar. Private First Class Justin T. Sanders. Staff Sergeant Andrew P. Nelson. Specialist Edward L. Brooks. Captain Eric M. Foster. Sergeant Jan M. Arganish. Master Sergeant Scott R. Ball. Sergeant First Class Daniel E. Shibner. Specialist Travis M. Vergadamo. Staff Sergeant Jason M. Butkus. Sergeant Kevin A. Gilbertson. Specialist Christopher G. Patton. Staff Sergeant Delmar White. Master Sergeant Patrick D. Magnani. Private Randall S. Shelton. Specialist David J. Lane. Sergeant Joel L. Murray. Specialist Rodney J. Johnson. Private First Class Dane R. Falcon. Specialist Kevin A. Nurnberg. Sergeant First Class David A. Cooper, Jr. Corporal Javier G. Paredes. Corporal William T. Warford III. Private First Class Michael F. Miller. Sergeant Michael J. Yarborough. Corporal Christopher L. Poole, Jr. Sergeant Lee C. Wilson. Corporal Brian J. Skripsik. Staff Sergeant John C. Stock. Specialist Marisol Heredia. Specialist Jason J. Hernandez. Captain Drew N. Jensen. Lance Corporal Lance M. Clark. Specialist Thomas L. Hilbert. Sergeant Nicholas Lee Hopper. Corporal Ryan A. Woodward. Corporal Travis M. Woods. Sergeant Alexander U. Gagalik. Staff Sergeant Courtney Hollinsworth. Corporal Carlos E. Gil Orozco. Sergeant Michael C. Hardegree. Sergeant Nicholas J. Patterson. Private First Class Sammy E. Phillips. Specialist Ari D. Brown Weeks. Staff Sergeant Yance T. Gray. Lance Corporal John T. Hicks, Jr. Specialist Stephen R. Elrod. Sergeant Omar L. Mora. Staff Sergeant Gregory Rivera Santiago. Sergeant John Melee. Specialist Todd A. Motley. Specialist Jonathan Rivandiera. Staff Sergeant Terry D. Wagoner. Private Christopher M. McLeod. Private First Class Brandon T. Thorson. Corporal Terrence P. Allen. Staff Sergeant Michael L. Towns. Sergeant Edmund J. Jeffers. Specialist Nicholas P. Olson. Specialist Donald E. Valentine III. Specialist Joseph N. Landry III. Specialist Aaron J. Walker. Specialist Matthew J. Emerson. Private First Class Christian M. Neff. Corporal Graham M. McMahon. Private First Class Luigi Marchiante, Jr. Captain Dr. Roselle M. Hoffmaster. Specialist John J. Young. Command Sergeant Major Jonathan M. Lankford. Specialist David L. Watson. Specialist Joshua H. Reeves. Sergeant First Class Matthew D. Blakowski. Corporal Anthony K. Bento. Petty Officer Second Class Charles Luke Milam. Private First Class Christopher F. Pfeiffer. Staff Sergeant Kevin R. Brown. Staff Sergeant Zachary B. Tomczak. Private First Class Matthew D. Taylor. Sergeant First Class Randy L. Johnson. Sergeant First Class James D. Doster. Sergeant Robert T. Ayres III. Staff Sergeant Donnie D. Dixon. Specialist Chirsak Vidrokorn. Sergeant Zachary D. Tellier. Sergeant Randall Olguin. Gunnery Sergeant Herman J. McCurson, Jr. Seaman Apprentice Shayna Ann Schnell. Petty Officer, 3rd Class, Mark R. Cannon. Specialist Avialo Milo. Sergeant Ricardo X. Rodriguez. Specialist Vincent G. Kamka. Sergeant Joseph B. Millage. Specialist Jason N. Marchand. Specialist Rachel L. Hugo. Corporal Gilberto A. Meza. Corporal Adam D. Quinn. Corporal Benjamin C. Dillon. Lance Corporal Jeremy W. Burris. Specialist Frank L. Cady III. Sergeant Jason M. Lantieri. Specialist Samuel F. Pearson. Staff Sergeant Lillian Clemens. Staff Sergeant Eric T. Duckworth. Staff Sergeant Donald L. Munn II. Private Nathan Z. Thacker. First Lieutenant Thomas M. Martin. Specialist Jason B. Kotrubis. Private First Class Kenneth J. Owinski. Sergeant First Class Justin S. Monchke. Specialist Michael D. Brown. Specialist Vincent A. Madero. Specialist Wayne M. Geiger. Staff Sergeant Jared S. Fontenot. Corporal Eric T. Garut. Seaman Anna Marie Sanicolis Camacho. Seaman Genesia Matril Gresham. Sergeant Edward O. Philpott. Sergeant Larry I. Rogel. Staff Sergeant Robin L. Towns Sr. Private First Class Adam L. Chichin. Specialist Hugo V. Mendoza. Sergeant Joshua C. Brennan. Specialist David E. Lambert. Staff Sergeant Joseph F. Courier. Master Sergeant Thomas L. Bruner. Major Jeffrey R. Calero. Sergeant Daniel L. McCall. Private Cody M. Carver. Staff Sergeant James D. Bullard. Private First Class Rush Mickey Marshall Jenkins. Captain Timothy I. McGovern. Specialist Brandon W. Smitherman. Sergeant Louis A. Grease. Master Sergeant Thomas A. Crowell. Staff Sergeant David A. Weiger. Civilian Nathan J. Schulteis. Second Lieutenant Tracy Lynn Alger. Sergeant First Class Johnny C. Walls. Private First Class Dwayne A. Covert Jr. Staff Sergeant Carletta S. Davis. Sergeant Derek T. Stenruse. Petty Officer, 2nd Class, Kevin R. Bewley. Sergeant Daniel J. Shaw. Staff Sergeant John D. Lind. Private 1st Class Adam J. Mueller. Specialist Christine M. Nduri. Sergeant Louis Tumunavo. Captain Benjamin D. Tiffner.
Specialist Lester G. Rogue. First Lieutenant Matthew C. Ferreira. Specialist Sean K.A. LeGavin. Sergeant Jeffrey S. Mearsman. Private 1st Class Joseph M. Lanecore. Specialist Jermaine D. Franklin. Sergeant Philip Allen Box. Staff Sergeant Patrick F. Kutzbach. Specialist Ashley Sitsima. Sergeant Joseph M. Vanek. Sergeant Adrian E. Hike. Captain David A. Boris. Second Lieutenant Stuart F. Lyles. Specialist Peter W. Schmidt. Sergeant Christopher R. Kraus. Private 1st Class Casey P. Mason. Sergeant Kenneth R. Booker. Second Lieutenant Peter H. Burks. Specialist Derek R. Banks. Sergeant Stephen C. Gankowski. Sergeant Mason L. Lewis. Private 1st Class Marius L. Ferrero. Corporal Jason T. Lee. Corporal Christopher J. Nelson. Staff Sergeant Alejandro Araya. Sergeant Alfred G. Perez, Jr. Specialist Melvin L. Henley, Jr. Staff Sergeant Jonathan L. Martin. Private Isaac T. Cortez. Specialist Benjamin J. Garrison. Corporal Alan C. Roberts. Sergeant 1st Class John J. Tobiason. Corporal Blair William Emery. Specialist Matthew K. Reese. Sergeant Kyle Dayton. Private Dwayne L. White. Sergeant Eric J. Hernandez. Captain Adam P. Snyder. Specialist Randy W. Pickering. Corporal Tanner J. O'Leary. Specialist Jonathan A. Lehman. Chief Petty Officer Mark T. Carter. Staff Sergeant Gregory L. Elam. Staff Sergeant Michael J. Gable. Corporal Joshua C. Blaney. Private Darren A. Smith. Specialist Bryn J. Naylor. Sergeant Samuel E. Kelsey. Sergeant 1st Class Jonathan A. Lowry. Sergeant Austin D. Pratt. Private 1st Class Junkton R. P. McDaniel. First Lieutenant Jeremy E. Ray. Private 1st Class George J. Howell. Senior Airman Nicholas D. Eiskin. Sergeant Brian J. Tutton. Sergeant Peter C. Neasley. Sergeant Benjamin B. Portell. Captain Rowdy J. Inman. Private 1st Class Joseph R. Berlin, Jr. Sergeant Reno S. Lacerina. Petty Officer 1st Class Victor W. Jeffries. Specialist Brian Gorham. Private 1st Class Joshua R. Anderson. Staff Sergeant Ryan D. Maseth. Sergeant Sean F. Hill. Major Andrew J. Olmsted. Captain Thomas J. Casey. Petty Officer 2nd Class Melnlek M. Brown. Private 1st Class Jason F. Lemke. Specialist James D. Guttridge. Sergeant James K. Healy. Major Michael L. Green. Private 1st Class Timothy R. Hansen. Sergeant David J. Hart. Private 1st Class Ivan E. Merlo. Private 1st Class Philip J. Paneer. Specialist Todd E. Davis. Sergeant David J. Draclix. Staff Sergeant Sean M. Gall. Sergeant Christopher A. Sanders. Sergeant Zachary W. McBride. Staff Sergeant Jonathan Killian Dozier. Sergeant 1st Class Matthew I. Punt. Lance Corporal Curtis A. Christens Jr. Lieutenant Colonel Richard J. Berrettini. Private 1st Class Keith E. Lloyd. Private 1st Class Danny L. Kimmy. Specialist John P. Sigsby. Private 1st Class David H. Charette II. Specialist Richard B. Barres. Lance Corporal James M. Gluff. Staff Sergeant Justin R. Whiting. Specialist John M. Schoolcraft III. Sergeant Michael R. Sturdiviant. Private 1st Class Duncan Charles Crookston. Staff Sergeant Robert J. Miller. Sergeant Tracy Renee Berkman. Staff Sergeant Robert J. Wilson. Sergeant 1st Class Matthew Ryan Collar. Major Allen G. Rogers. Sergeant McKeel W. Miller. Private 1st Class Brandon A. Meyer. Sergeant James E. Craig. Specialist Evan A. Marshall. Private Joshua A. R. Young. Staff Sergeant Gary W. Jeffries. First Lieutenant David E. Schultz. Sergeant Matthew F. Strotter. Captain Michael A. Norman. Staff Sergeant Chad A. Barrett. Petty Officer Nathan H. Hardy. Chief Petty Officer Michael E. Koch. Specialist Christopher J. West. Sergeant C. Almowski. Staff Sergeant Donald T. Tebb. Specialist Miguel A. Baez. Sergeant Timothy R. Van Orman. Sergeant Raphael Alice Riviera. Sergeant Bradley J. Skelton. Petty First Class Officer Louise A. Stoufront. Sergeant Gary D. Willett. Specialist Michael T. Manibog. Sergeant Timothy P. Martin. Staff Sergeant Gerald A. Weisenhunt. Private First Class Jack T. Sweet. Sergeant Corey E. Spates. Staff Sergeant Javares J. Washington. Specialist Chad D. Goroper. Specialist Luke S. Ronyan. Corporal Albert Bitten. Staff Sergeant Bryant W. McKay. Specialist Michael B. Madlock Jr. Captain Nathan R. Radenbush. Sergeant Conrad Alvarez. Lance Corporal Drew W. Weaver. Specialist Keisha M. Morgan. Private First Class Michael E. Phillips. Specialist Orlando A. Perez. Specialist Kevin S. Mole. Sergeant Robert T. Rapp. Staff Sergeant Christopher S. Frost. Specialist Stephen R. Koch. Corporal Jose A. Panigua Morales. Sergeant Gabriel Guzman. Staff Sergeant Ernesto G. Cimarayusti. Corporal Robert T. McDavid. Captain Torre R. Mallard. Sergeant First Class Sean M. Schutz. Specialist Donald A. Burkett. Corporal Scott A. McIntosh. Sergeant Philip R. Anderson. Staff Sergeant David D. Gillian. Staff Sergeant Laurent J. West. Private First Class Tezin L. Samton. Staff Sergeant Juan Torria T. Bradley. Specialist Dustin C. Jackson. Staff Sergeant Colin J. Bowen. Specialist Lorando J. Brown. Specialist William D. O'Brien. Staff Sergeant Michael D. Eldridge.
Specialist Christopher C. Simpson. Private First Class Anton V. Robinson. Sergeant Gregory D. Unra. Private First Class Tyler J. Smith. Staff Sergeant William R. Neal. Sergeant Keith M. Maupin. Specialist David S. Stelmat. Sergeant David B. Williams. Sergeant Thomas C. Ray. Technical Sergeant William H. Jefferson, Jr. Private George Delgado. Private First Class Andrew J. Habsiger. Staff Sergeant Christopher M. Hake. Specialist Jose A. Rubio Hernandez. Lance Corporal Dustin L. Canham. Staff Sergeant Joseph D. Gamboa. Specialist Gregory R. Rundell. Corporal Stephen I. Candelo. Specialist Joshua A. Molina. Charles A. Jankowski. Private First Class Patrick J. Miller. Sergeant Jevin K. Jordan. Specialist Darrell L. Bennett. Sergeant Terrell W. Gilmore. Major William G. Hall. Sergeant Dane B. Dinolo. Staff Sergeant Travis L. Griffin. Sergeant Nicholas A. Robertson. Colonel Stephen K. Scott. Major Stuart A. Wolfer. Private First Class Shane D. Penley. Staff Sergeant Emmanuel Pickett. Captain Julius Burgos Cruz. Specialist Matthew T. Morris. Staff Sergeant Jeremiah E. McNeil. Sergeant Richard A. Vaughn. Sergeant Timothy M. Smith. Sergeant Michael T. Lilly. Specialist Jason C. Kazurek. Major Mark E. Rosenberg. Staff Sergeant Jeffrey L. Hartley. Technical Sergeant Anthony L. Cabra. Specialist Jeremiah C. Hughes. Specialist Jacob J. Fairbanks. Sergeant Sean P. Tusha. Sergeant Jesse A. Alt. Sergeant Merlin German. Specialist William E. Allman. Specialist Arturo Hurta Cruz. Sergeant Joseph A. Richard. Lance Corporal Dean D. Apuka. Corporal Richard J. Nelson. Corporal Kyle W. Wilkes. First Sergeant Luke J. Mercandon. Staff Sergeant Jason L. Brown. Specialist Benjamin K. Brosh. Specialist Lance O. Eakes. Petty First Class Officer Sherry L. Morton. First Lieutenant Matthew R. Vandergrift. Sergeant Adam J. Kulas. Airman Apprentice Adrian M. Campos. Specialist Stephen J. Christofferson.
Private Ronald R. Harrison. Lance Corporal Jason C. Herita. Corporal Jonathan T. Yale. Sergeant Guadalupe Cervantes Ramirez. Private First Class John T. Bishop. Staff Sergeant Ronald C. Blystone. First Lieutenant Timothy W. Cunningham. Staff Sergeant Sean J. Whitehead. Private First Class William T. Dix. Sergeant Marcus G. Mathis. Private First Class Adam L. Marion. Specialist David P. McCormick. Sergeant Mark A. Stone. Staff Sergeant Brian E. Belander. Sergeant First Class David L. McDowell. Senior Airman Jonathan A. V. Yellner. Staff Sergeant Clay A. Craig. Specialist Ronald J. Tucker. Captain Andrew R. Pearson. Sergeant First Class Lauren D. Elzil. Staff Sergeant Chad A. Caldwell. Corporal Miguel A. Guzman. Sergeant Glenn E. Martinez. Lance Corporal Casey L. Casavana. Lance Corporal James Kimple. Specialist Alex D. Gonzalez. Private First Class Aaron J. Ward. Specialist Jeremy R. Goulet. Staff Sergeant Kevin C. Roberts. Private First Class Era T. Deasy. Specialist Mary J. Janikin. Sergeant Isaac Pulmerez. Specialist Joseph A. Ford. Corporal Jessica A. Ellis. Private Matthew W. Brown. Sergeant Victor M. Cota. Sergeant John K. Daggett. Master Sergeant Davy N. Weaver. Private Brandon P. Hanort. Corporal William Justin L. Cooper. Lieutenant Colonel Joseph A. Moore. First Lieutenant Jeffrey F. DePrimo. Lieutenant Jeffrey A. Ammon. Private First Class Kyle Philip Norris. Sergeant Frank J. Gasper. Sergeant Blake W. Evans. Specialist David L. Limbach. Sergeant First Class Jason F. Dean. Specialist Christopher Gatherhole. Specialist Justin L. Bachman. Private First Class Chad M. Trimble. Sergeant First Class David Nunez. Corporal Christian S. Kottner. Specialist James P. Feeney. Private Andrew J. Shields. Specialist Justin R. Mixon. Specialist Christopher D. McCarthy. Major Scott A. Haggerty. Private First Class Derek D. Holland. Private First Class Joshua E. Wattenbaugh. Specialist Quincy J. Green. Sergeant Cody R. Legg. Sergeant Shane P. Duffy. Specialist Jonathan D. A. Emard. Chief Warrant Officer James Carter. Private First Class Andre D. McNair, Jr. Sergeant First Class David R. Hurst. Staff Sergeant Tyler E. Pickett. Specialist Thomas F. Duncan III. Sergeant Steve A. McCoy. Sergeant First Class Jared M. Reed. Private Eugene D. M. Canoclo. Lance Corporal Javier Perelez. Lance Corporal Kelly E. C. Waters. Sergeant John D. Aragon. Private First Class David Pietrick. Lance Corporal Leighton Bradley Crass. Private First Class Michael Robert Patton. Sergeant Michael Toussaint Washington. Specialist Jason N. Cox. Hospitalman Mark A. Rietmer. Petty Officer First Class Ross L. Tolles III. Lance Corporal Andrew Francis Wheatcare. Captain Eric Daniel Terhune. Hospitalman Dustin Kelby Burnett. Staff Sergeant Du Hai Tran. Sergeant Matthew E. Mendoza. Lieutenant Colonel James J. Walton. Sergeant Nelson D. Rodriguez Ramirez. Sergeant Andrew Seabrooks. Specialist Anthony L. Mangano. Private First Class Brian M. Thomas. Captain Gregory T. Deliso. Chief Warrant Officer Robert C. Hammett. Specialist Ryan J. Connolly. Staff Sergeant Christopher D. Strickland. Sergeant First Class Lawrence D. Azil.
Major Dwayne M. Kelly. Sergeant Alejandro A. Dominguez. Specialist Joel A. Taylor. Private First Class James M. Yon. Specialist Joshua L. Plochia. Lieutenant Colonel Max A. Galay. Corporal Marcus W. Prudhomme. Sergeant First Class Matthew L. Hilton. Sergeant First Class Joseph A. McKay. Specialist Mark C. Palmatier. Captain Philip J. Dykeman. Staff Sergeant Edgar A. Hereda. Staff Sergeant Travis K. Hunsberger. Sergeant James M. Traber. Master Sergeant Sean E. Simmons. Sergeant First Class Jeffrey M. Rida Morales. Specialist Estelle L. Turner. First Lieutenant Daniel Farkas. Sergeant First Class Anthony Lynn Woodham. Specialist William L. McMillan III. Sergeant Douglas J. Bull. Sergeant Alex R. Jimenez. Private Byron J. Foudy. Sergeant First Class Stephen J. Chevalier. Specialist Brian S. Leon Guerrero. Specialist Samson A. Mora. Sergeant Israel Garcia. Corporal Jonathan R. Ayers. Corporal Matthew B. Phillips. Master Sergeant Mitchell W. Young. First Lieutenant Jonathan P. Brostrom. Private First Class Sergio S. Abad. Corporal Gunnar W. Zwilling. Lance Corporal Jeffrey S. Stevenson. Corporal Pruitt A. Rainey. Corporal Jason D. Hovater. Corporal Jason M. Bogar. Staff Sergeant Danny Dupre. Aviation Boatswain Mate 3rd Class Daniel R. Verbecki. Staff Sergeant Jeremy D. Vrooman. Staff Sergeant David W. Textor. Private First Class Willington M. Rhodes. First Lieutenant Jason D. Mann. Technical Sergeant Jackie L. Larson. First Lieutenant Nick A. Dewhurst. Private First Class Ivan I. Wilson. Specialist Satiera L. Harris Brown. Sergeant James A. McHale. Specialist Andre Darnell Mitchell. Private Jair De Jesus Garcia. Private First Class David John Body. Specialist William J. Mulvihill. Sergeant Ryan P. Bowman. Second Lieutenant Michael R. Giordano. Private First Class Jennifer L. Cole. Sergeant Brian K. Miller. Specialist Kevin R. Dixon. Specialist Ronald Andrew Schmidt. Specialist Jamie Gonzalez Jr. Sergeant Gary M. Henry. Specialist Jonathan D. Menke. Private Timothy J. Hutton. Sergeant Errol M. James. Captain Garrett T. Lawton. Corporal Adam T. McKiskey. Corporal Stuart S. Trejo. Main Sergeant Danny E. Mabin. Petty Officer, 2nd Class, Anthony M. Carbuto. Sergeant Jose E. Ulloa. Sergeant Michael H. Ferschke Jr. Private John A. Maddox. Sergeant Kenneth B. Gibson. Corporal James M. Hale. Lance Corporal Juan Lopez Castaneda. Lance Corporal Jacob J. Toves. Private Janelle F. King. Corporal Anthony G. Mihalo. Private First Class Daniel A. C. McGuire. Private First Class Paul E. Conlin Jr. First Lieutenant Donald C. Carwheel. Staff Sergeant Christopher D. Rogers. Private First Class Jonathan L. Lucier. Lance Corporal Travis M. Stottlemyre. George Stanseal. Sergeant First Class David J. Todd Jr. Staff Sergeant David L. Paquette. Staff Sergeant Brian E. Studer. Specialist Stephen J. Fitzmaurice. Specialist Carlos E. Alfonso. Private Tan Q. Nyo. Specialist Michael L. Gonzalez. Specialist Jorge L. Feliz Nieve. Petty Officer First Class Joshua Harris. Sergeant First Class Gregory A. Rodriguez. Private First Class Patrick W. May. Sergeant Kenneth W. Main. Private First Class Brian R. Thomas. Private Vincent C. Winston Jr. Private Jordan P. Thibault. Specialist Marquez I. Knight. Private Michael R. Dinterman. First Lieutenant Nicholas A. Madrazo. Captain Jesse Melton III. Hospital Corpsman, 3rd Class, Eichmann A. Strickland. Sergeant First Class, Daniel R. Sexton. Chief Petty Officer, Jason Richard Freewald. Senior Chief Petty Officer, John Wayne Markham. Private Michael W. Murdoch. Chief Warrant Officer, Michael Slobodnik. Staff Sergeant, Darius J. Dawson. Lieutenant Colonel, Ralph J. Marino. Colonel Chaplain, Sidney J. Marco Jr. Sergeant Wesley R. Durbin. Staff Sergeant, Jason A. Vasquez. Sergeant Joshua W. Harris. Private First Class, Leonard J. Kulczynski, the first. First Lieutenant, Motion A. Nakvi. Captain Derek D. Wright. Captain Bruce E. Hayes. Chief Warrant Officer, Brady J. Rudolph. Staff Sergeant, Brandon W. Farley. Sergeant, Daniel M. Esbaugh. Corporal, Michael E. Thompson, Lieutenant Colonel James L. Wiley, Sergeant Anthony L. Mason, Chief Warrant Officer Corey A. Edwards, First Sergeant Julio C. Ordonez, Robert Vallejo III, Sergeant Jerome C. Bell, Jr., Private Joseph F. Gonzalez, Captain Bruno G. Desoleni, Cryptologic Technician, 3rd Class Petty Officer Matthew J. O'Brien, Staff Sergeant Nathan M. Cox, Major Rodolfo I. Rodriguez, Staff Sergeant Matthew J. Taylor, First Lieutenant Thomas J. Brown, Captain Michael J. Metters, Staff Sergeant Ronald Phillips, Jr., Private First Class Jamel A. Bryant, Sergeant William E. Hasenflew, Sergeant First Class Gary J. Vasquez, Captain Richard G. Cliff, Jr., Specialist Christopher T. Fox, Sergeant First Class Jamie S. Nicholas, Private First Class Christopher A. Bartowisk, Specialist Jason E. Von Zemek, Private First Class Tavares D. Setzler, Sergeant William P. Rudd, Colonel Michael R. Stallman, Sergeant Michael K. Clark, Corporal Jason A. Carella, Corporal Ruben M. Fernandez III, Specialist Jeffrey G. Johnson, Private First Class Scott G. Diamond, Sergeant Preston R. Medley, Specialist Stephen R. Fortunato, Private First Class Christopher A. McCraw, Specialist Corey J. Bertrand, Specialist Justin A. Saint, Sergeant Frederico G. Borjas,
Sergeant John M. Pennick, Private First Class Heath K. Picard, Lance Corporal Stacy A. Dryden, Captain Robert D. Lindenau, Lance Corporal San Sim, Corporal Adrian Robles, Specialist Dion L. Taylor, Staff Sergeant Brian P. House, Private First Class Cody J. Eggleston, Sergeant Kevin D. Greco, First Lieutenant Trevor J. Urista, Sergeant Nicholas A. Casey, Sergeant Scott J. Metcalf, Private First Class Bradley S. Coleman, Sergeant Daniel W. Wallace, Specialist Adam McCamey Wenger, Private First Class Theron V. Hobbs, Sergeant William Justin McClellan, Staff Sergeant Timothy H. Walker, Sergeant Jose Regalado, Specialist Corey M. Shea, Specialist James M. Clay, Specialist Amando de la Paz, Specialist Johnny L. Stiles, Corporal Aaron M. Allen, Chief Warrant Officer Christian P. Humphreys, Chief Warrant Officer Donald V. Clark, Gunnery Sergeant Marcelo R. Velasco, Private Charles E. Barnett, Sergeant First Class Miguel A. Wilson, First Lieutenant William K. Jernigan, Master Sergeant Anthony Davis, Captain Warren A. Frank, Captain Robert J. Ilescas, Staff Sergeant Solomon T. Sam, Sergeant John J. Savage, Private Coleman J. Meadows III. Staff Sergeant Jonathan W. Dean. Private First Class Coleman W. Hinkevent. Lance Corporal Robert L. Johnson. Lance Corporal Thomas Riley Jr. Corporal Charles P. Gaffney Jr. Staff Sergeant Christopher G. Smith. Specialist Stephen M. Okray. Specialist Stephen G. Zapasnik. Master at Arms Seaman Apprentice Joshua D. Seitz. Major John P. Pryor. Specialist Tony J. Gonzalez. Private Benjamin B. Tollefson. Private First Class Christopher W. Lauder. Lance Corporal Alberto Francesconi. Lance Corporal Chadwick A. Gilliam. Staff Sergeant Anthony D. Davis. Lance Corporal Jesse A. Casada. Sergeant Joshua L. Rath. Specialist Joseph M. Hernandez. Major Brian M. Mescal. Corporal Jason R. Parsons. Specialist Keith Eric Essery. Staff Sergeant Justin L. Bauer. Sergeant Marquis R. Porter. Private Sean P. McCoon. Lance Corporal Daniel R. Bennett. Private First Class Ricky L. Turner. Staff Sergeant Joshua R. Townsend. Airman Omar J. McKnight. Specialist Ezra Dawson. Staff Sergeant Carlo M. Robinson. Staff Sergeant Roberto Andrade, Jr. Private First Class Matthew M. Polini. Private Grant A. Cotting. Sergeant Kyle J. Harrington. Lance Corporal Julian T. Brennan. Chief Warrant Officer Philip E. Wendorski, Jr. Chief Warrant Officer Matthew G. Kelly. Chief Warrant Officer Joshua M. Tillery. Chief Warrant Officer Benjamin H. Todd. Sergeant Trevor J. Johnson. Sergeant David W. Wallace III. Chief Warrant Officer 4 Milton E. Suggs. Specialist Daryl L. Fernandez. Petty Officer First Class Theophilus K. Ansong. Specialist Christopher P. Sweet. Lance Corporal Kevin T. Preach. Specialist James M. Dorsey. First Lieutenant Jared W. Southworth. Staff Sergeant Jason E. Burkholder. Private First Class Albert R. Jex. Sergeant Joshua A. Ward. Private First Class Jonathan R. Roberge. Lieutenant Colonel Garnet R. Derby. Private First Class Jason R. Watson. Specialist Peter J. Corsi. Staff Sergeant Mark J. Small. Sergeant Daniel L. Hansen. Corporal Stephen S. Thompson. Staff Sergeant Sean D. Diamond. Sergeant First Class Raymond J. Munden. Private First Class Quislin K. Walter. Master Sergeant David L. Hurt. Staff Sergeant Timothy P. Davis. Staff Sergeant Jeremy E. Bessa. Staff Sergeant Mark C. Baum. Private First Class Zachary R. Nordmeyer. Corporal Michael L. Main. Specialist Michael B. Alleman. Sergeant Scott B. Stream. Captain Brian M. Bunting. Sergeant Schuyler B. Patch. First Lieutenant William E. Emmert. Sergeant Daniel James Thompson. Specialist Brian M. Connolly. Corporal Dante Jamal Whitworth. Specialist Simone A. Robinson. Sergeant Jeffrey A. Reed. Private First Class Jessica Y. Sarandrea. First Lieutenant Daniel B. Hyde. Private First Class Patrick A. DeVoe II. Lance Corporal Patrick A. Malone. Staff Sergeant Archie A. Taylor. Sergeant Christopher P. Abeta. Specialist Norman L. Kane III. Specialist Robert M. Weiner. Staff Sergeant Timothy L. Bowles. Specialist Gary L. Moore. Sergeant Jose R. Escobedo Jr. Lance Corporal Daniel J. Geary. Private First Class Adam J. Hart. Corporal Michael W. Ouellette. Corporal Anthony L. Williams. Staff Sergeant Raphael A. Futrell. Lieutenant Florence B. Coe. Lieutenant Junior Grade Francis L. Toner IV. Lance Corporal Nelson M. Lantigua. Sergeant Devin C. Posh. Sergeant Daniel J. Beard. Lance Corporal Stephen F. Dearman. Staff Sergeant Philip A. Myers. Specialist Israel Candelaria Mahias. Specialist Adam M. Kulagowski. Lance Corporal Blaise A. Oleski. Staff Sergeant Brian E. Hall. Private Second Class Bryce E. Gautier. Airman First Class Jacob I. Ramsey. Corporal Jason G. Pausch. Staff Sergeant Gary L. Woods Jr. Sergeant Edward Forrest. Sergeant Christopher D. Loza. Specialist Michael J. Anaya. Sergeant Raul Moncada. Corporal Francisco X. Aguila. Private First Class Richard A. DeWater. Lance Corporal Ray A. Spencer II. Corporal William C. Comstock. Corporal Brad A. Davis. Command Sergeant Major Benjamin Moore, Jr. Sergeant Leroy O. Webster. Sergeant James R. McIlvain. Petty Officer Tyler J. Trahan. Staff Sergeant Mark A. Wojciechowski.
Sergeant James Priddle. Specialist Ryan C. King. Staff Sergeant William D. Vile. Specialist Jake R. Veloza. Specialist Jeremiah P. McCleary. Specialist Sean D. Sykes. Staff Sergeant Randy S. Agnow. Private Justin P. Hartford. Specialist Omar M. Albrock. Major Stephen Hutchinson. Specialist Lucas D. Saksek. Private First Class Michael Edward Yates. Specialist Jacob D. Barton. Sergeant Christian E. Bueno Galdes. Commander Charles K. Springle. Major Matthew Houseal. Corporal Ryan C. McGee. Sergeant Carly M. Lee. Staff Sergeant Esau D. De La Pina Hernandez. Specialist David A. Schaefer. First Lieutenant Rosalind Littman Schlute. Major Jason E. George. Sergeant Paul F. Brooks. First Lieutenant Levi K. Barnard. Sergeant First Class Brian Naisman. Chief Warrant Officer 3 Brent S. Cole. Commander Dwayne S. Wolf. Maged M. Hussein. First Sergeant Blue C. Rowe. Senior Airman Ashton Lynn Marie Goodman. Lieutenant Colonel Mark E. Stratton. Specialist Chad A. Edmondson. Private Thomas E. Lee. Private Bradley W. Lorio. Private First Class Samuel D. Stone. Specialist Marco M. Sampson. Lance Corporal Matthew G. Reza. Staff Sergeant Jeffrey A. Hall. Sergeant Jasper K. Obachrenuer. Private First Class Matthew W. Wilson. Private First Class Matthew D. Ogden. Sergeant Justin J. Duffy. Specialist Roberto A. Hernandez. Specialist Jarrett P. Grimo. Specialist Charles D. Parrish. Major Rocco M. Barnes. Specialist Jeffrey W. Jordan. Staff Sergeant John C. Beal. Major Kevin M. Jenrette. Specialist Christopher M. Kurth. Lance Corporal Robert D. Yulmer. Lance Corporal Joshua R. Whittle. Specialist Eduardo S. Silva. Chief Warrant Officer Ricky L. Richardson, Jr. Staff Sergeant Edmund L. Lowe. Specialist Jonathan C. O'Neill. Captain Kefele H. Sims. Sergeant Joshua W. Soto. Sergeant First Class Kevin W. DuPont. Staff Sergeant Joshua Melton. Sergeant Paul G. Smith. Specialist Chancellor A. Kiesling. First Sergeant John D. Blair. Command Master Chief Petty Officer Jeffrey J. Garber. Sergeant Ricky D. Jones. Specialist Rodrigo A. Mungia Rivas. Specialist Casey L. Hills. Specialist Joshua L. Hazelwood. First Lieutenant Brian N. Bradshaw. Private First Class Peter K. Cross. Sergeant Timothy A. David. Private Stephen T. Dries. Sergeant Terry J. Lynch. Sergeant First Class Edward C. Kramer. Sergeant Juan C. Baldosin. Specialist Robert L. Bittaker. Sergeant Roger L. Adams, Jr. Lance Corporal Charles S. Sharp. Private First Class Justin A. Cassilis. Private First Class Aaron E. Fairbairn. Private First Class Nicholas H. J. Gideon. Sergeant Brock H. Chavers. Specialist Isaac L. Johnson. Second Lieutenant Derwin I. Williams. Specialist Chester W. Hosford. Captain A. Garmermark. Petty Officer 2nd Class Tony Michael Randolph. Specialist Christopher M. Talbert. Sergeant John Eric Hayes. Sergeant Michael C. Roy. Private Lucas M. Bragg. Lance Corporal Roger Gregory Michael Hager. Aviation Ordnanceman Darren Ethan Tate. Specialist Gregory James Missman. Specialist Joshua Ray Ferris. Corporal Matthew Ryan Lembeck. Lance Corporal Pedro Antonio Barboza Flores. Sergeant Major Jerome David Hatfield. Master Sergeant Jerome David Hatfield. Staff Sergeant Eric James Lindstrom. Staff Sergeant David Shane Spicer. Chief Warrant Officer Rodney A. Jarvis. Sergeant Michael Wayne Heed. Sergeant 1st Class Jason John Fabrizi. Specialist Carlos E. Wilcox. Specialist Daniel P. Devrenick. Specialist James D. Wertish. Captain Mark Russell McDowell. Corporal Benjamin Stephen Kopp. Captain Thomas P. Grameth. Lance Corporal Brandon T. Lara. Specialist Anthony Marquis Lightfoot. Private 1st Class Dennis Joseph Pratt. Specialist Andrew J. Roughton. Sergeant Gregory Owens Jr. Sergeant Raimundo Peros Morales. Specialist Randy L.J. Neff Jr. Sergeant Joshua James Reimer. Corporal Nicholas George Zerhos. Aviation Electronics Technician Airman Andrew Scott Charpenter. Lance Corporal Jeremy Scott Lasher. Sergeant Ryan H. Lane. Specialist Justin Dean Coleman. Specialist Herbert A. Barrios Campos. Private 1st Class Donald Wayne Vincent. Staff Sergeant Johnny Roosevelt Polk. Sergeant Garrick David Smith. Chief Warrant Officer Douglas Melville Vos III. Lance Corporal Jonathan Fulton Stroud. Lance Corporal Gregory Allen Posey. Specialist Alexander Joel Miller. Private Richard Kelvin Jones. Corporal Jonathan Michael Walls. Private Patrick Scott Fitzgibbon. Sergeant 1st Class Severin West Summers III. Captain Ronald George Luce Jr. Sergeant 1st Class Alejandro Grando III. Private Kiefer P. Wilhelm. Petty Officer 3rd Class Anthony Christian Garcia. Corporal Rivera Christian Armando Guzman. Lance Corporal James David Argentine. Sergeant J. Michael Hoskins. Lance Corporal Travis Thornton Babine. Sergeant Jerry Randall Evans Jr. Lance Corporal Dennis James Burrow. Captain Matthew Charles Hayes Freeman. Lance Corporal Javier Olvera. Specialist Matthew Callan Samuel Swanson. Staff Sergeant Tara Jean Smith. Lance Corporal Patrick Wayne Schmill. Lance Corporal Bruce Ernest Farrell. Specialist Richard A. Walters, Jr. Captain John Tinsley. Sergeant William John Cahir. Lance Corporal John Matthew Bernard. Corporal Nicholas Ryan Roush. Sergeant First Class William Brian Woods. Lance Corporal Leopold Fred DeMoss. Specialist Matthew D. Hastings. Sergeant First Class Jose San Nicolas Crismotomo. Private First Class Jonathan Christopher Yanni.
Specialist Troy Orion Tom. Morris Lewis Walker. Gunnery Sergeant Adam Frank Benjamin. Private First Class Clayton Patrick Bowen. Private First Class William Z. Vandesal. Specialist Paul Edmund Dumont Jr. Brian Michael Wolverton. Specialist Justin Reed Pellerin. Sergeant Matthew Lee Ingram. Corporal Darby Todd Morin. Staff Sergeant Andrew Thomas Lopsko. Second Lieutenant Joey Fortin. Captain Corey J. Jenkins. Captain John Lewis Hallett III. Sergeant First Class Ronald Wayne Sawyer. Specialist Dennis Michael Williams. Lance Corporal Donald James Hogan. Staff Sergeant Kurt Robert Curtis. Private First Class Matthew Everett Wilds. Private Taylor D. Marks. Specialist Abraham Sherrod Wheeler III. Sergeant Earl D. Werner. Staff Sergeant James Sean Dalk. Private First Class Eric W. Hario. Specialist Jonathan D. Welch. Specialist Tyler R. Walsh. Private First Class Jordan N. Brochu. Lance Corporal David R. Hall. Specialist Jordan M. Shea. Petty Officer Third Class Benjamin P. Castiglione. Staff Sergeant Todd W. Selge. Lance Corporal Christopher S. Balthasar Jr. Second Lieutenant Darren D. Andrews. Sergeant Uvert Loney. Captain Joshua S. Meadows. Sergeant Randy M. Haney. Staff Sergeant Michael C. Murphy. Petty Officer Third Class James R. Layton. Staff Sergeant Aaron M. Kennefick. Gunnery Sergeant Edwin Wayne Johnson Jr. First Lieutenant Joseph D. Helton. Private First Class Thomas F. Lyons. Staff Sergeant Shannon M. Smith. Private First Class Zachary T. Myers. First Lieutenant Michael E. Johnson. First Lieutenant Tyler E. Parton. Lance Corporal Christopher S. Falks. Private First Class Matthew M. Martinek. Staff Sergeant Brian D. Berkey. Specialist Daniel L. Cox. Sergeant Taylor A. Juden. Staff Sergeant Nikel B. Allen. Technical Sergeant James R. Hornerbarger. Sergeant First Class Dwayne A. Thornsbury. First Lieutenant David T. Wright II. Sergeant Andrew H. McConnell. Specialist Demetrius L. Boyd. Sergeant Robert D. Gordon II. Sergeant First Class Sean P. McCloskey. Sergeant First Class Bradley S. Bull. Staff Sergeant Joshua M. Mills. Private First Class Jeremiah J. Monroe. Specialist Michael S. Cody Jr. Sergeant David A. Davis, Specialist Damon G. Winkleman, Specialist Corey J. Kowal, Senior Airman Matthew R. Cordes, Private First Class William L. Meredith, Sergeant Edward Bernard Smith, Lance Corporal John L. Malone, Sergeant Titus R. Reynolds, Specialist Joseph V. White, Specialist Kevin J. Graham, Lance Corporal Jordan L. Crobot, Sergeant First Class Christopher D. Shaw, Staff Sergeant Jack M. Martin III, Specialist Ross E. Vogel III, Staff Sergeant Alex French IV, Sergeant Roberto D. Sanchez, Specialist Paul E. Anderson, Specialist Russell S. Hercules, Jr., Captain Benjamin A. Scalver, Private First Class Alan H. Newton, Jr., Sergeant Ryan C. Adams, Sergeant Justin T. Gallegos, Sergeant Thomas D. Rabajan, Sergeant Joshua M. Hart, Staff Sergeant Vernon W. Martin, Sergeant Aaron M. Smith, Sergeant Joshua J. Kirk, Specialist Christopher T. Griffin, Private First Class Kevin C. Thompson, Michael P. Scusa, Private First Class Brandon A. Owens, Specialist Stephen L. Mace, Specialist Kevin O. Hill, Major Tad T. Hervas, Sergeant First Class Kenneth W. Westbrook, Staff Sergeant Aaron L. J. Taylor, Lance Corporal Alfonso Ocha, Jr., Specialist George W. Colley, Specialist Jesus O. Flores, Jr., Specialist Daniel C. Lawson, Private First Class Brandon M. Steyer, Staff Sergeant Glenn H. Stivson, Jr., Sergeant Christopher M. Rudinsky, Specialist Anthony G. Green, Staff Sergeant Chris N. Statz, Specialist Michael A. Dahl, Jr., Private First Class Daniel J. Rivera, Staff Sergeant Bradley Espinoza, Lance Corporal David Raymond Baker, Specialist Kyle A. Kumas, Specialist Eric N. Lemp, Private First Class Kimball A. Hahn, Sergeant Ugives G. Wolf, Private First Class Devin L. Michelle, Specialist Brandon K. Steffi, Corporal Gregory M.W. Fleury, Sergeant First Class David E. Metzger, Chief Warrant Officer Michael B. Montgomery, Captain Kyle Van de Geysen, Sergeant Josu E. Hernandez Chavez, Captain Eric A. Jones, Staff Sergeant Keith R. Bishop, Captain David S. Mitchell, Staff Sergeant Sean H. McNabb, Chief Warrant Officer Neal Lyons, Sergeant Nicholas A. Mueller, Major David L. Otto, Specialist Jared D. Stanker, Sergeant Dale R. Griffin, Private First Class Brian R. Bates, Jr., Sergeant Patrick O. Williamson, Sergeant Isaac B. Jackson, Specialist Robert K. Charlton, Staff Sergeant Louis M. Gonzalez, Lance Corporal Cody R. Stanley, Sergeant Fernando de la Rosa, Private First Class Christopher L. Walls, Specialist Joseph L. Gallegos, Civilian Frank R. Walker, Specialist Adrian L. Avalia, Specialist Christopher M. Cooper, Private First Class Lucas C. Hopper, Sergeant Cesar B. Ruiz, Specialist Jonathan M. Sylvester, Sergeant Benjamin Sherman, Specialist Tony Caruso Jr., Specialist Staff Sergeant Amy C. Triador, Sergeant Brandon T. Islip, Specialist Julian L. Beresford, Specialist Gary L. Gooch Jr., Specialist Aaron S. Amat, Sergeant Charles I. Cartwright, Chief Warrant Officer Earl R. Scott III, Chief Warrant Officer Matthew C. Helfefinger, Staff Sergeant Stephen L. Murphy, Lance Corporal Justin J. Swanson, Specialist Christopher J. Coughlin,
Lance Corporal Sean P. Hefner, Staff Sergeant Ryan L. Zorn, Specialist Joseph M. Lewis, Petty Officer 2nd Class Brian M. Patton, Sergeant Daniel A. Frazier, Staff Sergeant John J. Cleaver, Private First Class Marcus A. Tynes, Sergeant Brian T. Williams, Staff Sergeant Matthew A. Pacino, Lance Corporal Nicholas J. Hand, Sergeant James M. Nolan, Specialist Jason A. McLeod, Private First Class Michael A. Rogers, Petty Officer 3rd Class David M. Mudge, Private First Class Derek D. Volante, Lance Corporal Jonathan A. Taylor, Sergeant Kenneth R. Nichols Jr., Sergeant Elijah J. Rao, Staff Sergeant Dennis J. Hansen, Corporal Jacob Latore, Sergeant Ralph Anthony Webb Freitas, Private Johnner A. Tello, Private First Class J.C. L. Pauley, Technical Sergeant Anthony C. Campbell Jr., Sergeant Albert D. Ware, Private First Class Sergei Kropov, Lance Corporal Omar G. Robach, Staff Sergeant David H. Gutierrez, Specialist Jason M. Johnston, Staff Sergeant Ronald J. Spino, CIA Operations Officer Elizabeth C. Hansen, Harold Brown Jr., CIA Security Officer Scott Michael Roberson, CIA Operations Officer Darren Labonte, CIA Operations Officer Jennifer Lynn Matthews, Staff Sergeant Anton R. Phillips, Specialist Rushawn X. Anderson, Senior Airman Bradley R. Smith, Specialist Brian R. Bone, Sergeant Joshua A. Langsdorf, Specialist David A. Croft Jr., Private First Class Michael R. Jarrett, Sergeant First Class Jason O.B. Hickman, Sergeant Ryan J. Hopkins, Lance Corporal Mark D. Juarez, Lance Corporal Jacob A. Minert, Caporal Jamie R. Lowe, Staff Sergeant Matthew N. Ingham, Corporal Nicholas K. Uzensky, Specialist Kyle J. Wright, Sergeant Lucas T. Beechnaw, Private First Class Jeffrey A. Whitsitt, Staff Sergeant Daniel D. Merriweather, Sergeant Christopher R. Herbeck, Specialist Robert Danevsky, Sergeant First Class Michael P. Shannon, Technical Sergeant Adam K. Ginnett. Captain Paul Pena. Staff Sergeant Thaddeus S. Montgomery. Private First Class Gifford E. Hurt. Lance Corporal Jeremy M. Kane. Petty Officer Second Class Shin Chi. Sergeant Daniel M. Angus. Lance Corporal Timothy J. Poole. Lance Corporal Zachary D. Smith. Sergeant David J. Smith. Sergeant Carlos E. Gill. Private First Class Scott G. Barnett. Staff Sergeant Rusty H. Christian. Private First Class Mark Paul Ducato. Captain David J. Thompson. Lance Corporal Michael L. Freeman Jr. Captain Daniel Witten. Private First Class Zachary G. Lovejoy. Staff Sergeant Mark A. Stetz. Sergeant First Class David J. Hartman. Sergeant First Class Matthew S. Sluss-Tiller. Sergeant Dylan B. Fox. Private First Class Charles A. Williams. Sergeant Adam J. Ray. Private First Class Adriana Alvarez. Staff Sergeant John A. Reiners. Corporal Jacob H. Turbot. Sergeant Jeremiah T. Whitman. Specialist Bobby J. Pagan. Private First Class Jason H. Stopinall. Lance Corporal Noah M. Peer. Petty Officer First Class Sean L. Kaufman. Lance Corporal Alejandro J. Yassi. Private First Class Eric D. Courier. Sergeant Jeremy R. McQuarrie. Larry M. Johnson. Private First Class Kyle J. Kotu. Lance Corporal Kalen T. Dunn. Corporal Gregory S. Stoltz. Lance Corporal Joshua H. Birchfield. Staff Sergeant Michael David P. Cardenas. Staff Sergeant Christopher W. Eckerd. Private First Class J.R. Robignol Salvacion. Lance Corporal Adam D. Peak. Lance Corporal Matthias N. Hansen. Sergeant Marcos Gora. Chief Warrant Officer Billy J. Grinder. Captain Marcus R. Alford. Lance Corporal Eric L. Ward. Corporal Daniel T. O'Leary. Sergeant William C. Spencer. Private First Class William C. Ricketts. Sergeant Vincent L. C. Owens. Specialist Ian T. D. Gellig. Specialist Matthew D. Huston. Specialist Josiah D. Crumpler. Lance Corporal Carlos A. Aragon. Specialist Anthony A. Passy. Lance Corporal Nigel K. Olson. Specialist Alan N. Dicchus. Private Nicholas S. Cook. Specialist Lakeisha M. Bailey. Sergeant Aaron M. Arthur. Sergeant Jonathan J. Richardson. Private First Class Jason M. Kropat. Lance Corporal Garrett W. Gamble. Sergeant First Class Glenn J. Wett. Corporal Jonathan D. Porto. Specialist Stephen J. Bishop. Private First Class Aaron L. McClyman. Staff Sergeant Richard J. Jordan. Gunnery Sergeant Robert L. Gilbert II. Sergeant Joel D. Clarkson. Specialist Robert Rykoff. Chief Petty Officer Adam Lee Brown. Lance Corporal Justin J. Wilson. Sergeant First Class Carlos M. Santos Silva. Lance Corporal Rick J. Santani. Sergeant Major Robert J. Cottle. Lance Corporal Jacob A. Ross. Lance Corporal Randy M. Heck. Private First Class Raymond N. Paykleb. Private First Class James L. Miller. Staff Sergeant Scott W. Brunkhorst. Lieutenant Miroslav Zilberman. Lance Corporal Tyler O. Griffin. Sergeant Frank J. A. World. Lance Corporal Curtis M. Swenson. Sergeant Kurt E. Cruz. First Lieutenant Robert W. Collins. Private First Class Anthony Blount. Sergeant Roberto E. Diaz Borio. Private First Class Jonathan D. Hall. Sergeant Sean M. Durkin. Senior Master Sergeant James B. Lackey. Major Randall D. Voss. Corporal Michael D. Yankovitz. Specialist Joseph T. Karen. Staff Sergeant James R. Patton. Sergeant Michael K. Ingram Jr. Private First Class Charlie C. Antonio. Sergeant Randolph A. Sigley. Sergeant Robert J. Barrett.
Sergeant Major John K. Laborde. Staff Sergeant Christopher D. Worrell. Sergeant Ronald A. Kubik. Sergeant Jason A. Santora. Sergeant Grant A. Wickman. Sergeant Keith A. Coe. Sergeant Anthony O. McGee. Sergeant Nathan P. Kennedy. Lance Corporal Thomas E. Rivers. First Lieutenant Salvatore S. Korma. Specialist Eric M. Finneganum. Master Sergeant Mark W. Coleman. Airman First Class Austin H. Gates Benson. Staff Sergeant Esau S.A. Gonzalez. Sergeant Ralph Mina. First Lieutenant Brandon A. Barrett. Lance Corporal Richard R. Penny. Specialist Wade A. Slack. Lance Corporal Christopher Rangel. Lance Corporal Joshua M. Davis. Captain Kyle A. Comfort. Corporal Kurt S. Shea. Specialist Jeremy L. Brown. Corporal Jeffrey W. Johnson. Sergeant Kenneth B. May Jr. Sergeant Joshua D. DeFords. Sergeant Donald J. Lamar II. Specialist Dennis D. Kisseloff. Petty Officer Zorian Wood. Staff Sergeant Adam L. Perkins. Private First Class Billy G. Anderson. Corporal Nicholas D. Parada Rodriguez. Lance Corporal Patrick Xavier. Lance Corporal Philip P. Clark. Specialist Joshua A. Tomlinson. Colonel John M. McHugh. Lieutenant Colonel Thomas P. Belkifer. Staff Sergeant Richard J. Timon. Lieutenant Colonel Paul R. Bartz. Staff Sergeant Shane S. Barnard. Specialist Stanley J. Sokolowski III. Staff Sergeant Amilcar H. Gonzalez. Private First Class Jason D. Fingar. Major Ronald W. Culver, Jr. Private First Class Christopher R. Barton. Sergeant Edwin Rivera. Corporal Jacob C. Liked. Private First Class Jake W. Suter. Lance Corporal Anthony A. Delicio. Private First Class Alvaro R. Regaldo Cesarigo. Specialist Jonathan K. Pine. Private First Class Francisco J. Gordado Ramirez. First Lieutenant Joseph J. Theinert. Sergeant Steve M. Theobald. Second Lieutenant Michael E. McGannon. Corporal Donald M. Marler. Sergeant Brandon C. Berry. Lance Corporal Derek Hernandez. Specialist Brendan P. Neenan. Sergeant Joshua A. Luciella. Sergeant John K. Rankle. First Sergeant Robert N. Barton. Specialist Blaine E. Redding. Specialist Charles S. Jertle. Specialist Matthew R. Catlett. Sergeant Zachary J. Walters. Sergeant Eric J. Klusacek. Sergeant Derek L. Shanfield. Staff Sergeant David C. Smith. First Lieutenant Joel C. Gentz. Lance Corporal Michael G. Plank. Senior Airman Benjamin D. White. Staff Sergeant Michael P. Flores. Lance Corporal Gavin R. Brumund. Specialist Christian M. Adams. Specialist William C. Yawk. Staff Sergeant Brian A. Hoover. Sergeant First Class Robert J. Fike. Sergeant Israel P. O'Brien. Sergeant Mario Rodriguez. Specialist Brian M. Anderson. Specialist Christopher W. Opat. Specialist Benjamin D. Osborne. Specialist Nathan W. Cox. Private First Class Gunner R. Hodgkin. Specialist Joseph D. Johnson. Corporal Jeffrey R. Stanfest. Corporal Michael C. Bailey. Captain Michael P. Cassidy. Seaman William Ortega. Staff Sergeant James P. Hunter. Private First Class Benjamin J. Park. Staff Sergeant Brandon M. Silk. Specialists Scott A. Andrews. Private First Class David T. Miller. Lance Corporal Timothy G. Serwanowski. Specialist Jacob P. Dorenwind. Specialist Andrew R. Looney. Corporal Claudio Patino. Corporal Kevin A. Cueto. First Sergeant Eddie Turner. Private First Class Russell E. Madden. Private First Class Anthony T. Justinson. Corporal Joshua R. Dumal. Private First Class Robert K. L. Repke. Staff Sergeant Eduardo Laredo. Corporal Dane Adam DeBoer. Specialist Blair D. Thompson. Specialist Jared C. Plunk. Specialist David A. Holmes. Lance Corporal William T. Richards. Private First Class Bryant J. Haynes. Sergeant Joseph D. Kasky. Sergeant John M. Rogers. Specialist David W. Thomas. Specialist Christopher D. Cheplow. Staff Sergeant Eric B. Shaw. Specialist Matthew R. Hennigan. Corporal Larry D. Harris. Private First Class Ryan J. Grady. Sergeant Johnny W. Lumpkin. Captain David A. Wisniewski. Sergeant Jordan E. Tuttle. Private First Class David Jefferson. Specialist Morgan M. Macbeth. Specialist Clayton D. McGarrah. Private First Class Jacob A. Dennis. Sergeant Andrew J. Creighton. Private First Class Edwin C. Wood. Specialist Keenan A. Cooper. Specialist Louis R. Festuca. Specialist Jared H. Osborne. Sergeant First Class Christopher F. Cabacoy. Staff Sergeant Mark A. Arizmendez. Specialist Roger Lee. Private First Class Michael S. Pridham. Private First Class Anthony W. Simmons. Lance Corporal Daniel G. Rainey. Lance Corporal Tyler A. Rhodes. Specialist Carlos J. Negron. Specialist Joseph W. Demock. Specialist Robert W. Crow. Sergeant Donald R. Edgerton. Staff Sergeant Christopher J. Antonick. Private First Class Nathaniel D. Gavin. Specialist Christopher J. Moon. Specialist Chase Stanley. Private Brandon M. King. Staff Sergeant Sheldon L. Tate. Staff Sergeant Christopher T. Stout. First Lieutenant Christopher S. Goki. Specialist Matthew J. Johnson. Sergeant Zachary M. Fisher. Specialist Jesse D. Reed. Sergeant First Class John H. Jarrell. Sergeant Weston M. Winters. Sergeant Jesse R. Tilton. Staff Sergeant Justice S. Bartelt.
Corporal Dave M. Santos. Sergeant Matthew W. Weichert. Gunnery Sergeant Christopher L. Eastman. Sergeant Anibal Santiago. Corporal Joe L. Reitzman. Sergeant Justin B. Allen. First Lieutenant Robert N. Bennetson. Staff Sergeant Brian F. Piercy. Corporal Paul J. Miller. Corporal Julio Vargas. First Lieutenant Michael L. Runyon. Major James M. Weiss. Lieutenant Colonel Mario D. Carrazzo. Petty Officer Second Class Justin McNeely. Private First Class James J. O'Quinn. Petty Officer Third Class Jared Newlow. Specialist Andrew Hand. Staff Sergeant Conrad A. Mora. Sergeant Daniel Lim. Lance Corporal Frederick E. Vasquez. Specialist Joseph A. Bauer. Lance Corporal Abram L. Howard. Staff Sergeant Kyle R. Warren. Captain Jason E. Holbrook. Lance Corporal Shane R. Martin. Specialist Michael L. Stansbury. Sergeant Kyle B. Stout. Master Sergeant Jared N. Van Alst. Specialist Faith R. Hinckley. Corporal Max W. Donahue. Lance Corporal Kevin M. Cornelius. Private First Class Vincent E. Gamoni III. Private First Class John E. Andrade. Private First Class Paul O. Kazupi. Sergeant Andrew C. Nickel. Private Bradley D. Rapone. Corporal Christopher D. Greer. Sergeant Jose L. Sainz III. Sergeant Christopher N. Karch. Staff Sergeant Michael A. Bach. Specialist Jamal M. Rett. Sergeant First Class Edgar N. Roberts. Private Charles M. High IV. Staff Sergeant Derek J. Farley. Private First Class Benjamin G. Chisholm. Lance Corporal Kevin E. Ortowski. Sergeant Martin A. Lugo. Corporal Christopher J. Boyd. Specialist Christopher S. Wright. Chief Petty Officer SEAL Colin Thomas. Lance Corporal Cody S. Childers. Lance Corporal Nathaniel J. A. Schultz. Private First Class Alexis V. Maldonado. Sergeant Jason D. Kahlo. Sergeant Brandon E. Maggart. Specialist Pedro A. Militice. Sergeant Stephen J. DeLuzio. Lance Corporal Robert J. Newton. Specialist Tristan H. Southworth. Sergeant Ronald A. Rodriguez. Private First Class Justin B. Shoecraft. Petty Officer Third Class James Michael Swink. Private First Class Chad D. Coleman. Master Sergeant Daniel L. Fetter. Private Adam J. Novak. Specialist Andrew J. Castro. Specialist James C. Robinson. Sergeant Patrick K. Durham. Private First Class Bryn T. Raver. Gunnery Sergeant Floyd E. C. Hawley. Staff Sergeant James R. Ide. Captain Ellery R. Wallace. Staff Sergeant Casey J. Kochowiak. Private First Class Chad D. Clements. Second Lieutenant Mark Noziska. Staff Sergeant Kevin J. Kessler. Captain Dale A. Getz. Staff Sergeant Jesse Infante. Staff Sergeant Matthew J. West. Sergeant Raymond C. Alcaraz. Private First Class James A. Page. Lance Corporal Cody A. Roberts. Staff Sergeant Vincent B. Atkinson III. Sergeant Joseph A. Vovia. Private First Class Matthew Eric George. Lance Corporal Christopher B. Rogers. Lance Corporal Joshua T. Twig. Private First Class Diego M. Montoya. Lance Corporal Ross S. Carver. Sergeant Jesse M. Balthazar. Captain Jason T. McMahon. Sergeant Phillips C. Jenkins. Corporal Philip G. E. Chart. Private First Class James F. Clamrock. Corporal John C. Bishops. First Lieutenant Todd W. Weaver. Senior Airman James A. Hanson. Sergeant John F. Berner III. Specialist Timothy L. Johnson. Senior Airman Daniel R. Sanchez. Sergeant Aaron K. Kramer. Lieutenant Scott J. Fleming. Specialist D'Angelo B. Snow. Staff Sergeant Jamie C. Newman. Private First Class Barbara Vieira. Sergeant First Class Ronald A. Ryder. First Lieutenant Eric Yates. Captain Paul D. Karen. Specialist Joshua A. Harton. Private First Class Joshua S. Osei. Senior Petty Officer David B. McClendon. Senior Airman Michael B. Burris. Staff Sergeant Joshua D. Powell. Sergeant Marvin R. Calhoun, Jr. Major Robert F. Baldwin. Lieutenant SEAL Brendan J. Looney. Chief Warrant Officer Jonah D. McClellan. Petty Officer Second Class SEAL Adam O. Smith. Petty Officer Third Class SEAL Dennis C. Miranda. Chief Warrant Officer Matthew G. Wagstaff. Lance Corporal Anthony J. Rosa. Specialist John Carrillo, Jr. Private First Class Jebra P. Noonan. Private First Class Jason P. S. Petrie. Private First Class Clinton E. Springer II. Private First Class William Brandon Dawson. Sergeant Mark A. Simpson. Excuse me. Specialist Donald Scott Morrison. Specialist Mark C. Wisnant. Lance Corporal Ralph J. Fabry. Senior Airman Mark Andrew Forrester. Sergeant Justin A. Officer. Sergeant First Class Calvin B. Harrison. Lance Corporal Timothy M. Jackson. Specialist Luther W. Rabone Jr. Sergeant First Class Lance H. Vogler. Sergeant Anthony D. Mattioni. Staff Sergeant Willie J. Harley Jr. Sergeant Brian J. Pedro. Sergeant Carl A. Campbell. Specialist Joseph T. Prentler. Private First Class Ryan G. Clark. Private First Class Cody A. Board. Senior Airman Daniel J. Johnson. Corporal Stephen C. Sokolowski. Lance Corporal Scott A. Lynch. Hospital Corpsman Edwin Gonzalez. Lance Corporal John T. Sparks. Private First Class David A. Hess. Staff Sergeant Dave J. Weigel. Sergeant Frank R. Zeringer III. Specialist Matthew C. Powell. Private First Class Victor A. Dew. Lance Corporal Raymond L. A. Johnson. Lance Corporal Philip D. Minage. Lance Corporal Joseph E. Rodwald. Jordan Bird. Corporal Justin J. Kane. Lance Corporal Irvin M. Seniceros. Lance Corporal Joseph C. Lopez.
Specialist Rafael Martinez Jr. Lance Corporal Alec E. Catherwood. Sergeant Eric C. Newman. Sergeant Carlos A. Benitez. Private First Class Tremaine J. Billingsley. Lance Corporal James D. Bullock. Private First Class Dylan T. Reed. Sergeant Ian M. Tawney. Corporal George Villarreal Jr. Staff Sergeant Joshua J. Cullens. Lance Corporal Francisco R. Jackson. Specialist Gerald R. Jenkins. Staff Sergeant Kenneth K. McAnick. Staff Sergeant Arcely Gonzalez O'Malley. Specialist Ronnie J. Polaris. Specialist Thomas A. Moffett. Specialist Stephen L. DuPont. Sergeant First Class Charles M. Saddle. Private First Class David R. Jones, Jr. Sergeant First Class Philip C. Tanner. Lance Corporal Terry E. Honeycutt, Jr. Sergeant Michael D. Kerspel, Jr. Specialist Diego A. Solorzano Valdovinos. Specialist Pedro A. Maldonado. Specialist Brett W. Land. Private First Class Andrew N. Meary. Specialist Jonathan M. Curtis. First Lieutenant James R. Zimmerman. Sergeant First Class Todd M. Harris. Specialist James C. Young. Lance Corporal Matthew J. Broham. Lance Corporal Brandon W. Pearson. Sergeant Jason J. Mikulski. Staff Sergeant Jordan B. Emmerich. Specialist Blake D. Whipple. Sergeant Michael F. Paranzino. Lance Corporal Randy R. Braggs. Private First Class Shane M. Rayford. Sergeant Aaron B. Cruttenden. Specialist Dale J. Cridlow. Specialist Andrew Hutchins. Specialist Anthony Vargas. Second Lieutenant Robert M. Kelly. Lance Corporal Dakota R. Hughes. Lance Corporal James B. Stack. Sergeant Edward H. Bolin. Specialist David C. Lutz. Specialist Shannon Chihuahua. Corporal Sean D. Fannin. Senior Airman Andrew S. Bubkas. Staff Sergeant Juan L. Rivadeneira. Corporal Jacob R. Carver. Specialist Jacob C. Carroll. Specialist Shane H. Ahmed. Private First Class Christian M. Warnier. Specialist Jesse Adam Snow. Specialist Nathan E. Lillard. Specialist Scott T. Nargorski. Staff Sergeant David P. Sempt. Lieutenant Colonel Gwendolyn A. Locht. Staff Sergeant Kevin M. Pape. Staff Sergeant Javier O. Rivera Ortiz. Specialist Justin E. Culbreth. Private First Class Kyle M. Holder. Staff Sergeant Loleni W. Gandy. Staff Sergeant Jason T. Smith. Specialist David S. Robinson. Sergeant David J. Luff, Jr. Staff Sergeant Sean M. Flannery. Specialist William K. Middleton. Lance Corporal Arden Joseph A. Buenagua. First Lieutenant William J. Donnelly IV. Private Devin J. Harris. Specialist Matthew W. Ramsey. Private First Class Austin G. Staggs. Sergeant First Class Barry E. Jarvis. Private Buddy W. McLean. Staff Sergeant Curtis A. Oakes. Private First Class Jacob A. Gasson. First Lieutenant Scott F. Milley. Corporal Chad S. Wade. Sergeant Matthew Abate. Sergeant First Class James E. Thode. Lance Corporal Lucas C. Scott. Staff Sergeant Vincent W. Ashlock. Sergeant Nicholas J. Ailman. Staff Sergeant Jason A. Reeves. Corporal Derek A. Wyatt. Private First Class Colton W. Rusk. Specialist Kelly J. Mixon. Sergeant James A. Ayub II. Lance Corporal Michael E. Geary. Private First Class David D. Fink. Sergeant Jason D. Petto. Staff Sergeant Stacy A. Green. Private First Class Ethan L. Gonzalo. Specialist Kenneth E. Nicotia. Specialist Derek T. Simonetta. Specialist Patrick D. Deans. Specialist George E. Villasis. Corporal Sean M. Collins. Corporal Willie A. McLaughlin, Jr. Lance Corporal Jose A. Hernandez. Staff Sergeant Justin E. Schmalstieg. Specialist Sean R. Cutsforth. Corporal Sean A. Osterman. Lance Corporal Jose L. Maldonado. Corporal Eric M. Torbert, Jr. Private First Class Conrado D. Javier Jr., Lance Corporal William H. Krause IV, Lance Corporal Kenneth A. Corzine, Sergeant Garrett A. Meisner, Corporal Tevin L. Ningun, Sergeant Michael J. Beckerman, Lance Corporal Mong P. Take, Corporal Jacob A. Tate, Sergeant Jose M. Cinturón Rosado, Specialist Jose A. Delgado Arroyo, Sergeant Eric M. Nettleton, Specialist Christian J. Romig, Sergeant First Class Robert W. Ferris, Specialist Ethan C. Harden, Lance Corporal Joseph R. Guys, Private First Class Robert J. Neer, Private First Class Ira B. Lanningham, Major Evan J. Muldick, Private First Class Benjamin G. Moore, Private First Class Zachary S. Salmon, Specialist Jared J. King, Sergeant Zaina C. Creamer, Sergeant Omar Aceves, Specialist Jose A. Torre, Specialist Martin J. Lamar, Sergeant Michael P. Bartley, Corporal Joseph C. Whitehead, Major Michael S. Everts, Specialist Joshua T. Lancaster, Petty Officer Dominique Cruz, Sergeant Jason G. Amoris, Private First Class Amy R. Sinclair, Technical Sergeant Leslie D. Williams, Sergeant First Class Anthony Venetz Jr., Specialist Joshua R. Campbell, Specialist Sean A. Muir, Specialist Omar Soltero, Specialist Ryan A. Gartner, Corporal Lucas T. Piet, Lance Corporal Aaron M. Swanson, Sergeant Patrick R. Carroll, Specialist Nathan B. Karse, Specialist LaShawn D. Evans, Specialist Jonathan A. Pilgrim, Staff Sergeant Bradley C. Hart, Airman Christopher P. Johnson, Airman First Class Corey C. Owens, Sergeant Matthew J. DeYoung, Lance Corporal Andrew P. Carpenter, First Lieutenant Darren M. Hildago, Sergeant Robert C. Sisson, Jr.,
Corporal Jonathan W. Taylor, Staff Sergeant Jerome Verdemag, Specialist Andrew C. Wilfart, Specialist Brian Tabata, Specialist Rudolph R. Hazan, Private First Class David R. Fahey Jr., Sergeant Christopher J. Gould, Specialist Christopher G. Stark, Staff Sergeant Chauncey R. Mays, Senior Airman Nicholas J. Alden, Specialist Jason M. Weaver, Corporal Jordan R. Stanton, Sergeant Adam D. Craig, Staff Sergeant Mark C. Wells, Private First Class Kaylin C. Johnson, Corporal Lauren M. Buffalo, Specialist Andrew P. Wade, Staff Sergeant Eric S. Trueblood, Corporal Ian M. Muller, Corporal Andrew M. Harper, Private First Class Arturo E. Rodriguez, Sergeant Dahan Park, Senior Airman Michael J. Hinkle II, Sergeant Travis M. Tompkins, Lance Corporal Christopher S. Mays, Master Sergeant Jamal H. Bowers, Private First Class Rudy A. Acosta, Corporal Donald R. Mickler, Jr., Staff Sergeant Michaelis C. McDaniel, Staff Sergeant James M. Malachowski, Corporal Brandon S. Hawking, Private First Class Michael C. Marr, Staff Sergeant Joshua S. Geyer, Petty Officer First Class Vincent A. Philby III, Specialist Justin D. Ross, Private First Class Dustin J. Feldhaus, Specialist Jameson Linskog, Staff Sergeant Frank E. Adamski III, Sergeant First Class Ofrin Arachaga, Private First Class Jeremy P. Faulkner, Staff Sergeant Brian A. Burgess, Specialist Dennis C. Poulin, Staff Sergeant Christian A.S. Garcia, Staff Sergeant Quaddy S. Hutchins, Lance Corporal Harry Liu, First Lieutenant Robert F. Welch III, Sergeant Jorge A. Scatliff, Specialist Gary L. Nelson III, Sergeant Michael S. Lammerts, Captain Wesley J. Hinckley, Sergeant Scott H. Burgess, Seaman Benjamin D. Rast, Staff Sergeant Jeremy D. Smith, Specialist Keith T. Buzinski, Staff Sergeant Jason A. Rogers, Sergeant Vorisak T. Zaysana, Private Brandon T. Pickering, Sergeant Jose M. Carabello Pietri, Specialist Brent M. Maher, Specialist Donald L. Nichols, Specialist Joseph A. Kennedy, Sergeant Linda L. Pierre, Staff Sergeant Cynthia R. Taylor, Captain Charles E. Ridgely, Jr., Specialist Joseph B. Semper, Sergeant First Class Charles L. Adkins, Private First Class Joel A. Ramirez, Sergeant Charles J. Wren, Specialist Paul J. Adam, Specialist Sonny Jade Moses, Petty Officer Third Class Micah Aaron Hill, Private First Class John F. Kim, First Lieutenant Omar J. Vasquez, Private First Class Antonio G. Stiggins, Captain Joshua M. McClemens, Sergeant John P. Castro, Staff Sergeant James A. Justice, Lance Corporal Dominic J. Sierra Mataro, Chief Warrant Officer Terry L. Varnador II, Sergeant First Class Benjamin F. Bittner, Sergeant Sean T. Callahan, Sergeant David P. Day, Sergeant First Class Bradley S. Hughes, Lance Corporal Joe M. Jackson, Major Jeffrey O. Osborne, Major Raymond G. Estelle II, Private First Class Jonathan M. Villanueva, Master Sergeant Tara R. Brown, Major David L. Brodeur, Corporal Adam D. Jones, Specialist Andrew E. Lara, Lieutenant Colonel Frank D. Bryant Jr., Captain Nathan J. Nylander, Captain Charles A. Ransom, Major Philip D. Ambard, Specialist Preston J. Dennis, Lance Corporal Ronald D. Freeman, Sergeant Matthew D. Hermanson, Private First Class Robert M. Freese, Corporal Kevin W. White, Specialist Riley S. Spalding, Sergeant Ken K. Hermagino, First Lieutenant Demetrius M. Frazon, Lieutenant Colonel Benjamin J. Palmer, Sergeant Kevin P. Balduff, Sergeant Amaru Aguilar, Sergeant Robert C. Schlote, Specialist Brian D. Riley Jr., Private Lamoral J. Tucker, Staff Sergeant David D. Self, Specialist Bradley L. Melton, Private Cesare Presley, Specialist Brandon M. Curtin, Private First Class Ramon Mora Jr., Sergeant First Class Clifford E. Beatty, Staff Sergeant Christopherson B. Lorenzo, Private Thomas C. Allers, Private First Class William S. Blevins, Private Andrew M. Krippner, Technical Sergeant Christopher M. Solisby, Staff Sergeant Joseph J. Hamsky, Sergeant Thomas A. Bohal, Staff Sergeant Urgen V. Osman, First Lieutenant John M. Runkle, Chief Warrant Officer Christopher R. Thibodeau, Staff Sergeant Edward D. Mills, Jr., Sergeant Louis A. Ramos Velasquez, Specialist Adam J. Patton, Private First Class John C. Johnson, Specialist Adam S. Hamilton, Lance Corporal Peter Clore, Staff Sergeant Martin R. Apolinar, Sergeant Aaron J. Blasjo, Captain Joseph W. Schultz, Private First Class Anthony M. Nunn, Specialist Richard C. Emmons III, Sergeant Jeffrey C.S. Scherer, Private Robert L. Vokes Jr., Sergeant Christopher Roger Bell, Specialist Devin A. Snyder, Corporal Paul W. Zanowick, Sergeant Joshua D. Powell, Chief Warrant Officer Kenneth R. White, Chief Warrant Officer J. Goodell Bradley, Specialist Christopher B. Fishbeck, Private First Class Michael C. Oliveri, Specialist Emilio J. Campo Jr., Specialist Robert P. Hartwick, Specialist Michael B. Cook Jr., Sergeant Joseph M. Garrison, Corporal William J. Wadowitz, Private First Class Matthew J. England, Corporal Matthew T. Richard, Lance Corporal Nicholas S. O'Brien, Lance Corporal Jason D. Hill, Captain Michael W. Newton, Lance Corporal Joshua B. McDaniels, Lance Corporal Sean M.N. O'Connor, Sergeant Glenn M. Sewell, Staff Sergeant Nicholas P. Bellard.
Private First Class Eric D. Sufreen, Staff Sergeant Jeremy A. Katzenberger, Private Ryan J. Larson, Sergeant Mark A. Bradley, Specialist Scott D. Smith, Specialist Marcos A. Cintron, Staff Sergeant Alan L. Snyder, Private First Class Brian J. Backus, Sergeant Edward F. Dixon III, Sergeant First Class Alvin A. Boatwright, Specialist Tyler R. Creans, Private First Class Josue Ibarra, Private First Class Joshua L. Jetton, Sergeant James W. Harvey II, Private First Class Gustavo A. Rios Ordonez, Lance Corporal Jared C. Verbeek, Corporal Gurpreet Singh, Specialist Levi E. Nuncio, Specialist Nicholas C. D. Hensley, Staff Sergeant Nigel D. Kelly, Sergeant Marlon E. Myrie, First Lieutenant Dimitri A. Del Castillo, Specialist Nicholas P. Bernier, Specialist Kevin J. Hilleman, Staff Sergeant Russell J. Proctor, Technical Sergeant Daniel L. Duville, Specialist Matthew R. Gallagher, Private First Class Dylan Jeffrey Johnson, Gunnery Sergeant Ralph E. Pate Jr., Corporal Michael C. Nolan, Staff Sergeant Donald V. Stacy, Lance Corporal Mark R. Goyer, Lance Corporal John F. Farias, Specialist Robert G. Tenney Jr., Captain Matthew G. Nielsen, Captain David E. Van Camp, Sergeant Chad D. Frokier, Corporal Kyle R. Schneider, Private First Class James A. Waters, Staff Sergeant Michael J. Garcia, Sergeant Nicanor Amper IV, Specialist Jordan Christopher Schumann, Staff Sergeant Joshua A. Throckmorton. Specialist Preston J. Suter. Specialist Nathan R. Bayers. Specialist Nicholas W. Newby. Staff Sergeant Thomas J. Dodd Dudley. Sergeant First Class Terrell L. Pasker. Sergeant Christopher P. Soderland. Civilian Paul Pertzenko. Specialist Raphael A. Neves, Jr. Sergeant Stephen L. Talamantes. Lance Corporal Norberto Mendez Hernandez. Seaman Aaron D. Ulam. Lance Corporal Robert S. Greniger. Sergeant Jeremy R. Summers. Lance Corporal Christopher L. Camaro. Specialist Daniel L. Elliott. Sergeant Lex L. Lewis. Specialist Frank R. Gross. Corporal Raphael R. Aruda. Staff Sergeant Wyatt A. Goldsmith. Sergeant Mark A. Cofield. Private First Class Tyler M. Springman. Lance Corporal Jabari N. Thompson. Sergeant First Class Kenneth B. Elwell. Omar A. Jones. Sergeant Brian K. Mowry. Staff Sergeant Kenneth R. Van Geysen. Sergeant Edward W. Kohler. Staff Sergeant James M. Kristen. Sergeant Jacob Molina. Master Sergeant Benjamin A. Stevenson. Specialist Augustus J. Vicari. Second Lieutenant Jared W. Huey. Sergeant William B. Gross Paniagua. Private First Class Bryce M. Scott. Sergeant Dennis E. Kanzler. Staff Sergeant Patrick R. Dolphin. Sergeant Christopher M. Wrinkle. Staff Sergeant Leon H. Lucas, Jr. Staff Sergeant Kirk A. Owen. Private First Class Gil I. Delval Morales. Private First Class Cody G. Baker. Specialist Baron Rye. Captain Wade C. Ramsey. Sergeant Anthony Delmar Peterson. Specialist Jinsu Lee. Specialist Mark J. Downer. Sergeant Daniel D. Gurr. Special Warfare Operator Senior Chief Petty Officer Thomas A. Ratzlaff. Special Warfare Operator Petty Officer First Class Derek Benson. Special Warfare Operator Petty Officer First Class Jesse Pittman. Staff Sergeant Andrew W. Harvell. Chief Warrant Officer David R. Carter. Special Warfare Operator Chief Petty Officer Brian R. Bill. Medic John W. Brown. Special Warfare Operator Petty Officer First Class Aaron Carson Vaughn. Explosive Ordnance Disposal Technician Senior Chief Craig M. Vickers. Special Warfare Operator Petty Officer First Class John T. Tummelson. Chief Warrant Officer Brian J. Nichols. Specialist Spencer C. Duncan. Special Warfare Operator Chief Petty Officer Robert James Reeves. Lieutenant Commander Jonas B. Kelsall. Special Warfare Operator Chief Petty Officer Kevin A. Houston. Special Warfare Operator Chief Petty Officer Heath M. Robinson. Special Warfare Operator Chief Petty Officer John W. Faz. Special Warfare Operator Petty Officer Second Class Nicholas Spahar. Special Warfare Operator Chief Petty Officer Matthew D. Mason. Master at Arms Petty Officer First Class Johnny Duangwangdera. Sergeant Patrick D. Hamburger. Special Warfare Operator Petty Officer First Class Christopher G. Campbell. Sergeant Daniel J. Patron. Cryptologist Technician Collection Petty Officer Michael J. Strange. Airman Daniel L. Zerby. Special Warfare Operator Master Chief Petty Officer Louis J. Langlace. Special Warfare Operator Petty Chief Officer Stephen Matthew Mills. Special Warfare Operator Petty Officer First Class Jason R. Workman. Information Systems Technician Petty Officer First Class Jared Williams Day. Specialist Alexander J. Bennett. EOD Technician Chief Petty Officer Nicholas H. Knoll. Aiden Gonzalez Jr. Sergeant Joshua J. Robinson. Sergeant Alessandro L. Plutino. Corporal Nicholas S. Ott. Private First Class Ruben J. Lopez. Specialist Jamil T. Freeman. Sergeant Edward J. Frank III. Specialist Patrick L. Lay III. Specialist Jordan M. Morris. Hospitalman Riley Gallinger Long. Master Sergeant Charles L. Price III. Second Lieutenant Joe L. Cunningham. Specialist Joseph A. Van Drumel. Sergeant Matthew A. Harmon. First Lieutenant Damon T. Lehan. Specialist Joshua M. Seals. Specialist Dennis G. Jensen. Private First Class Douglas L. Cordo. Lance Corporal Travis M. Nelson. First Lieutenant Timothy J. Steele. Sergeant Andrew R. Tobin. Sergeant Devin James Daniels. Private First Class Brandon S. Mullins. Sergeant Colby Lee Richmond. Private First Class Jesse W. Diedrich. Specialist Michael C. Roberts. Private First Class Alberto L. Obad Jr. Specialist Douglas J. Green. Specialist Dennis James Jr. Sergeant Chester G. Stoda. Specialist Christopher J. Scott. Private First Class Christoph J. Marquis. Engineer James Will Coker. Private First Class Douglas J. Jeffries Jr. Specialist Corin P. Contreras. Private First Class Brett E. Wood. Sergeant Brett D. Eisenhower. Specialist Christopher D. Horton. Private First Class Tony J. Potter Jr.
Petty Officer Brian K. Lundy. Staff Sergeant Daniel A. Quintana. Staff Sergeant Keith F. Rudd. Sergeant First Class Daniel R. Adams. Sergeant Rodolfo Rodriguez Jr. Corporal Michael J. Dutcher. Sergeant Michael L. Prince. Staff Sergeant Michael W. Hosey. Sergeant Garrick L. Eppinger Jr. Specialist Ryan J. Cook. Specialist Shazray C. Clark. Sergeant Timothy D. Sane. Staff Sergeant Esteban Altamarino. Specialist Robert E. Dias. Lance Corporal Terry C. Wright. Specialist Jacob J. Royale. Sergeant Andy C. Morales. Private First Class Carlos A. Aparicio. Sergeant Rafael Bigay Baez. Sergeant Tyler N. Holtz. Specialist Francisco J. Briceño Alvarez Jr. First Lieutenant Andres Zermenio. Specialist Garrett A. Font. Lance Corporal Franklin N. Watson. First Lieutenant Ivan D. Lechowicz. Lance Corporal John R. Wimpy Cagle. Specialist James A. Butz. Specialist Stephen E. Katowski. Staff Sergeant Nicholas A. Spotsarov. First Sergeant Billy J. Sierks. First Lieutenant Ryan K. Linnelli. Sergeant Christopher Diaz. Private First Class David A. Drake. Specialist Adrian G. Mills. Petty Officer First Class SEAL Caleb A. Nelson. Private Danny Chen. Lance Corporal Benjamin Whetstone Schmidt. Specialist Ricardo Cerros Jr. David Drew E. Russell. Captain Joshua S. Lawrence. Chief Warrant Officer James B. Wilk. Sergeant Nathan L. Wyrick. Chief Petty Officer SEAL Michael R. Tatham. Specialist Jeremiah T. Sancho. Lance Corporal Scott D. Harper. Staff Sergeant Robert B. Cowdrey. Staff Sergeant Houston M. Taylor. Airman First Class Jerome D. Miller Jr. Specialist Michael D. Elm. Staff Sergeant James R. Leap Jr. Staff Sergeant Jorge M. Oliveira. Chief Petty Officer Raymond J. Border. Private First Class Stephen F. Shapiro. Sergeant First Class Christopher B. Domiege. Private First Class Christopher A. Horns. First Lieutenant Ashley I. White. Sergeant Paul A. Rivera. Lance Corporal Jordan S. Bastian. Sergeant Edward S. Grace. Captain Sean P.T. Charles. Lance Corporal Jason M. N. Barfield. Sergeant David G. Robinson. Sergeant John A. Leons. Staff Sergeant Stephen J. Dunning. Sergeant Carlo F. Eugenio. Staff Sergeant Christopher R. Newman. Sergeant James M. Darrow. Lieutenant Colonel David E. Cabrera. Staff Sergeant Ari R. Cullers. Private First Class Serena N. Butcher. Specialist Christopher D. Gailey. First Lieutenant David D. Vincent. Lance Corporal Nicholas A. Daniels. Private First Class Cody R. Norris. Private First Class Theodore B. Rushing. Sergeant First Class Jonathan B. McCain. Specialist Calvin M. Pareda. Specialist David E. Hickman. Specialist James R. Burnett Jr. Private First Class Matthew C. Cullen. Coust Sean M. Walsh. Coust Sean M. Walsh. Private First Class Adam E. Daubernier. Lance Corporal Joshua D. Corral. Sergeant First Class Dennis R. Murray. Private Jackie L. Denier II. Corporal Zachary C. Rafe. Corporal Adam J. Boyce. Staff Sergeant Vincent J. Bell. Sergeant First Class Clark A. Corley Jr. Specialist Ryan M. Lumley. Specialist Thomas J. Mayberry. Lance Corporal Christopher P. J. Levy. Specialist Ronald H. Wildrick Jr. Sergeant Christopher L. Muniz. Private Dralfred D. Vaccarano. Marine Samuel M. Griffith. Petty Officer Stacy O. Johnson. Specialist Michaela A. Bragg. Staff Sergeant Joseph J. Altman. Private First Class Justin M. Whitmire. Specialist Kurt W. Kern. Sergeant Noah M. Corte. Specialist Pernell J. Herrera. Petty Officer First Class Chad R. Regling. Senior Airman Brian R. Bell. Technical Sergeant Matthew S. Schwartz. Staff Sergeant Jonathan M. Metzger. Specialist Brian J. Leonhardt. Specialist Robert J. Tautras Jr. Specialist Christopher A. Patterson. Airman First Class Matthew R. Seidler. Private First Class Dustin P. Napier. Private First Class Michael W. Pyron. Private Trooper Neil I. Turner. Seaman Benjamin B. Weiss. Lance Corporal Kenneth E. Cochran. Corporal John Luke Bateman. Corporal Philip D. McGeeth. Specialist Keith D. Benson. Master Sergeant Travis Briddick. Corporal Kevin Reinhard. Corporal Jesse W. Stiltz. Captain Daniel B. Bartle. Captain Nathan R. McCone. Corporal Joseph D. Logan. Corporal Christopher G. Singer. Captain Joshua C. Parrish. First Lieutenant David A. Johnson. Sergeant William C. Stacy. Lance Corporal William J. Dykus. Brigadier General Terrence J. Hildner. Sergeant First Class Billy A. Sutton. Lance Corporal Osborne Montes de Oca. Private First Class Cesar Cotes. Petty Officer Third Class Kyler L. Estrada. Sergeant Jerry D. Reed II. Petty Officer First Class Paris S. Poe. Senior Airman Julia S. Schulten. First Lieutenant Justin J. Wilkins. Captain Nicholas S. Whitlock. Captain Ryan P. Hall. Sergeant Alan R. McKenna, Jr. Sergeant Joshua A. Bourne. Corporal Timothy J. Conrad, Jr. Major Robert J. Marchianti II. Lieutenant Colonel John D. Loftus. Corporal Connor T. Lowry. Staff Sergeant Jordan L. Bear. Private First Class Peyton A. Jones. Specialist Edward J. Acosta. Staff Sergeant Jesse J. Grindley. Specialist DeQuayne D. Rivers. Second Lieutenant Clovis T. Ray. Sergeant Jamie D. Jarob. Specialist Dennis P. Weichel, Jr. Sergeant Daniel J. Brown. Captain Aaron D. Easter. Sergeant William R. Wilson III. Sergeant Joseph D. Augustine. Captain Francis D. Imlay.
This is Christina Colchado, Admissions Counselor, Southern New Hampshire University at the Arizona Marine Memorial. Corporal Michael J. Palacio. Specialist David W. Taylor. Corporal Roberto Cazares. Specialist James E. Dutton. Specialist Jeffrey L. White, Jr. Staff Sergeant Tyler J. Smith. Staff Sergeant Christopher L. Brown. Corporal Christopher D. Bordoni. Sergeant First Class Sean T. Hannon. Captain Nicholas J. Rosansky. Sergeant First Class Jeffrey J. Reek. Specialist Antonio C. Burnside. Construction Man Trevor J. Stanley. Specialist Philip C. S. Schiller. Lance Corporal Ramon T. Kaipat. Lance Corporal Abraham Tarwo. Sergeant Tanner S. Higgins. Corporal Aaron M. Faust, Staff Sergeant David P. Nowazik, Captain Michael C. Braden, Chief Warrant Officer 2, Nicholas S. Johnson, Sergeant Dean R. Schaefer, Chief Warrant Officer Don C. Veray, Sergeant Chris J. Workman, Staff Sergeant Joseph H. Fankhauser, First Lieutenant Jonathan P. Walsh, Private First Class Michael J. Metcalf, Specialist Moises J. Gonzalez, Specialist Manuel J. Vasquez, Staff Sergeant Mihalo A.T. Britton, Specialist Benjamin H. Neal, Specialist Jason K. Edens, Lieutenant Christopher E. Moscow, Staff Sergeant Dick A. Lee Jr., Staff Sergeant Brandon F. Eggleston, Master Sergeant Scott E. Pruitt, Private First Class Christian R. Sanacol, Sergeant Nicholas M. Dickett, Captain Bruce K. Clark, Specialist Juno M.L. Cochilas, Second Lieutenant David E. Rylander, Master Sergeant Gregory L. Childs, Staff Sergeant Thomas K. Fogarty, Sergeant John P. Hewling, Private First Class Dustin D. Gross, Specialist Chase S. Marta, Sergeant Jacob M. Schwally, Sergeant Wade D. Wilson, First Lieutenant Alejo R. Thompson, Petty Officer Second Class Jorge Luis Velasquez, Specialist Alex Hernandez III, Staff Sergeant Israel P. Nuanes, Private First Class Richard L. McNulty III, Sergeant Brian L. Walker, Sergeant Jabron S. Knox, Sergeant Michael J. Knapp, Specialist Samuel T. Watts, Petty Officer First Class Ryan J. Wilson, Second Lieutenant Tobias C. Alexander, Captain Jesse A. Osbat, Specialist Aaron D. Fields, Second Lieutenant Travis A. Morgado, Private First Class Cale C. Miller, Corporal Keaton G. Coffey, Staff Sergeant Roberto Loeza, Specialist Vilmar Gallarza Hernandez, Hospital Man Eric D. Warren, Private First Class Leroy Durande III, Specialist Kenneth L. Jacobs, Lance Corporal Stephen G. Sutton, Specialist Tofiga J. Tautolo, Sergeant Julian C. Chase, Chief Warrant Officer John C. Pratt, Captain John J.R. Brainerd III, Lance Corporal Joshua E. Witzman, Petty Officer Second Class Sean E. Brazas, Corporal Nicholas H. Olivas, Staff Sergeant Alexander G. Povolatis, Lance Corporal Joshua Witzman, Specialist Gerardo Campos, Private First Class Vincent J. Ellis, First Lieutenant Matthew G. Fazzari, Captain Scott P. Pace, Private First Class Brandon D. Goodine, Corporal Anthony R. Servin, Master Chief Petty Officer Richard J. Kessler Jr. Private First Class Nathan T. Davis. Specialist Bryant J. Luxmore. Specialist Trevor A. Pinnock. Sergeant First Class Barrett W. McNabb. Sergeant Joseph M. Lilly. Sergeant Nicholas C. Fredsty. Private First Class Jared A. Lalliere. Sergeant Jose Rodriguez. Specialist John D. Meador II. Sergeant First Class Matthew B. Thomas. First Lieutenant Ryan D. Rawl. Major Paul C. Volke. Private First Class Stephen P. Stevens II. Lance Corporal Eugene C. Mills III. Lance Corporal Niall W. Kotziers. Lance Corporal Hunter D. Hogan. Sergeant Michael J. Strachota. Staff Sergeant Robert A. Massarelli. Staff Sergeant Matthew J. Leach. Sergeant James L. Skalberg Jr. First Lieutenant Stephen C. Presnicki. Jason White. Private First Class Cody O. Mossman. Staff Sergeant Raul M. Guerra. Roberto A. Rodriguez Jr. Captain Bruce A. McFarland. Corporal Juan P. Navarro. Private First Class Trevor B. Adkins. Private First Class Alejandro J. Pardo. Private First Class Cameron J. Stambaugh. Sergeant Clarence Williams III. Specialist Erica P. Alexson. Staff Sergeant Ricardo Cieja. Specialist Jonathan Batista. Sterling W. Wyatt. Sergeant Michael E. Ristow. Staff Sergeant Carl E. Hamar. Sergeant Eric N. May. Specialist Sergio E. Perez Jr. Specialist Nicholas A. Taylor. Specialist Crystal M. Fitz. Sergeant Jose Reyes. Sergeant Daniel Rodriguez. Specialist Darian T. Hicks. Corporal Joshua R. Ashley. Private First Class Jeffrey L. Rice. Petty Officer Second Class Michael J. Brodsky. Staff Sergeant Brandon R. Pepper. Private First Class Julian L. Colvin. Staff Sergeant Richard L. Berry. Specialist Justin L. Horsley. Private First Class Brendan N. Salazar. Sergeant Eric E. Williams. Private First Class Adam C. Ross. Sergeant Justin M. Hansen. First Lieutenant Sean R. Jacobs. Sergeant John E. Hansen. Private First Class Theodore M. Glendy. Specialist Benjamin C. Plezzi. Private First Class Jose Oscar Belmontes. Sergeant Bobby L. Estley. Gunnery Sergeant Daniel J. Price. Gunnery Sergeant Jonathan W. Gifford. Private First Class Jesus J. Lopez. First Lieutenant Todd W. Lampka. Specialist Kyle B. McLean. Lance Corporal Curtis J. Duarte. Staff Sergeant Matthew S. Sitton. First Sergeant Russell R. Bell. Corporal Daniel L. Lenaberry II. Specialist Ethan J. Martin, Petty Officer 3rd Class Clayton R. Beauchamp, Major Thomas E. Kennedy, Command Sergeant Major Kevin J. Griffin. We thank you for your service.
In honor of our fallen heroes, all gave some, and some gave all. Major Walter D. Gray, Master Sergeant Gregory R. Trent, Staff Sergeant Scott E. Dickinson, Corporal Richard A. Rivera, Jr., Lance Corporal Gregory T. Buckley, Gunnery Sergeant Ryan Beshuk, Staff Sergeant Sky R. Moat, Captain Matthew P. Manukian, Staff Sergeant Eric S. Holman, Private First Class Michael R. DeMarcico II, Special Warfare Operator Petty Officer 2nd Class David J. Warson, Sergeant Louis A. O. Galbraith, Sergeant Richard A. Essex, Special Warfare Operator Petty Officer 1st Class Patrick D. Feeks, Explosive Ordnance Disposal Petty Officer Technician Sean P. Carson, Chief Warrant Officer Suresh N. A. Krause, Chief Warrant Officer Brian D. Hornsby, Specialist James A. Justice, Staff Sergeant Gregory T. Copes, Hospital Corpsman Petty Officer 1st Class Darrell L. Enos, Sergeant 1st Class Coder B. Du Bois, Sergeant David V. Williams, Sergeant Louis R. Torres, Private 1st Class Patricia L. Horn, Staff Sergeant Jessica M. Wing, Specialist Mabry J. Anders, Sergeant Christopher J. Birdwell, Private 1st Class Shane W. Cantu, Staff Sergeant Jeremy S. Border, Staff Sergeant Jonathan P. Schmidt, Specialist Cal R. Rookie, Lance Corporal Alec R. Turwisk, Chief Warrant Officer 2nd Thalia S. Ramirez, Chief Warrant Officer 2nd Jose L. Montenegro Jr., Sergeant Cal B. Osborne, Sergeant Bradley W. Atwell, Lieutenant Colonel Christopher K. Rabel, Private 1st Class John R. Townsend, Sergeant Shapiro B. Nina, Specialist Joshua N. Nelson, Private First Class Gennaro Bidet. Sergeant Jason M. Swindle. Gunner's Mate Dion R. Roberts. Staff Sergeant Orion N. Sparks. Sergeant Jonathan A. Golnitz. Sergeant First Class Riley G. Stevens. Sergeant First Class Daniel T. Metcalf. Sergeant Donna R. Johnson. Sergeant Jeremy F. Hardison. Sergeant Thomas J. Butler. Sergeant First Class Aaron A. Henderson. Sergeant Camilla M. Steedley. Culinary Specialist Second Class Milton W. Brown. Warrant Officer Joseph L. Shiro. Staff Sergeant Justin C. Marquez. Commander Joel Del Mundo Diu. Sergeant Thomas R. McPherson. Sergeant First Class Ryan J. Savard. Specialist Brittany B. Gordon. Sergeant Robert J. Billings. Private First Class Shane G. Wilson. Chief Warrant Officer Second Michael S. Duskin. Staff Sergeant Kashif M. Memon. Sergeant Clinton K. Ruiz. Corporal Alex F. Domion. Petty Officer Second Class Matthew G. Cantor. Specialist Brett E. Gornowitz. Specialist Ryan P. Jane. Staff Sergeant Dane T. Venn. First Class Brandon L. Buttry. Captain James D. Nell. Specialist Daniel L. Carlson. Staff Sergeant Kenneth W. Bennett. Staff Sergeant Matthew H. Stilts. Staff Sergeant Raven Battle Jr. Sergeant Shannon B. Hicks. Specialist Joseph A. Richardson. Lance Corporal Dale W. Means. Specialist Zachary Shanafelt. Petty Officer First Class Kevin R. Everett. Corporal Christopher M. Monahan Jr. Lance Corporal Anthony J. Denier. Specialist Tyler J. Ogard. Sergeant First Class Darren M. Lind. Petty Officer First Class Nicholas D. Check. Staff Sergeant Wesley R. Williams. Staff Sergeant Nicholas J. Reed. Sergeant First Class Kevin E. Lapari. Sergeant Michael J. Guillory. Staff Sergeant Nelson D. Trent. Lieutenant Leonard Robinson. Commander Job W. Price. Sergeant Enrique Mondragon. Private First Class Marky T. Sims. Sergeant Aaron X. Whitman. Sergeant David J. Chambers. Sergeant Marky H. Schoenhoven. Staff Sergeant Jonathan D. Davis. Technical Sergeant Larry D. Bunn. Specialist Cody D. Subs. Staff Sergeant Stephen P. Blass. Chief Warrant Officer Brian J. Henderson. Captain Sarah M. Knudsen. Staff Sergeant Mark A. Chialda. Specialist Zachary L. Shannon. Staff Sergeant Rex L. Schad. Captain Andrew M. Peterson Keel. Specialist David T. Proctor. Chief Petty Officer Christian Michael Pike. Chief Warrant Officer James E. Groves III. Sergeant Tristan M. Wade. Sergeant Michael C. Cable. Chief Warrant Officer Curtis S. Reagan. Captain James Michael Steele. Specialist Deflin M. Santos Jr. Specialist Wilbo A. Robles Santa. Staff Sergeant Christopher M. Ward. Chief Warrant Officer 2nd Jarrett M. Yoder. Chief Warrant Officer 3rd Matthew P. Ruffner. Private First Class Barrett L. Austin. First Lieutenant Robert J. Hess. Captain Aaron R. Blanchard. Staff Sergeant Daniel N. Fannin. Staff Sergeant Richard A. Dixon. Captain Reed K. Nishisku. Captain Brandon L. Sir. Staff Sergeant Michael H. Simpson. Specialist Trinidad Santiago Jr. Private First Class Charles P. McClure. Captain Mark T. Voss. Captain Victoria A. Pinkney. Technical Sergeant Herman Mackey III. Corporal David M. Sanka. Staff Sergeant Eric D. Christian. Specialist Thomas Page Marak. Staff Sergeant Francis Jean Phillips IV. Specialist Brandon Joseph Prescott. Specialist Kevin Cardoza. First Lieutenant Brandon J. Landrum. Sergeant First Class Jeffrey C. Baker. Specialist Mitchell Kirk Daling. Specialist William Joseph Gilbert. Sergeant First Class Trenton L. Rea. Specialist Dwayne W. Flores. Sergeant Eugene M. Aguan. Specialist Christopher R. Drake. Staff Sergeant Joe A. Nunez Rodriguez. Specialist Cal P. Stoeckley. Specialist Raven A. Ramirez. Private First Class Mariano M. Raimondo. Warrant Officer Sean W. Mullen. Second Lieutenant Justin L. Sisson. Specialist Robert A. Pierce. Major Jamie E. Leonard. Lieutenant Colonel Todd J. Clark. Staff Sergeant Jesse L. Thomas. Lance Corporal Jared W. Ward. Specialist Ember M. Alt.
Specialist Robert W. Ellis. Specialist William R. Moody. Sergeant Corey E. Garver. Specialist Javier Sanchez Jr. Sergeant Justin R. Rogers. Specialist Hilda L. Clayton. First Sergeant Tracy L. Stapley. Private Errol D. A. Milliard. Lance Corporal Benjamin W. Tuttle. Staff Sergeant Sonny C. Zimmerman. Specialist Anthony R. Maddox. First Lieutenant Jonam Russell. Sergeant Stephen M. Smith. Specialist Rob L. Nichols. Sergeant Eric T. Lawson. Specialist Karen E. Neuve. Sergeant Stephen M. New. Specialist Nicholas B. Burley. Specialist Nicholas S. Welsh. Sergeant Jamar A. Hicks. Specialist Keith E. Grace Jr. Staff Sergeant Octavio Herrera. Master Sergeant George A. Banner Jr. Specialist Kenneth Clifford Alvarez. Private Jonathan Michael Dean Hoystetter. First Lieutenant Jason Togi. Staff Sergeant Michael H. Ollis. Sergeant First Class Ricardo D. Young. Staff Sergeant Joshua J. Bowden. Staff Sergeant Todd J. Labrecchio. Staff Sergeant Robert E. Thomas Jr. Staff Sergeant William D. Brown III. Specialist James T. Wycliffesheen. Staff Sergeant Liam J. Nevins. Staff Sergeant Timothy R. McGill. Specialist Joshua J. Strickland. Chief Warrant Officer Jonathan S. Gibson. Lieutenant Commander Landon L. Jones. Staff Sergeant Thomas A. Basor Jr. Specialist Angel L. Lopez. Lance Corporal Jeremiah M. Collins. First Lieutenant Jennifer M. Moreno. Sergeant Patrick C. Hawkins. Sergeant Joseph M. Peters. Private First Class Cody J. Patterson. Patrick H. Quinn. Sergeant Lyle D. Turnbull. Lance Corporal Christopher O. Grant. Sergeant First Class Forrest W. Robertson. Staff Sergeant Richard L. Vasquez. Staff Sergeant Alex A. Viola. Petty Officer First Class James L. Smith. Lance Corporal Matthew R. Rodriguez. Chief Warrant Officer 2 Randy L. Billings. Chief Warrant Officer 2 Joshua B. Silverman. Sergeant Peter C. Bowler. Sergeant First Class Omar W. Ford. Specialist Terry K. D. Gordon. Staff Sergeant Jesse L. Williams. Sergeant Daniel M. Vaseline. Captain David I. Lyon. Sergeant Jacob M. Hess. Sergeant First Class William K. Lacey. Sergeant Drew M. Sosby. Chief Warrant Officer Andrew L. McAdams. Sergeant Daniel Tyler Lee. Specialist Andrew H. Sipple. Chief Petty Officer Edward Bali. Specialist Christopher A. Landis. Private First Class Joshua A. Gray. Specialist John A. Pelham. Sergeant Roberto C. Skelt. Master Sergeant Aaron C. Torian. Master Sergeant David L. Poirier. Lance Corporal Caleb L. Erickson. Captain James E. Chafin III. Specialist Carrie M. G. Daniluk. Private First Class Christian J. Chandler. Sergeant Sean M. Farrell II. Chief Warrant Officer Derek M. Rasmussen. Command Sergeant Major Martin R. Barreras. Specialist Adrian M. Perkins. Private First Class Jacob H. Weekstra. Captain Jason B. Jones. Private First Class Matthew H. Walker. Specialist Terry J. Hume. Corporal Justin R. Klaus. Staff Sergeant Jason A. McDonald. Staff Sergeant Scott R. Studemond. Private Second Class Aaron S. Topin. Specialist Justin R. Helton. Lance Corporal Adam F. Wolf. Staff Sergeant David H. Stewart. Lance Corporal Brandon J. Garabrandt. Sergeant Thomas Z. Spitzer. Private First Class Donald A. Hamilton Jr. Private First Class Keith M. Williams. Staff Sergeant Benjamin G. Prang. Staff Sergeant Gerard D. Gass. Major General Harold J. Green. Sergeant First Class Samuel C. Hairston. Sergeant First Class Matthew I. Leggett. Sergeant Christopher W. Mullally. Specialist Brian K. Arsenault. Sergeant Charles C. Strong. Mr. Stephen Bias. Major Michael J. Donahue. Sergeant First Class Andrew T. Weathers. Major Jonathan D. Walker. Corporal Jordan L. Spears. Lance Corporal Sean P. Neal. Commander Christopher E. Culfoot. Sergeant First Class Michael A. Cathcart. Sergeant Major Wardell B. Turner. Specialist Joseph W. Riley. Captain William H. Du Bois. Staff Sergeant Matthew R. Ammerman. Sergeant First Class Ramon S. Morris. Specialist Wyatt J. Martin. Major Marie V. Sanchez. Specialist John M. Dawson. Technical Sergeant Anthony E. Salazar. Petty Officer Third Class Devin J. Doyle. Petty Officer Second Class Ryan D. Burris. Sergeant First Class Pablo A. Ruse. Chrissy K. Davis. Private First Class Montarius T. Daniel. Senior Chief Petty Officer Jason P. May. Master Sergeant Peter A. McKenna, Jr. Captain Matthew D. Rowland. Staff Sergeant Forrest B. Sibley. Specialist Kyle E. Gilbert. Seaman Philip Frazier Maines. Airman First Class Casey E. Ruse. Senior Airman Nathan C. Sartan. Senior Airman Quinn L. Johnson Harris. Staff Sergeant Ryan D. Hammond. Captain Jordan B. Pearson. Captain Jonathan J. Golden. Master Sergeant Gregory T. Coos. Major Phyllis J. Pelkey. Master Sergeant Joshua L. Wheeler. Private Christopher J. Castaneda. Staff Sergeant Louis M. Bonacasa. Staff Sergeant Michael A. Cinco. Technical Sergeant Joseph G. Lem. Staff Sergeant Peter W. Tobe. Staff Sergeant Chester J. McBride. Major Adriana M. Vordenbruggen. Sergeant First Class Matthew Q. McClintock. Major John D. Jerry. Sergeant Joseph F. Stifter. Staff Sergeant Louis F. Carden. Captain Ian K. Helms. Airman First Class Nathaniel H. McDavid. Chief Petty Officer Charles H. Keating, IV. First Lieutenant David A. Bowders. Seaman Connor A. McQuaig. First Lieutenant Nias A. Tobar. And Lieutenant Colonel Flondo E. Jackson.
Staff Sergeant Christopher A. Wilbur. Staff Sergeant Matthew V. Thompson. First Lieutenant Jeffrey D. Cooper. Chief Warrant Officer 1 Travis R. Tamayo. Seaman Devin M. Faulkner. Staff Sergeant Adam S. Thomas. Sergeant Douglas J. Riney. Chief Petty Officer Jason C. Finon. Major Andrew D. Byers. Sergeant First Class Ryan A. Gloyer. Sergeant First Class Matthew C. Llewellyn. Staff Sergeant Kevin J. McEnroe. Staff Sergeant James F. Moriarty. Specialist Ronald L. Murray, Jr. Private First Class Tyler R. Ubelt. Staff Sergeant John W. Perry. Senior Chief Petty Officer Scott C. Dayton. Sergeant First Class Alan E. Brown. Specialist Isaiah L. Booker. Sergeant John P. Rodriguez. Senior Chief Petty Officer William R. Owens. Private First Class Brian B. Odiorne. Staff Sergeant Christian C. Gilfranco. Sergeant First Class Robert R. Boniface. Staff Sergeant Alexandria M. Morrow. Staff Sergeant Austin L. Byron. Staff Sergeant Mark R. De Alencar. Seaman Carlos Maison. Sergeant Joshua P. Rogers. Sergeant Cameron H. Thomas. First Lieutenant Weston C. Lee. Specialist Etienne J. Murphy. Sergeant Dylan C. Baldridge. Sergeant William M. Bays. Sergeant Eric M. Hauk. Private First Class Hanson B. Kirkpatrick. Specialist Christopher M. Harris. Sergeant Jonathan M. Hunter. Tech Sergeant David A. Board. Sergeant Broshane E. Brooks. Sergeant Alan L. Steigler, Jr. Staff Sergeant Aaron R. Butler. Staff Sergeant Emil Riveras Lopez. Specialist Alexander W. Missildine. Staff Sergeant Brian C. Black. Staff Sergeant Jeremiah W. Johnson. Sergeant La David T. Johnson. Sergeant Dustin M. Wright. Chief Warrant Officer Jacob M. Sims. Sergeant First Class Stephen B. Kryben. Chief Warrant Officer 2 Lee M. Smith. Sergeant First Class Houghton O. Brown. Corporal Todd L. McGurn. Staff Sergeant David T. Braybander. Sergeant Axel O. Bonilla Perez. Specialist Avadon A. Chavez. Master Sergeant Brian L. Stillwell. Sergeant First Class Mahail Golan. Specialist Javion S. Sullivan. Sergeant Christina M. Schaunecker. Sergeant First Class Maitland D. Wilson. Captain Andreas B. O'Keefe. Captain Christopher T. Zanetis. Master Sergeant Christopher J. Raguso. Staff Sergeant Dashawn J. Briggs. Captain Mark K. Weber. Master Sergeant William R. Posh. Staff Sergeant Carl P. Enos. Petty Officer Second Class Austin T. Williams. Master Sergeant Jonathan J. Dunbar. Specialist Gabriel D. Conde. Staff Sergeant Alexander Conrad. Petty Officer First Class Matthew I. Halzheimer. Corporal Joseph Maciel. Staff Sergeant James T. Grosjean. Sergeant First Class Christopher A. Solis. Staff Sergeant Raymond R. Transfiguracion. Chief Warrant Officer 3 Taylor J. Galvin. Command Sergeant Timothy A. Bulliard. Staff Sergeant Diobanjo S. San Agustin. Specialist James A. Slape. Major Tad T. Hervas. Petty Officer Jason C. Finan. Major Brent Taylor. Sergeant Leandro A. S. Yasso. Sergeant First Class Eric Michael Iman. Captain Andrew Patrick Ross. Staff Sergeant Dylan J. Elkin. Sergeant Jason Mitchell McClary. Private First Class Joshua Mike Askey. Sergeant Cameron A. Meddock. Chief Warrant Officer 2 Jonathan R. Farmer. Chief Cryptologic Technician Shannon M. Kent. Staff Sergeant Joshua Z. Beal. Specialist Jackson D. Johnson. Sergeant Holly R. Bolinsky. Specialist Joseph P. Collette. Sergeant First Class Will D. Lindsay. Staff Sergeant Christopher K. A. Slootman. Sergeant Benjamin S. Hines. Corporal Robert A. Hendricks. Staff Sergeant Albert J. Miller. Specialist Ryan Dennis Oren Riley. Specialist Michael T. Osorio. Private First Class Michael A. Thomas. Specialist Miguel L. Holmes. Master Sergeant Michael B. Riley. Sergeant James G. Johnson. Sergeant First Class Elliot J. Robbins. Sergeant Major James G. Sator. Aviation Electronics Technician Second Class Slayton Saldana. Sergeant William Edward Freese. Private First Class Brandon J. Kreischer. Specialist Michael Isaiah Nance. Gunnery Sergeant Scott A. Kippenhofer. Specialist Clayton James Horn. Master Sergeant Jose J. Gonzalez. Master Sergeant Luis F. De Leon Figueroa. Sergeant First Class Dustin B. Ard. Sergeant First Class Ellis A. Barato Ortiz. Sergeant First Class Jeremy W. Griffin. Sergeant Nathaniel G. Irish. Chief Warrant Officer David C. Canadal. Sergeant First Class Michael J. Gobble. Staff Sergeant Ian P. McLaughlin. Private First Class Miguel Villon. Specialist Antonio I. Moore. Lieutenant Colonel Paul K. Voss. Captain Ryan S. Fanoof. Sergeant First Class Javier Jaguar Gutierrez. Sergeant First Class Antonio Ray Rodriguez. Specialist Brandon Time Kimball. Captain Moses A. Navas. Gunnery Sergeant Diego D. Pongo. Specialist Juan Miguel M. Corvarubias. Staff Sergeant Marshall D. Roberts. Sergeant First Class John David Randolph Hitley. Sergeant Christopher W. Curry. First Lieutenant Trevarius Ravon Bowman. Specialist Nicolas Bravo Regules. Specialist Vincent Sebastian Ibarraria. First Lieutenant Joseph Trent Alba. Sergeant Brian Cooper Mount. Senior Airman Jason Kai Fan. Staff Sergeant Ronald J. Louette. Captain Lily Kellyan. Staff Sergeant Ryan C. Noss. Lance Corporal Dylan R. Marola. Corporal Humberto A. Sanchez. Sergeant Nicole L. Gee. Sergeant Johanny Rosario, Corporal Dagon W.T. Page, Staff Sergeant Darren T. Hoover, Jr., Corporal Hunter Lopez, Lance Corporal Jared M. Schmitz, Lance Corporal Riley J. McCollum, Lance Corporal David L. Espinoza, Lance Corporal Kareem M. Kiwi, Hospital Corpsman Maxton W. Soviak.
Welcome to Southern New Hampshire University's Memorial Day National Roll Call. This event offers the nation an opportunity to remember and honor those who gave their lives serving our country. Southern New Hampshire University is one of many schools throughout the country proud to share in this honor, and we are grateful to have many volunteer readers presenting here today to read the names of our fallen. My name is Claire Curley, and I would like to give a big thank you to the team that made this event happen: Katie Gemmel, Phil Wheel, Timothy Companion, and Michael Lane. And to all of our volunteer readers who have graciously devoted their time to read today, your efforts are much appreciated. President John F. Kennedy said, "If freedom is to survive and prosper, it will require the sacrifice, the effort, and the thoughtful attention of every citizen." With that in mind, we now recognize the sacrifices of those that serve and have served made for our freedoms. Thank you.
Master Sergeant Evander E. Andrews, Private First Class Christopher T. Stonesifer, Specialist John Joseph Edmonds, Machinist Mate Fireman Apprentice Bryant L. Davis, Engineman First Class Vincent Parker, Electronics Technician Third Class Benjamin Johnson, CIA Operations Officer Johnny Michael Spann, Private Giovanni Maria, Electrician's Mate Fireman Apprentice Michael J. Jakes, Jr., Staff Sergeant Brian C. Prosser, Sergeant First Class Daniel H. Petithori, Master Sergeant Jefferson D. Davis, Sergeant First Class Nathan R. Chapman, Gunnery Sergeant Stephen L. Bryson, Captain Matthew W. Bancroft, Sergeant Jeanette Lee Winters, Staff Sergeant Scott N. Jermison, Lance Corporal Brian P. Bertrand, Captain Daniel G. McCollum, Sergeant Nathan P. Hayes, Staff Sergeant Dwight J. Morgan, Staff Sergeant Walter F. Cohey III, Specialist Jason A. Disney, Staff Sergeant Bruce A. Rushford, Jr., Major Curtis D. Feisner, Staff Sergeant Carrie W. Frith, Staff Sergeant James P. Doherty, Captain Bart D. Owens, Chief Warrant Officer Jody L. Egnor, Master Sergeant William L. McDaniel II, Staff Sergeant Juan M. Rideout, Specialist Thomas F. Allison, Sergeant Jeremy D. Foshi, Specialist Curtis A. Carter, Chief Warrant Officer 2 Stanley L. Harriman, Senior Airman Jason D. Cunningham, Aviation Boatswain's Mate Handling Neil C. Roberts, Specialist Mark A. Anderson, Sergeant Peter P. Cross, Sergeant Philip J. Svitak, Private First Class Matthew A. Cobbins, Technical Sergeant John A. Chapman. Chief Petty Officer Matthew J. Borgos. Sergeant First Class Daniel A. Romero. Sergeant Jamie O. Moggins. Staff Sergeant Justin J. Galuski. Staff Sergeant Brian T. Craig. Seaman Katrina Renee Grady. Sergeant Gene A. Vance, Jr. Tech Sergeant Sean M. Corlew. Sergeant First Class Peter P. Tice II. Staff Sergeant Anissa Ann Sharrow. Sergeant First Class Christopher J. Spear. Sergeant Ryan D. Foraker. Sergeant First Class Mark Wayne Jackson. Lance Corporal Antonio J. Sled. Private James H. Ebers. Ensign Jerry O. Pope II. Lieutenant Commander Thomas L. Robinson. Specialist Pedro Pena. Sergeant Stephen Chaco. Chief Warrant Officer 3 Mark Osteen. Sergeant Gregory Michael Frampton. Chief Warrant Officer 2 Thomas J. Gibbons. Staff Sergeant Daniel Leon Kisling Jr. Staff Sergeant Michael C. Berry. CIA Operations Officer Helge Bose. Specialist Brian Michael Clemens. Chief Warrant Officer Timothy Wayne Moling. Sergeant William John Tracy Jr. Specialist Rodrigo Gonzalez Garza. Chief Warrant Officer John D. Smith. Petty Officer Second Class Darrell Jones. Private First Class Spence A. McNeil. Private First Class James R. Dillon Jr. Navy Petty Officer Third Class Jason Profit. Lance Corporal Jose Antonio Gutierrez. Captain Ryan Anthony Beaupre. Major J. Thomas Aubin. Staff Sergeant Kendall Damon Watersbay. Second Lieutenant Terrell Shane Childers. Corporal Brian Matthew Kennedy. Lieutenant Thomas Mullen Adams. Lance Corporal Eric James Orlowski. Specialist Brandon Scott Tobler. Private First Class Howard Johnson II. Private First Class Lori Ann Piestua. Lance Corporal Michael Jason Williams. Corporal Jorge Alonso Gonzalez. Corporal Jose Angel Garibay. Sergeant Michael Edward Bitts. Corporal Randall Kent Rossiker. Lance Corporal Thomas Jonathan Slocum. Corporal Kemifun An Chanawangsi. Lance Corporal Brian Rory Boosing. Lance Corporal David Keith Fribley. Master Sergeant Michael Maltz. Specialist Jamal Rashard Addison. Lieutenant Colonel John Steen. Private Jonathan Lee Gifford. Senior Airman Jason Thomas Plight. Sergeant Donald Ralph Walters. Sergeant Nicholas Michael Hodson. Lance Corporal Donald John Klein, Jr. Second Lieutenant Frederick Eben Pokerney, Jr. First Lieutenant Tamara Long Archuleta. Private First Class Tamario Demetrice Burkett. Private Brandon Ulysses Sloan. Master Sergeant Robert John Dowdy. Captain Christopher Scott Seifert. Sergeant George Edward Buggs. Staff Sergeant Jason Carlisle Hicks. Private Nolan Ryan Hutchings. Lance Corporal Patrick Ray Nixon. Specialist Edwards John Anguiano. Specialist James Michael Keel. Staff Sergeant John Mike Teal. Chief Warrant Officer Johnny Villarreal Mata. Staff Sergeant Philip Andrew Jordan. Private Ruben Estrella Soto. Sergeant Brendan Curtis Reese. Corporal Evan Tyler James. Specialist Gregory Paul Sanders. Sergeant Bradley Stephen Korthos. Lance Corporal Thomas Allen Blair. Hospital Corpsman 3rd Class Michael Van Johnson Jr. Major Gregory Lewis Stone. Major Kevin Gerard Nave. Private First Class Francisco Abraham Martinez Flores. Lance Corporal Jesus Suarez del Solar. Gunnery Sergeant Joseph Menusa. Lance Corporal Patrick Terrence O'Day. Corporal Robert Marcus Rodriguez. Staff Sergeant Donald Charles May Jr. Sergeant Fernando Padilla Ramirez. Sergeant Roderick Antoine Solomon. Private First Class Michael Russell Creighton Weldon. Private First Class Diego Fernando Rinson. Staff Sergeant Jacob L. Frazier. Corporal Michael Edward Curtin. Sergeant Eugene Williams. Lance Corporal William Wayne White. Sergeant Orlando Morales. Staff Sergeant James Wilford Colley. Sergeant Brian Daniel McGinnis. Captain Aaron Joseph Contreras. Sergeant Michael Vernon LaLouche. Specialist Brandon Jacob Rowe. Specialist William Andrew Jeffries. Sergeant Jacob Lee Butler. Lance Corporal Joseph Basil Maglione III. Lieutenant Nathan Dennis White. Specialist Matthew George Boole. Sergeant Michael Francis Peterson. Chief Warrant Officer CW3 Eric Allen Smith. Lance Corporal Brian Edward Anderson. Private First Class Christian Daniel Gertner. Master Sergeant George Andrew Fernandez. Chief Warrant Officer CW2 Scott Jamar. Chief Warrant Officer CW4 Eric Anders Halvorsen.
Captain James Francis Adamowski. Corporal Eric Hernandez Silva. Sergeant First Class Randall Scott Wren. Captain Russell Brian Ripto. Specialist Ryan Patrick Long. Staff Sergeant Wilbert Davis. Captain Edward Jason Korn. Sergeant Todd James Robbins. Sergeant Donald Samuel Oakes Jr. Private First Class Chad Eric Bales. Staff Sergeant Nino Dugue Lavaldes. Corporal Mark Asher Evenin. Private Devon DeMilo Jones. Sergeant First Class Paul Ray Smith. Sergeant Dwayne Roy Rios. Private First Class Wilfred Davy Russell Bellard. Specialist Daniel Francis Cunningham Jr. Captain Benjamin Wilson Sammis. First Lieutenant Brian Michael McPhillips. Captain Travis Allen Ford. Corporal Bernard George Gooden. Captain Tristan Neil Aitken. First Sergeant Edward Smith. Specialist Larry Kenyatta Brown. Staff Sergeant Stephen Alexander Booker. Private Kelly Stephen Pruitt. Private First Class Gregory Paul Huxley Jr. Lance Corporal Andrew Julian Aviles. Staff Sergeant Lincoln Daniel Hollinshead. Specialist George Arthur Mitchell Jr. Private First Class Anthony Scott Miller. Captain Eric Bruce Das. Corporal Jesus Martin Antonio Medellin. Second Lieutenant Jeffrey Joseph Kaler. Major William Randolph Walkins III. Sergeant First Class John Winston Marshall. Private First Class Jason Michael Meyer. Private First Class Juan Guadalupe Garza Jr. Staff Sergeant Scott Douglas Sather. Corporal Henry Levon Brown. Staff Sergeant Robert Anthony Stever. Gunnery Sergeant Jeffrey Edward Boer Jr. Staff Sergeant Terry Wayne Hemingway. Staff Sergeant Riayan Augusto Tejeda. Corporal Jesus Angel Gonzalez. Lance Corporal David Edward Owens Jr. Specialist Gil Mercado. Commander Joseph Acevedo. Private First Class John Eli Brown. Corporal Armando Ariel Gonzalez. Corporal Jason David Maleo. Specialist Richard Allen Goward. Specialist Thomas Arthur Foley III. Private First Class Joseph Patrick Mayick. Corporal John Travis Rivero. Chief Warrant Officer 2 Robert William Channel Jr. Lance Corporal Alan Din Lamb. Specialist Roy Russell Buckley. Chief Warrant Officer 2 Andrew Todd Arnold. Sergeant Troy David Jenkins. First Lieutenant Osvaldo Orozco. Specialist Narson Bertel Sullivan. Private Gerard R. Dennis. Airman First Class Raymond Lozano. First Sergeant Joe Jesus Garza. Private First Class Jesse Allen Gibbons. Sergeant Sean C. Reynolds. Private Jason L. Diebler. Private First Class Marlon T. Rockhold. Corporal Richard P. Carl. Chief Warrant Officer Brian K. Van Dusen. Chief Warrant Officer Hans N. Guskison. Lance Corporal Cedric E. Bruns. Lance Corporal Matthew R. Smith. Private First Class Jose F. Gonzalez Rodriguez. Lance Corporal Jacob Henrique Kowalik. Lance Corporal Nicholas Brian Kleboker. Staff Sergeant Patrick Lee Griffin Jr. Sergeant David T. Nutt. Master Sergeant William L. Payne. Sergeant First Class John E. Taylor. Corporal Douglas Jose Marin Correyes. Specialist Rashid Sahib. Captain Andrew David Lamont. Lance Corporal Jason William Moore. First Lieutenant Timothy Lewis Ryan. Lieutenant Colonel Dominic Rocco Barragona. Staff Sergeant Aaron Dean White. Sergeant Kirk Allen Straseski. Specialist Nathaniel A. Caldwell. Private David Evans Jr. Sergeant Keeman L. Mitchell. Private Kenneth A. Nolly. Staff Sergeant Brett J. Patrican. Private First Class Jeremiah D. Smith. Major Matthew E. Schramm. Sergeant Thomas F. Broomhead. Staff Sergeant Michael B. Quinn. Staff Sergeant Kenneth R. Bradley. Specialist Jose A. Perez III. Specialist Kyle A. Griffin. Specialist Michael T. Gleason. Specialist Zachariah W. Long. Sergeant Jonathan W. Lambert. Sergeant Marion Atanasio Haro Jr. Private First Class Brandon F. Obligator. Petty Officer Third Class David Seesum. Sergeant Travis L. Burkhart. Petty Officer Third Class Doyle W. Bollinger. Private Jesse M. Halling. Sergeant Michael E. Dooley. Private First Class Gavin L. Neighbor. Specialist John K. Kindsmith Jr. Staff Sergeant Andrew R. Pokorny. Private First Class Ryan R. Cox. Private Sean D. Punk. Sergeant Joseph D. Sewell. Sergeant Michael L. Tosto. Private Robert L. France. Staff Sergeant William T. Latham. Private First Class Michael R. Duell. Specialist Paul T. Nakamura. Captain Seth R. McCod. Sergeant Orinthiel Javon Smith. Specialist Cedric Lamont Lemon. Corporal Andrew F. Chris. First Class Petty Officer Thomas E. Retzer. Lance Corporal Gregory E. McDonald. Sergeant First Class Vladimir Philippe. Private First Class Kevin C. Ott. Hospitalman Joshua McIntosh. Specialist Corey A. Hubble. Specialist Richard P. Orengo. Corporal Tomas Sotelo Jr. Sergeant Timothy M. Conway. Specialist Kelvin Feliciano Gutierrez. First Sergeant Christopher D. Coffin. Corporal Travis J. Bradenshaw. Private First Class Edward J. Hergott. Private First Class Corey L. Small. Master Sergeant James Curtis Coons. Specialist Jeffrey M. Wershow. Sergeant David B. Parson. Staff Sergeant Barry Sanford. Sergeant Chad L. Keith. Sergeant First Class Craig A. Bowling. Private Robert L. McKinley. Lance Corporal Jason Trout. Sergeant Christopher P. Geiger. Sergeant Roger Dale Rowe. Sergeant Melissa Valles. Sergeant First Class Dan H. Gabrielson. Specialist Christian C. Schultz. Specialist Joshua M. Noosh. Captain Paul J. Cassidy. Sergeant Jaror C. Puelo Coronado. Sergeant Michael T. Crockett. Lance Corporal Corey Ryan Gurin. Specialist Ramon Reyes Torres. Sergeant Mason Douglas Whetstone.
Petty Officer 3rd Class David J. Moreno. Specialist Joel L. Bertoldi. Second Lieutenant Jonathan D. Rosier. Sergeant 1st Class Christopher R. Willoughby. Sergeant Jason D. Jordan. Sergeant Justin W. Garvey. Master Sergeant David A. Scott. Corporal Mark Anthony Bibby. Lance Corporal Jeffrey L. Clark. Specialist John P. Fatigue. Sergeant Brett T. Christian. Captain Joshua T. Byers. Corporal Evan Asa Ashcraft. Private 1st Class Raheen Tyson Hyder. Sergeant Juan M. Serrano. Staff Sergeant Hector R. Perez. Private 1st Class Jonathan M. Cheatham. Specialist Wilfredo Perez Jr. Specialist Jonathan P. Barnes. Sergeant Daniel K. Methvin. Sergeant Heath A. McMillan. Sergeant Nathaniel Hart Jr. Specialist William J. Maher III. Captain Leif E. Knott. Private Michael J. Deutsch. Specialist James I. Lambert III. Specialist Justin W. Hebert. Specialist Pharaoh K. Latafuga. Staff Sergeant David L. Lloyd. Staff Sergeant Brian R. Hellraman. Sergeant Leonard D. Simons. Specialist Zefrino E. Kalunga. Private Kyle C. Gilbert. Private 1st Class Dwayne E. Longstreth. Private 1st Class Brandon Ramsey. Private Matthew D. Bush. Sergeant Floyd G. Kinchin. Sergeant Floyd G. Knighton Jr. Specialist Levi B. Kinchin. Staff Sergeant David S. Perry. Private 1st Class Daniel R. Parker. Staff Sergeant Richard S. Eden Jr. Sergeant Taft V. Williams. Private 1st Class Timmy R. Brown Jr. Sergeant Stephen W. White. Private 1st Class David M. Kirchhoff. Specialist Craig S. Ivory. Sergeant Eric R. Hull. Staff Sergeant Bobby C. Franklin. Petty Officer 1st Class David M. Taper. Sergeant Kenneth W. Harris Jr. Lieutenant Kylan A. Joes Huffman. Lieutenant Kylan A. Jones Huffman. Private 1st Class Michael S. Adams. Specialist Stephen M. Scott. Private 1st Class Vorn J. Mack. Private 1st Class Pablo Manzano. Specialist Ronald D. Allen Jr. Specialist Daryl T. Dent. Lieutenant Colonel Anthony L. Sherman. Specialist Rafael L. Nevea. Sergeant Gregory A. Blanchard. Sergeant Gregory A. Belanger. Sergeant 1st Class Mitchell A. Lane. Staff Sergeant Mark A. Lanton. Sergeant Sean K. Catadella. Private 1st Class Adam L. Thomas. Specialist Chad C. Fuller. Staff Sergeant Cameron B. Serrano. Staff Sergeant Joseph Kamara. Sergeant Charles Todd Caldwell. Private 1st Class Christopher A. Sisson. Technical Sergeant Bruce E. Brown. Sergeant Jared B. Thompson. Specialist Ryan G. Carlock. Staff Sergeant Joseph E. Staff Sergeant Joseph E. Ropsky Jr. Sergeant Henry Ybarra III. Master Sergeant Kevin N. Moorhead. Sergeant 1st Class William M. Bennett. Sergeant Trevor A. Bloomberg. Specialist Alyssa R. Peterson. Staff Sergeant Kevin C. Kimmerly. Sergeant Foster Pinkston, Captain Brian R. Fonts, Sergeant Anthony O. Thompson, Specialist James C. Wright, Specialist Richard Arriaga, Staff Sergeant Frederick L. Miller, Jr., Sergeant David Travis Frederick, Specialist Lunsford B. Brown II, Specialist Paul J. Storino, Specialist Michael Andrade, Specialist Kyle G. Thomas, Sergeant First Class Robert E. Rooney, Captain Robert L. Lucero, Sergeant Darian K. Potter, Private First Class Christian E. Parker, Private First Class Evan W. O'Neill, Sergeant Andrew Joseph Baddock, Staff Sergeant Christopher E. Kutchell, Specialist Dustin K. McGaw, Specialist Simon Hunt, Specialist Tamara J. Ramos, Private First Class Ana-Laura Esparza Gutierrez, Command Sergeant James D. Blankenblecker, Lieutenant Colonel Paul W. Kimbrough, Lieutenant Colonel Paul W. Kimbrough, Private First Class Charles M. Sims, Specialist James H. Purtle, Specialist Spencer Timothy Carroll, Second Lieutenant Richard Torres, Private First Class Carrie D. Scott, Private Sean A. Silva, Staff Sergeant Christopher W. Swisher, Specialist Joseph C. Norquist, Specialist James E. Powell, Specialist James E. Powell, Private First Class Jose Casanova, Private Benjamin L. Freeman, Specialist Donald L. Wheeler, Specialist Douglas J. Westmantle, Private First Class Stephen E. Wyatt, Corporal Sean R. Griley, Staff Sergeant Joseph P. Bolivia, Lieutenant Colonel Kem S. Orlando, Specialist Michael L. Williams, Private First Class John D. Hart, First Lieutenant David R. Bernstein, Staff Sergeant Paul J. Johnson, Private First Class Paul J. Boucher, Private Jason M. Ward, Specialist John P. Johnson, Captain John R. Teal, Specialist Jose L. Mora, Sergeant Michael S. Hancock, Specialist Artemis D. Brassfield, Civilian Contractor Christopher Glenn Mueller, Seaman Jakia Sheree Cannon, Civilian Contractor William Carlson, Private First Class Stephen Acosta, Staff Sergeant Jamie L. Huggins, Lieutenant Colonel Lieutenant Colonel Charles H. Burig, Private Joseph R. Guerrera, Private First Class Rachel K. Belsveld, Sergeant Aubrey D. Bell, Private Jonathan I. Valentino, Private Jonathan I. Felinico, Specialist Isaac Compoy, Private Algernon Adams, Private Algernon Adams, Sergeant Michael Paul Barrera, Staff Sergeant Paul A. Sweeney, Second Lieutenant Todd J. Bryant, Specialist Maurice J. Johnson, First Lieutenant Joshua C. Hurley, Private First Class Karina S. Luau, Staff Sergeant Paul A. Velasquez, Staff Sergeant Daniel A. Bader, Private First Class Anthony D. D'Agostino, First Lieutenant Brian D. Slavanas, Specialist Brian H. Penstein, Chief Warrant Officer Bruce A. Smith, Staff Sergeant Joe Nathan Wilson, Specialist Stephen Daniel Conover, Sergeant Ross A. Penman, Sergeant Ernest G. Buckwell, Specialist France M. Vega.
Sergeant First Class Curtis Mancini, Specialist Justin A. Scott, Staff Sergeant James D. Maurus, Private First Class Luis A. Moreno, Staff Sergeant Sean M. Clemens, Staff Sergeant Sean G. Laundress, Sergeant Danton K. Sightsinger. Specialist Robert J. Cook. Sergeant Eliu A. Mier Sandoval. Corporal Juan C. Cabral Buenelos. Private First Class Holly J. Megeo. Private First Class Armando Soriano. Staff Sergeant Roger C. Turner. Second Lieutenant Seth J. Durovin. Specialist Joshua L. Knowles. Staff Sergeant Richard P. Ramey. Sergeant Elijah Taewa Wong. Sergeant Thomas D. Robbins. Master Sergeant Jude C. Mariano. Sergeant Patrick S. Tanch. Private First Class William C. Ramirez. Specialist Eric U. Ramirez. Sergeant Nicholas Darwin Golding. Private Brian N. Spry. Specialist Christopher M. Taylor. Sergeant Michael M. Marilla. Private First Class Nicole M. Fry. Second Lieutenant Jeffrey C. Graham. Specialist Roger G. Ling. Sergeant First Class Henry A. Bacon. Chief Warrant Officer Matthew C. Laskowski. Specialist David E. Hall. Chief Warrant Officer Stephen M. Wells. Sergeant Michael R. Woodliff. Petty Officer Second Class Michael J. Gray. Captain Gussie M. Jones. Private First Class Matthew G. Miljark. Sergeant First Class Richard S. Gottfried. Fern L. Holland. Specialist Edward W. Brabazon. Robert J. Zongas. Private First Class Bert Edward Hoyer. Specialist Christopher K. Hill. Staff Sergeant Joe L. Dunnigan Jr. Private First Class Joel K. Bertain. Specialist Jason C. Ford. Sergeant Daniel J. Landano. Sergeant First Class Clint D. Farron. Captain John F. Hans Kurth. Specialist Jocelyn Carrasquil. Sergeant William J. Normandy. Master Sergeant Thomas R. Thigpen Sr. First Lieutenant Michael R. Adams. Specialist Tracy L. Larimore. Sergeant Ivory L. Phipps. Staff Sergeant Anthony S. Logman. Sergeant Michael J. Esposito Jr. Private First Class Brandon C. Smith. Specialist Doran Chan. Corporal Andrew D. Brownfield. Private First Class Ricky A. Morse Jr. Private First Class Ernest Harold Sutphin. Corporal David M. Vicente. Specialist Clint Matthews. Private First Class Jason C. Ludlam. Major Mark D. Taylor. First Lieutenant Michael W. Vega. Sergeant Matthew J. Sondry. Private First Class Christopher E. Hudson. Private Dustin L. Crater. Lance Corporal Andrew S. Dang. Private First Class Bruce Miller Jr. Staff Sergeant Wentz